This is FC Vaduz, a team from Liechtenstein that play in Switzerland that literally cannot qualify for the Champions League. And yet today, that is the exact competition that I'm setting out to win with them, because there is a loophole. You see, they can qualify for the UEFA Conference League, and if they win that, they qualify for the Europa League, and if you win that, you qualify for the Champions League. So very, very technically, if you have 3 consecutive European trophy winning seasons, you can win the Champions League with FC Vaduz. It sounds almost impossible, but that's exactly what we're going to set out to try and do today. Come on. Welcome then to the crazy challenge that is FC Vaduz. A bit of a football manager legend, this one. This is a challenge that's been doing the rounds for many a year now, but not something I've ever personally had a go at doing. So that begins today. Vaduz play then in Switzerland. They are a team from Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein doesn't have a formal league system, so Vaduz are invited to play in Switzerland as a guest. They're currently in the 2nd division in Switzerland in what is called the Challenge League. Now from here, our challenge is obviously to get ourselves promoted and as soon as possible be playing in the Super League in Switzerland. Here we'll be up against other teams from Switzerland, teams like Basel and Young Boys, teams that have played in the Champions League recently. Now for these Swiss teams, they can qualify for the Champions League by winning the Swiss Super League. But even if we as FC Vaduz win the Swiss Super League, we won't be able to qualify for the Champions League through this route. Only teams from that nation can qualify for the Champions League through the league. But there is of course a loophole, which is why we are starting the adventure today. And that is that Vaduz from Liechtenstein, who play in Switzerland, still take part in the Liechtensteiner Cup. The Liechtensteiner Cup, as you would imagine, is the cup from Liechtenstein, which includes 16 clubs, and well, Vaduz win it pretty much every single season. The last time a different club won the competition was back in 2011-12 when Esken Moren won it and Vaduz were beaten in the final. The cool thing though is that like many domestic cups, winning it does bring about a form of European qualification. The winner of the Liechtensteiner Cup qualifies for the UEFA Conference League first qualifying round. And that right there is our ticket to eventually winning the Champions League with Vaduz. Hopefully. So this is probably the beginning of a pretty long adventure. We're going to set off in today's video to try and build a squad that is good enough to try and get promoted to the top division in Switzerland, but also trying to build a squad that is good enough to start challenging to try and win the Europa Conference League. This is such a crazy challenge because even if I do win the Conference League, which allows us to qualify for the Europa League, we then have to win the Europa League that following season. Otherwise, we'll be back in the Conference League. And eventually, we're going to have to go one step further and win the Conference League. Then the year after the Europa League, qualifying us for the Champions League. And then that season, we get one shot at it. One run at the Champions League. And if we don't win it, we're probably back in the Conference League again. And the cycle starts over. We do at the very least begin in our first season taking part in the Conference League. We will find out our first qualifying round opponents pretty soon. And before doing any transfers or anything else, we do have a decent shot at getting promoted first season too. We're 3rd favourites for the league, although this team, Everden, are pretty odds-on favourites to go and win this league. I'd imagine that they're going to be our main competitors this year. Before any of that tomfoolery though, I need to go and do what I always do, which is my squad audit, or as you guys hate to hear me call it, my squad audit. I'm going to go and work out which players I want to keep around the club, which players I want to move on. I'm going to think about what tactic I want to set us up in, and I'm going to go and do some transfer business. I'll be back when we're ready to kick off our very first season in this challenge. I'm excited. Are you? If you're excited, leave a like on the video and also subscribe. I'll see you when I've done some transfer business. And here we are then. I've done some transfer business and the date is now the 23rd of July. Now I'm back on this particular date because we're actually about to start our European adventure, our first step along the way to eventually winning the Champions League. We will play Koper of Slovenia in the Europa Conference League main path 2nd qualifying round 1st leg. We've managed to get through to this round, even though I think it says that we qualify for the 1st round. It must be to do with coefficients and all sorts of different rules, but we are heading in the 2nd qualifying round and we play Koper of Slovenia. Now I have no idea how we compare to these teams. I've done so much transfer business and brought in players, but I guess the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating when we play another team from another country like Koper here from Slovenia. Now they actually do have Josip Ilicic at 37 years old playing for them, but how good they actually are, I guess we'll find out when we play them. Back to recruitment though, and I have of course been busy. I've brought in 17 players and I have seen 17 players leave. We've brought in £625,000, which is actually a decent amount of money. I think it's going to help us a little bit. We've sold a player to Bristol Rovers for 300k, Fabrizio Cavan, a Swiss striker. But I'm pretty happy with the players that we've managed to bring in as replacements. I'm not going to go through them one by one. Instead, I'm going to show you how we're going to set up for this coming season. Now, whilst doing my squad audit, I was having a think about what type of shape we're going to set up in, and I've come up with this. It's a 4-2-4, very, as it says here, Spirit of 99, York and Cole type vibes up front is what I'm thinking here. I'm keeping it relatively simple. It's a 4-4-2 essentially, but with wingers pushed up a little bit. It's attacking, it's gegenpress. And I do feel like this is appropriate because in this particular league, we are one of the favourites, and in the Liechtenstein Cup, which we have to go and win, we are huge favourites. So being front foot and attacking actually, I think, kind of makes sense at this stage. Some of the star men for me in the team are in midfield, Ramon. I really like him as a midfielder. 28 years old Brazilian, signed on a free transfer. As were all of our signings, of course. He will partner DeFranco alongside him, who's from Argentina. A bit of South American flair and grit in our midfield, I think. And then possibly the star man is going to be Sada Tioub. He's a Senegalese international, 30 years old, with still a decent amount of pace about him to play on this right-hand side as a winger, providing hopefully for another Brazilian, Bruno Gomez, through the middle, alongside probably our main goal-scoring threat, Henry Castillo, 31 years old, from Colombia. There's a lot of South Americans in this team, and maybe that's just me leaning towards them because, I mean, signing South Americans is the most fun thing to do in FM, right? With those signings in place and the business we've done, we are now predicted to finish second in the media prediction, still behind Yverden. How do I say that name? You're going to have to help me with some of these, but I will do my absolute best. They're still big favourites at 3 to 10 odds. But we've now got very favourable odds as well, 4 to 9 odds to win this league. And so I think we can feel pretty confident for our very first season at the club. Now though, things get serious. We're going to go and kick off our European campaign. We're going to go find out how these games go, and I'll be back with an update pretty soon. All right, so I wasn't quite sure how good we were last time we checked in. Now, though, I think we've got a better idea. These have been our results up until the 1st of October. We have played games, starting our Conference League journey here, look, against Copa, where we did progress. We won 3-1 in the away leg, and I was very confident after this. Bruno Gomez scored twice. Francisco DeFranco, our Argentinian midfielder, scored the other goal, and it was a nice win away from home, even if we then did lose the second leg 2-1. We obviously went through on aggregate, and that has taken us through all the way now after winning the third qualifying round against Omonoia of Cyprus. We won 4-0 in the away leg there and 5-3 at home. Lots of goals in that tie. Before most recently playing Rosenborg of Norway. Now, we did lose against Rosenborg in the first leg. It was 2-1 away from home, but a really good win in the return leg. 5-3 back in the home leg has qualified us now for the Conference League phase. And I think this is our best marker yet. Being able to beat a team like Rosenborg, who are a decent football team, they've been in European competitions for years and years and years, shows that we actually probably can go and compete in the Conference League. I don't think we're going to be good enough to go and win it first season, but maybe it's not as far away as maybe we thought it might be at the beginning of the save, or at least I did. Elsewhere, we've made a really good start in the league as well. We beat Bellinzona 2-0 on the first league game of the season. Tube scored and then Campos scored a penalty, but this result here really shows our credentials for this first season. We beat those big favourites for the league, Yverden. I'm actually going to Google how you say that right now.
One eternity later.
Yverden, apparently. We beat Yverden 4-0 thanks to a Henry Castillo hat-trick, our Colombian striker. I said he's going to be our main goal scorer. Did score the goals in this game here. Ramon got the other one. A 4-0 win against our big title rivals. Shows that we should be able to go and win this Challenge League this season and maybe get promoted to that top Super League. I do say that after our September form hasn't been quite as good. We did actually lose a game here 3-1 before drawing 2 games for most recently winning against Rapperswil. It does mean that we're not actually top of the league after 9 games. That is Arau, who we did lose to, on 20 points from 9. But we've picked up 18 from our first 9 games, and I'm pretty happy with where we're at. Just to show you the rules as well, the top team gets automatically promoted to the Super League, whereas the team that finishes second goes into the Super League Challenge League playoff. So obviously you play a team that is in the Super League, and then the winner plays in the Super League next season. Right now, after 9 games, we're in a pretty good position. I'm hoping to overtake Arau eventually, although we will need to improve our form, of course. The final update to bring you right now is that we have begun our Liechtenstein Cup journey, and I'm quite confident for this trophy. Remember, Vaduz win this competition every single season. We've played Esken Moren. If you remember, they were the team that last won it that weren't Vaduz. We beat them 7-0 in this first round, and the first round is actually the round of 16. We're through to the last 8 of this competition already after winning 1 game. We play Skarn in the next round, and I don't even know where these teams play. I assume they must play in like local leagues because there isn't a proper national league in Liechtenstein. Either way, these are the first steps along the way of qualifying us again for the Conference League for next season, unless of course we can go and win the Conference League. This is the Conference League stage this season. There could be some fun ties in this competition. There's teams like Fiorentina, Hibs and Aberdeen from Scotland, as well as Shakhtar from Ukraine and Strasbourg from France. Just looking as well, it doesn't seem for whatever reason that there is any English teams in the competition, and I guess that gives us an even better chance of maybe winning it this year. And I think right now, with the team performing pretty well, making a really good start overall, I'm going to go and make some real progress and get ourselves up to the end of this first season. That is, of course, unless we end up getting to the final of the Conference League, and obviously we'll need to do that as a live com. But I'm going to go and finish off season number 1. Hopefully it will bring about a promotion, and I'm going to say it'd be nice to just have a really good run in the Conference League. I'll see you though at the end of season number 1, and we'll find out if Henry Castillo can continue scoring goals like he has been so far, and whether or not this first season is going to be successful. I'll see you in about May. And welcome back to the end of our first season here with FC Vaduz. This was the outcome to the Liechtensteiner Cup in season number 1. Now, we set out in this competition in the round of 16 as massive favourites to win it once again, and we have. This Ramon goal capped off a 6-2 win against Triesen in the final, and it was absolutely easy, as you might have expected it to have been. We are, though, going to be competing once again next year in the UEFA Conference League. And I suppose that is a bit of a spoiler, because it means that we haven't indeed won the Conference League this season, and we won't be playing in the Europa League next. And that is because our Conference League campaign came to an end in the quarter-final this year. I'm actually really proud of the lads. We managed to get through that league phase. We managed to get ourselves into the knockout, past the round of 16, into the quarterfinals, where we came up against Levski Sofia. We actually knocked out Shakhtar in the round before this, so I was really confident going into the tie with the Bulgarian team. But after drawing the away leg 1-1, we lost the home leg 3-2. They scored this goal in the 94th minute to break our hearts and knock us out of the Conference League. Levski would ultimately get through to the final, where they would lose to Fiorentina. And would I have backed ourselves to beat Fiorentina in the final? Probably not. And I guess this is why I'm actually really proud of us for getting as far as we did, because we're in this journey for the long term. We're not expecting to achieve everything in season number 1. And ultimately, I think this is a really strong start. A strong start, further compounded by our form in the league. We have won the Swiss Challenge League. We are going to be playing in the Swiss Super League next season, the top tier of Swiss football. And if I'm honest, it wasn't particularly close. We won 21 of our 36 games. We drew 12, losing only 3 times this season. But we could have afforded to lose way more. Iverden was supposed to be massive favourites this year, but they lost 11 games and finished 18 points behind us. The gap to second place Neuchâtel Xamax was 15 points, and we've won this league at an absolute canter. A loan signing by the name of Brian Bayer that I made a little bit later in the window ended up being top goal scorer in the league with 23, and he kind of took the place of Henry Castillo, who ended up on 12 goals. The player stats look like this in this 4-2-4 system that I'm kind of tempted to go with even in the top league next year. Do you reckon we can compete playing attacking football in the top division in Switzerland with our team from Liechtenstein? I actually think sometimes attack is the best form of defence, and I'm very tempted to stick with it, although we will assess that depending on what transfers we can go and do for the new season. But the stars of the show were pretty much as we predicted. Tiob on this right hand side got 26 assists and 14 goals. He's now 30, but I think he can definitely go and do it in the division above as well if we hold on to him. And as I mentioned, the loan signing of Brian Bayer, signed on loan from Winterthur, ended up being our main goal scoring hero. He got 31 goals in 30 starts, and it was a complete domination. Our goal difference of 54, compare that to the next best of 8, and yeah, well, this league wasn't really the challenge that I thought it might have been before a ball was kicked. Now though, our attention turns to season number 2. No real progress has been made in terms of our ultimate challenge of winning the Champions League. We're back in the Conference League again for next year, but we will now be heading to the Super League, and fingers crossed this brings a bit of a reputation boost that allows us to bring in even better players, and maybe next year we can make the jump from quarter finalists to winning the Conference League. Is that an insane thing to be aiming for? I don't really think so. I guess with the Conference League, it kind of depends on which teams end up being in it from other big leagues. I'd imagine that there will be at least one Premier League team in that competition, and we'll find out which team from Spain, from Italy, etc. will be in there, because ultimately they're going to be our biggest barriers to winning it. Now though, we've been given just under £4 million to go and spend, and considering we didn't sign anybody for a transfer fee last season, this is quite nice. We've also got 67,000 in wages available. We're only spending 82,000 on the entire squad right now, so we really should be able to upgrade. And with a few high quality signings, let's go and make ourselves ready for this Super League. Transfers time. I'll be back in about June or July, and we're also going to find out who we're going to play in the Conference League. I'll see you when I've been wheeling and dealing. Okay, so a busy one. Once again, what would you expect from me? Of course, it was a busy one. We had money to spend, and we're in a new division, a division that we have to go and try and make ourselves competitive in to try and kickstart this challenge, which could be really long and could be difficult. Let's try and get ourselves off to the best possible start. It is now, though, the 5th of August, 2026, and I think we need to begin with transfers. We've made a start to our season, by the way. There's loads to update you on, but let's start with transfers because I have, again, been busy. We have signed 15 players this summer and sold 10 players. A bit of churn to the squad, as you would expect, because we have gone up to a higher division, and a bit of money spent, which is really quite fun. We've spent £11 million. Now, a lot of you will be thinking, how did you get £11 million? Didn't you have 4 million? Yeah, I moved some of the wage budget, which was a lot, 67,000, into our transfer budget. And also we sold players for £3.1 million, and some of these signings are on future installments, etc., etc. It's better, I always say this, to speculate, to try and accumulate, because actually we're in the top division now. We're in European competitions. We can make this money back. Football Manager always rewards you, I think, for being speculative. You can kind of go above and beyond your means quite often without it ever really coming back to bite you. Maybe that's famous last words, but I don't seem to think so. This is why series like doing a youth only save for me is always the biggest challenge, because you just can't go and do this type of thing, which I think is going to make us a lot stronger. I have spent money then on the following players. I'll pick out one or two of them and then we'll go through the squad so that you can kind of get to know them. But as it is early days, a lot of these players will come in and go before we ever get to a point of winning the Champions League with FC Vaduz. I must show you though the fact that we have signed a right winger who is left-footed called Mohamed Salah. Yeah, how much of this is influenced by the fact that he's called Mohamed Salah and he plays on the right wing and he's left-footed compared to his actual ability has led me to sign him? I'm going to say it's mainly the name, but I'm really quite excited to have him. He's actually really good as well. He's a Belgian player. He usually plays as a number 10, but we are actually going to use him on the right-hand side. He is signed from Lommel in Belgium for about £1.5 million. And him, alongside Felix Keedle, both cost £1.5 million. Felix Keedle can play right back or in midfield, and he's one of two players who signed from Alversberg in Germany. And our most expensive signing was David Mokwa, also from Alversberg, who's going to be one of our attacking players for this season. Really exciting, French, 22 years old, very well-rounded looking at his profile, and I'm quite excited to have him. We've made him one of our star players. Put him on 10k a week, which is quite a lot for this squad.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
The other main player that I'm most excited about signing this summer was this man here, Robinho Vaz, on loan from Roma. He is a striker, another Frenchman, only 19 years old, with a cap for the French under-21s team as well. He's super quick and a decent finisher as well, and he's going to be one of our two strikers. As we continue in this two-striker system for this season, I think I'm going to pair Robinho Vaz alongside Mokwa as our two strikers, with Salah on the right-hand side and the rest of the team as you see it here. Lots of new names, as I say, lots of churn. But I think that is always going to be the way in a challenge like this, where you have to keep making progress, because if you don't, this is just going to take literally forever. I should show you the sales as well, the biggest of which was selling Sada Tioub, who was so good and got all of those assists for us last year. We've sold him to Astana, a team close to my heart. You should go and watch the movie about Astana that we made in FM24, by the way. There's a little plug for you. He went for £1.9 million. We did also sell DeFranco and Castillo, two big heroes of season number 1, but together just over £1 million. All of this means that in the Swiss Super League, which we've made a flying start in, by the way, we have won both of our first two games in including a 2-0 win against Young Boys at home. That really does show that this squad that we've built has some quality, some genuine quality. Young Boys, who are the holders, they won the league last year, have already been beaten by us. And they are the favourites to win the league again this year, with loads of their players making the Media Dream 11. Literally 0 of our players make it. And they've got Sebastian Aller up front for them. They're a really strong team. We, though, are predicted to finish 8th. So not one of the favourites to get relegated, but mid-table is what the media expect of us. I always ignore the media anyway. I always say that we can do way better than that. I think we should be aiming to try and win this league. We've beaten the champions. Why can't we go and win the league? Maybe the only thing between us and achieving that is the fact that we need to go and compete on at least 3 fronts. We need to go and win the Liechtenstein Cup, of course, to make sure we qualify for the Conference League unless we win it. And we need to go and compete properly in the Conference League itself. Just what we're on this screen as well, by the way, it's caught my attention. We did get 2 pretty interesting youth intake players last season. 2 decent looking strikers that I did want to bring to your attention, as hopefully and maybe they can play a part later on down the line in the series. But the best one, I think, is Hugo Anders, who's really quick off the mark, but then only has 10 pace, but has really strong finishing for a 16-year-old. And then there's his slow strike partner, who only has 8 acceleration, 7 pace, but again, really good finishing. His name is Klaus Overhoff, and he's only 15. Both of them are from Liechtenstein. I'm more, I think, impressed by Hugo Anders, who also does have an ambitious personality and decent determination. So maybe we can make a player out of Hugo further down the line, fingers crossed. To show you how our season has started as well, we have played the first few qualifying rounds in the Conference League. We played KF Tirana of Albania and drew with them at home, but beat them 4-2 away from home to go through to the next round. And then it was Sutjeska of Montenegro, who we beat 4-1 at home and drew 2-2 with away from home, seeing us through now to the 3rd qualifying round, where we've got CSKA Sofia. We lost to Levski Sofia, of course, in the Conference League last season, but if we win this tie, we'll be through to the league phase again, and that, of course, is our aim. Now that you're fully up to date, let's go and play some games and see what type of start we can make here in Season 2. Okay then, bit of an update here, and I'm returning about a month and a bit later on here. It is now mid-September, and the reason I return now is because we've just lost our past 2 games. We lost, first of all, to Toon Army, FC Toon. I think that's how you're going to say that. We were beaten 1-0 thanks to an own goal in the 68th minute, and we've backed it up with another away loss, this time to Luzerne, 3-1, even though they went down to 10 men as well. And it means that we are no longer making the brilliant start that we had made at the start of the season. After 7 games, we're in 5th in the league. I mean, this is absolutely fine in the grand scheme of things, isn't it? As long as we can finish mid-table, don't get relegated, it kind of only really matters what we do in the Conference League and, of course, the Liechtenstein Cup. In that regard, things are going a little bit better. We are through in the Liechtenstein Cup after beating Triesenberg 2. I don't know if that's their second team. Surely not. Right? Where's their first team otherwise? We beat them 10-0. We're going to win every round in this cup by about 10 goals. I think we won the semi-final last season 9-0. That is how dominant FC Vaduz are in this competition. And it will be an absolute travesty if we don't qualify for at least the Conference League every single season because of this. So that takes us into the last 8. And in the Conference League, we are now through to the league phase. I wanted to come back now to show you who our potential opponents are going to be in the Conference League phase this season. There are some big teams in here actually, which is a little bit worrying. There is Bodo Glimt, who are of course tearing up, or were tearing up, before they were beaten quite comprehensively by Sporting. That home away difference for Bodo Glimt is crazy, isn't it? I wonder if that's reflected in Football Manager. I doubt it is. Either way, they're in the league phase this season, but also alongside them, we've got Spurs. Tottenham are England's representatives in this competition this year. Now, I know Spurs are not particularly good in real life right now, but in Football Manager, they're always going to be a bit of a challenge. This makes the competition, I think, more tricky this season, also because teams like Wolfsburg and Olympiacos and Rennes from France are also now in this competition. It's going to be really tricky to actually go and win it, but that I think is going to be our aim. We're doing okay domestically, closer to the top than the bottom. We're going to win the Liechtenstein Cup again. Let's go and get through our league phase campaign, hopefully qualify for the knockouts, and then it's knockout football and anything can happen. On the pitch, let me show you some of the key performers here, with the main men really being our 2 strikers, Mokwa on this left-hand side and Robinho Vaz, his strike partner, being the main 2, scoring us the goals. They've got 6 and then and 7 respectively so far this season. It's a good goal scorer in return. Mohamed Salah on the right hand side. He's having a Mohamed Salah of this season rather than last, it seems, so far. Just 1 goal and 0 assists in his first 10 starts this year. Maybe I shouldn't have signed a player just because his name was Mohamed Salah. Either way, though, we're going to have to persist with him because the transfer window is closed. Now, I'm going to go and play through our Conference League phase and be back with an update when it's time for knockout football. Come on. And here is the result of that league phase. A little bit worrying, is that the word here? I did say it was going to be more difficult this season. We've played our 6 games. We did manage to win 4 of them, but we did lose twice. We lost to Olympiacos and Legia. Not even the teams that I was most worried about, specifically Spurs, who did end up winning this league phase. Olympiacos did finish 2nd, so they were one of the stronger teams in there too. Rapid 3rd. Sion from our league finished 4th, and we've ended up in 10th. It's not enough to get through immediately to the round of 16. We are going to have to go and play the playoff round. This was despite winning these 4 games, including a 6-3 win away at Hibs. We don't actually know who our playoff opponents are going to be yet, but we're about to find out, and it's now mid-December 2026. The league form has recovered from last time around, and we are in a position where we could go 2nd above Toon, who did beat us, if we win our game in hand. We've played 18 and we've got 32 points. You'll be happy to know as well that Mohamed Salah has now picked up another goal and 7 assists, so he's started to actually provide a little bit in the final third. The big stars, though, continuing from last time, have been our 2 strikers. 16 goals for Robinho Vaz and 13 goals for David Mokwa. And the big emergence of one of the signings that I didn't show you, or at least dwell on too long in the summer, and that was the signing of Depu from Young Afrikaans, an Angolan striker who's actually got 15 goals and 17 caps. Not always as a starter, he's picked up 4 goals in 16 games in the league, but in the cup where I use him most of all, he's got 6 in 2. Now, obviously, that is the Liechtenstein Cup, and we do win most games there about 10-0. The quarterfinal, by the way, we won 8-1 against Skarn 2. It must just be a thing that these teams have 2. Like, what's somebody who knows what's going on there? Is this the? It's not the second team, but it is the second team. Is their full name just Skarn 2? Because that was the case for the other team as well that we played, wasn't it? Either way, we are in a good position at this stage of the season, hopefully to go and push on. Can we challenge at the top of the league? We would be 5 points behind Young Boys if we win our game in hand. So I don't think we're going to go and win the league there. But at the same time, I definitely don't think we're going to go and get relegated, which I suppose is the main thing, isn't it? Conference League wise, let's go and find out who our playoff opponents are going to be. And I'll be back after that next round to tell you how it's gone. And this is what has just happened in the next round of the Conference League. Victoria Pilsen were our opponents in the playoff round, and we've just about snuck through. It was a 7-5 aggregate victory. This is where I doubt myself a little bit more in playing this 4-2-4 attacking gegenpress system. When we play a decent team, and Victoria Pilsen are a decent team without being an incredible team, I'd probably say. We score a lot of goals, but we also do concede a hell of a lot of goals. We've scored 7 goals over the tie, but it was a little bit more nervy than I think it should have been. 4-2 in the second leg here at home, after beating them 5-1 away from home. It does, though, set us up with a quarter-final tie in the Conference League. And look who we play. Spurs. It's always bloody Spurs, isn't it? I'm thinking that this will probably be the end of our Conference League run for season number 2. But just imagine we could sneak past them. If we could do that, it would really open up this competition, wouldn't it? We would be suddenly one of the favourites. Olympiacos, Wolfsburg, Basel even, I suppose. But I would start to believe that we actually could go and win it this year. And I think that means I now need to go and play this tie. I will see you probably for our exit from the Conference League season 2. But I will see you after these Spurs games. And, well, yeah, as expected, Spurs have beaten us in the Europa Conference League round of 16. It's a 3-2 victory here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for Spurs after we drew with them 0-0 at home. Maybe, looking back on that game, I was quite happy with the draw at the time. Maybe we needed to seize the initiative a little bit more, take a lead to Spurs here. Ultimately, though, even though we did take the lead through Depu, they struck back with an own goal from Hamel. I mean, Xavi Simons and Kulusevski are scoring their goals. Obviously, this was always going to be an uphill battle, wasn't it? We did get a goal back from Savovic on 57, but it wasn't enough. We are now out of the Conference League for another season. But outside of this, generally, results have been pretty good. Lots of draws in there, which means we're not, I don't think, going to go and win this league. But FC Toon have really fallen off, and we have managed to take ourselves to 2nd. Young Boys are on course to go and win this league now. There is only a handful of games left this this season. But if we could finish second, I'd be really happy with that. And it does definitely give us a platform to go and build on for next time. I've also worked out what's going on with the Liechtenstein Cup, by the way. We now play Skarn in the semi-final, which you'll be thinking, didn't you play them in the last round? We played their second team in the last round. That's why there's a Skarn 2. There's literally so few Liechtenstein teams that Skarn 2 play in it and Skarn play in it. And we're playing them again, but their first team now in the semi-finals. We're going to go and win the Liechtenstein Cup again. I'm sure of it. And that will mean that it's once again the Conference League for season number 3. All right, welcome back to this very, very exciting adventure. I hope you guys are locked in as much as I am for this. This is where we left things off in our first video. We had just been knocked out of the Conference League in the round of 16 to Spurs. We were a bit unlucky, really, that we drew the team that are favourites to go and win the competition in the round of 16. Otherwise, we could have quite easily gone further in this competition this year. I do feel like that. We were, though, I say comprehensively. It wasn't comprehensively beaten at all. We put up a really good fight against a really strong Spurs team. Thomas Frank's Spurs here had players like Kulusevski and Xavi Simons, and they beat us 3-2. I did stick to my attacking system, and I've seen a few comments. I hear you. There are two pretty attacking midfielders in this midfield that maybe leave us a little bit open defensively. I'm not going to change. It's the way that I play Football Manager. I really do feel like the more attacking you do, the better it is. And I'm kind of into it. And it almost worked here. But maybe it comes a little bit unstuck when you come up against much better opponents. Nevertheless, it is kind of working on pretty much every front at the moment. We went decently far in the Conference League. We'll be there in that competition again next year, providing we can go and finish off this Liechtenstein Cup campaign, where we've got Skarn in the semi-final, and then I'm sure we're going to go and win the final anyway, because we are such big favourites for that comp. That'll put us back in the Conference League for season number 3, but we do still have the small matter of finishing off our domestic season for season number 2. We're in an okay position, 5 points behind Young Boys in second place. Now, I don't think we're going to go and win this league. 5 points is a lot to overcome in what is only 4 games to go, but a second place finish would be massive. It really puts us in the prime position to try and win that domestic league in today's video. We're going to continue our adventure today, playing a couple more seasons, and I think this is how we're going to do this now series. If you guys will come on the adventure with me, we can do multiple videos of this save. The thing that always holds me back from doing this is that interest wanes, but I'm asking you now, come along on the journey and I will make multiple videos. And where you can play your part is by liking the video. 2,000 likes on this video will ensure that the video does well enough that we can keep doing this as a bit of a series. I think you guys get that. So 2,000 likes on the video is the target. Now, though, I'm going to go finish off this campaign, make sure I go and win this Liechtenstein Cup, try and win the domestic league, but I don't think it's going to happen. And I'm also going to go and do the transfers for season number 3. I'll be back and we'll be ready to start off afresh in this video, season 3. I want to win the league in Switzerland, and today I want to win the Conference League. I know that we can. I'll see you after transfers. Oh, and subscribe to the channel as well, because that also is nice. And in the end, ultimately, we finished 3rd in this campaign. It was a strange one, where in a 2-horse race, we finished 3rd. It was Basel that came from nowhere, really, to win the league in the end on 79 points. 5 points back was us on 74, with Young Boys in the middle on 77. It makes no real difference to us. There is a difference between what competition you qualify for the Swiss teams, but of course we can't qualify for any European competition. So finishing 2nd and 3rd, there's probably a bit of a difference in prize money, maybe a difference in reputation, but ultimately at this stage, that difference is going to be negligible. And the main thing is that we are in the Conference League once again for this 3rd season, because we did beat Balzers 3-0. I adore this competition, and reading the comments from last video, loads of you were pointing out just how funny this list of clubs are that take part in this competition. And now having a look at it, this was the round of 16 for season number 3. We don't just have first teams and second teams in here, we've got third teams in here. Balzers 1, 2 and 3 take part. Treason's 3rd team take part. It is a very silly cup. And also, apparently, according to you guys in the comments, a lot of these other Liechtensteiner clubs also play in the Swiss football leagues, but way further down the pyramid, and that's why they're still affiliated with the Liechtensteiner FA. Speaking of the comments as well, maybe this is a good time to mention, loads of you pointing out to watch out for the coefficients and how they work in a save like this. So apparently if we do well in the Conference League, we'll boost our coefficient position, and ultimately it might lead us to either qualifying for the Europa League or even eventually the Champions League. But then also loads of you are pointing out that this doesn't particularly work in FM26. My read on it is that we'll keep an eye on it as we go through the save, and if it benefits us, brilliant. And if it doesn't work and it's a disadvantage, then we embrace that because we've taken on a really impossible challenge anyway, and it'll just be fun regardless, right? Right now, though, everything is pretty clear. We need to try and win the Swiss Super League, improve on third place to go and try and win the whole competition, and also, can we go and win the Conference League? With that in mind, I've got myself all the way up to the 15th of September. That means I've played the entire summer, I've done all our transfer business, and we are actually about to kick off our UEFA Conference League campaign group stage. Before I show you the transfers, I'll show you the brilliant form that we've been in at the start of season number 3 as we progressed through the Conference League main path, first qualifying round, first and second legs, etc, etc. Long names, really long names. We have beaten JK Vaprus of Estonia. Shout out Ragnar Klavan. I feel like I do that every time anyone mentions Estonia, but he is my guy, up the Ragnar Klavan. We then backed that up by beating Lask of Austria, and I kind of feel like that is a step up in opposition, and this is a really decent win. We won 4-3 away from home, 3-0 at home in that round. And then it was the Bulgarian team, Botev Plovdiv, that we beat in the third qualifying round. This one was a 3-1 win at home and a 2-1 win away from home. Finally, that took us through to the main playoff where we played Neftchi PFK from Azerbaijan. We beat them 4-0 away and then 1-0 at home to make sure that we went through to the main league phase. I think the hardest team we played was probably Lask, and then the rest of the draws were decently kind, I think. Before we do kick off our Conference League campaign though, I must show you the transfers and changes that I've made to the team. And yes, there are quite a lot of them again. I almost make no apologies for this, although there is a small one. I do really get it. I actually do understand that loads of you will probably want less transfers because we are churning through a lot of players, and it's really difficult to get to know the players in the team if we change so many of them every single season. Believe me, if this challenge wasn't as difficult, and if the pressures of trying to do this speedily because of the pressures of things like YouTube series, it'd be lovely to do a really long slow grind of 20-30 seasons where you build up the team eventually and get there. Unfortunately, these things don't really work because nobody would be watching by the time we got to that point, and we just don't have time to do it like that. However, my compromise, I think, is that we try and churn through a lot of players and try and make swift progress at the beginning, and then we establish what becomes our team. The team that we can build on and develop because they're young, and we've got to a point where we can keep them here without having to sell them, and that's when they become our boys, and that's the compromise for this. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Hopefully you are, and I do kind of want to explain these things because your comments and the people giving this feedback are so valid, and I do try and take them all on board, I promise you. So let me quickly introduce you to the team for season number 3. Some have been here previously and some are new. In goal, we have Silas Huber, who is a Swiss keeper who's only 22. Maybe one to keep for quite a long time. 22, super young for a keeper, of course. A new signing at right back is Kalulu, with Danny Tasende at left back. And then centre back, Zinedine Belade on the right hand side, with Joel Felix, a Danish centre back, at left centre back. I really like him. I've signed him in previous saves as well. 6'3", left footed naturally. Danish centre-back Joel Felix. Two good midfielders. João Teixeira is 6'2" and only 21. He's definitely one that I'd like to try and keep hold of for the foreseeable future. Alongside a new summer signing, Ronaldo Dantas Fernandes, who has a fantastic name, and he's also Swiss with that name, which is cool. We then have Luan Pereira on the right-hand side with Luis Kumas on the left-hand side, the Liverpool youngster who's been out on loan to a few teams in the Championship in real life. And then up front, David Mokwa is still here from last season, and he'll be joined by Ivanovic. Mihailo Ivanovic, I think, is going to be a more than able partner for Mokwa this season. You can see as well, Mokwa's got himself 13 goals in 8 starts already at the start of this season. Of course, a lot of those are in the qualifying rounds of the Conference League and the Liechtenstein Cup, which has kicked off too. So maybe we shouldn't read into these goal scoring records too much, but everyone likes a striker that scores, right? You can see the bench as well there. Lots of these players were here last season too, as well as the youngster Hugo Anders is in this first team squad. I am really trying to integrate him where I can. Same with Klaus Overhoff, who has now played 5 times off the bench this season too. He was the other youngster. Now, the reason we actually signed so many players wasn't actually because I wanted to just rip up everything and start again. It was because we sold a lot of players for really decent money. We made £25.5 million in the summer. We sold a player for £7 million. Gonçalo Sousa went to Man City, which shows the calibre of player that he is. We also sold Savovic for 3.6 mil, Almaraz for 3.3, Kaidel went for 2.8, as well as some other standouts. Depu went for 1.9 million pounds. He was brilliant last season, mainly as a sub. And finally, Mohamed Salah announced that he was leaving at the end of the season, and everyone was shocked, appalled, saddened by this news, and he ended up going to SK Beveren of Belgium, I think it is, for 950k, which actually is more than the real Mohamed Salah is going to go for, which has just made me sad all over again. Goodbye, the Egyptian king. He's not even Egyptian, this Mohamed Salah. He's Belgian, isn't he? Goodbye, the Belgian king. It doesn't work. All of those changes, though, has led us to make a brilliant start in the league. Also, where, after 7 games, we are top of the league. I'm not going to count any chickens right now, though. We have lost 1 game and drawn 1 game, whereas Basel have lost 2 games. I guess it's kind of interesting that Young Boys have already dropped points in 3 games from 7. And our most recent game was them beating us. So this league could be quite open this year. And as I said, I'm not going to count any chickens, but my big aim is to try and win the Swiss Super League this year. We are only 3rd favourites, though, behind Young Boys and Basel. And I think we were predicted 2nd last year. So maybe the transfers I've made aren't even that good this year. I guess we'll find out. We must, though, turn our attention to the main priority. And that is the UEFA Conference League. This year, I'm a lot worried. We're surely not going to win it in this 3rd season. That is because there are some massive teams in it this year. This is, I think, going to be the biggest thing with the Conference League. It's going to be which teams from around Europe have ended up playing in this competition. This year, Athletic Club Bilbao are in the Conference League. They're going to be terribly difficult to go and beat. Fiorentina are in it again. How do they end up in it every single season, by the way? Manchester United are in the Conference League this season, which is terrifying. We actually play them in our very first game, which might be really interesting to see how we get on against them, as well as some other decent teams from around Europe. I'd love a media prediction or an odds or something on here to show who the favourites were, but FM26 doesn't like to give us things that we want a lot of the time, does it? Now, though, I'm going to go and kick off our league phase. Our fixtures are as follows. We play Manchester United, then Flora, then Slovan Liberec and Cercle Bruges, Shamrock Rovers, and then finally Nordsjælland from Denmark. I think we should be able to beat most of those teams, maybe with the exception of Manchester United. I'm going to go and play those games now and be back to let you know if we're going to get through to the knockouts for season number 3. Fingers crossed we can get the results that we need. I'll see you when the league phase is complete. All right, so it's now February. I have taken out a huge chunk of our 3rd season here. And do you remember what I said about not counting any chickens in the league? That is because FC Basel are also still pretty good. We've now dropped to 2nd after 23 games. We have won 15, drawn 5, only lost 3 games. We lost to Young Boys. Annoyingly, we lost 5-1 at home to Basel. They are really good, and if you do try and attack against them, they can kind of make you look a bit silly. We also lost to Lausanne, who are 2nd bottom in the league, so that one is a bit embarrassing, as well as the 5-1 loss, which isn't great. So maybe that domestic trophy league title isn't on the cards this season, although we are still very much in a title race. Of course, we have a better goal difference as well, and we still have to go and play them again. So maybe there is a chance we can go and win this league. As we said last season, though, this definitely isn't the priority, because where we finish in the league, it barely matters at all. Instead, what matters, though, is the Conference League. Now, back to the European charge, where the league phase was incredibly kind to us. We played 6 games, as do all of the teams in the league phase. We won all 6. We kicked off with a 3-2 win against Michael Carrick's Manchester United. He's ended up as the manager in the game as well, which is really fun. His team, which was a strong team, Sesko, Cunha, Mbuemo, Bruno Fernandes, all in there. His team could not cope with David Mokwa, who scored a brilliant hat-trick to give us a 3-2 victory to get us off to the best possible start in the league phase. And I talked about the other games in the league phase being pretty winnable, and they were. We ended up winning all 6 of our league phase games, going through, annoyingly, in 2nd behind Viking of Norway, who also won all 6 of their games. They had a better goal difference than us as well, that is frustrating. Imagine winning every single game and not going through top. Will that make a bit of a difference when it comes to the draw? Well, that's what we're about to go and find out, perhaps, because we are currently awaiting the round of 16 draw. I remember that I said, because of teams like Manchester United, I didn't feel like we could go and win this competition, but we've just proven that we can actually beat them. So maybe I should be more confident. Maybe we can go and win the Conference League this year. This group of players are clearly really good. You can see by the average ratings, we're having a lovely season. They're enjoying their football. We've got Ivanovic scoring 22 goals alongside his strike partner Mokwa with 19 in just 17 starts. The other striker that starts a lot of games, by the way, is Hornby, Fraser Hornby of Scotland. He's 6'5", which explains why he's in my team and playing a lot of games. He's scored 19 goals in 25 starts. But if I was to pick my preferred 11, it probably still still would be with David Mockwa in there. We've seen how lethal he can be, and you can see by the other appearances that mainly it ends up being this team on the pitch. Ivanovic has the highest average rating, but also big shout out to Lewis Kumas, who's picked up 15 assists from this left-hand side with a really strong average rating as well, 7.39 from him. I signed Miguel Chaiwa from Hibs, who is a defensive midfielder who's going to come in as a bit of a squad player. But in case you saw his name in the squad there without recognising who he was, that's where he came from. As well as a young Swiss player called Loué, who came in for just 29k from Sion. Now, though, it's clear, we're going to go and find out who we've got in the next round, in the round of 16 of the Conference League. And this season, let's go and try and win the UEFA Conference League. Season 3, I think it could be the year. And maybe, just maybe, coming back now, it is April, maybe it could be the year. This is the situation in the Conference League for season number 3. Am I excited? Yes. Am I a little bit nervous? Also, yes. We are in the semi-final of the UEFA Conference League. We've gone further than we've ever gone before. Further than last year where we got to the round of 16 and were knocked out by Spurs. This time, we're in the semi-final. And I've come back now because I think this might be where it ends. We've got Athletic Club Bilbao in the semi, and then if we do manage to get past them, it's Manchester United or Fiorentina. They're the 3 teams that I picked out in the league phase, I think I remember, that I said were going to stop us from winning this competition. They are probably the strongest teams in this competition. But whilst we're still in it, there is still hope that we could go and win it. I'll show you the route that we have taken to get here. We've successfully then got through the round of 16 and the quarterfinal. In the round of 16, we had Hapoel Beersheva, who we beat pretty comprehensively 6-2. 3-1 in both legs, really comfortably through to the next round. And that gave us another, I'm going to say it, pretty favourable draw. It was Young Boys, who are a big rival domestically, but we know that we can beat Young Boys. We know what they're all about, and we managed to sneak past them 5-4. It was a 3-3 draw in the home leg, which did give me a little bit of a worry. Having to go away from home with only a draw in the bag is always a bit of a worry. Ivanovic scored twice to give us a 2-0 lead, but Sebastian Haller got the first 2 goals of his hat-trick to make it 2-2. Dantas Fernandez gave us the lead again before Haller completed that hat-trick from the spot on 84 minutes. 3-3 heading into the second leg, but away from home we got the job done with the help of extra time. It was Ale who gave them the lead in the tie in the 34th minute, but then Mockwa just after half-time before Fabrizio Daniel off the bench scored a penalty to give us a 5-4 victory and take us through to this semi-final. And that is what I now need to go and play. But before which, I need to give you a quick update on the league, which looks like another season where we are not quite going to win the Swiss League. Basel have managed to maintain their very slim advantage at the top, 2 points clear of us, and it looks like we are going to finish second again unless we can beat them to take the lead in the title race in a couple of games time. There are only 5 games to go in this league campaign, but we play Basel. We also play Young Boys and Luzerne, who are the other teams in this top 4. I'll say it again, I'm not counting any chickens. There is a chance we could win a league title here. If we do, it'd be lovely, but also at the same time mean sort of nothing, but it would be nice. I will of course update you on that. But now attention turns to the UEFA Conference League semi-final, and I'm going to go and play that now and hopefully be able to report back with some good news. Fingers crossed. Well, is what I will say. That was much easier than I expected it to be. We are in a UEFA Conference League final, everybody. We have overcome this ridiculously strong Athletic Club Bilbao team. Still with Inaki Williams and Nico Williams in the team. Sanset is in there. Vivian in their midfield. Unai Simon in their goal. We've beaten them 3-1 away from home. Thanks again to the goals from David Mockwa mainly. He scored on 11 minutes to give us the lead. Tashira made it 2-0 on the night before Inaki Williams was set up by Nico Williams. And then David Mockwa was there on 85 to give us a comprehensive 5-2 victory against Athletic Club Bilbao. We let them have the ball the entire time. They had 65% possession, 18 shots compared to our 9, but we were never really in trouble, despite not really playing too well, at least in terms of our average ratings. We are through to a Conference League final. That was after we beat them 2-1 in the home leg, thanks to goals from Lewis Kumas and Tashira. And as if it wasn't going to be obvious enough, we will now play in the Conference League final Manchester United. A date with destiny awaits us. We've already beaten them once this year. Michael Carrick's United are the only team that stand between us and our first European trophy. The first trophy that we need to get us going, really, for this challenge. We need to win the Conference League to get to the Europa League. Then we need to win the Europa League to get to the Champions League. Now, the stakes are pretty high, obviously, because even if we win this and get to the Europa League, we have to win the Europa League next year. which is going to be tricky. But winning a European competition could be massive in terms of the reputation, also in terms of the coefficient if they're working. All I know is it can only be good news if we can go and win this UEFA Conference League final. And that now is what I'm going to go and play. And so here it is then, our date with Destiny, the Conference League final, our ticket to the Europa League next season. Potentially it's Manchester United in that final then. Let's go and get ourselves ready. Well, I've been having a bit of a think about how we should set up this team, and ultimately I think I'm going to stick with this very attacking system because it sort of poetically makes sense, even though loads of you, or some of you, have pointed out that this midfield might be leaking goals in there with the attacking midfield, defensive midfield dynamic of the pair in a 4-2-4. However, we've talked about this being the spirit of 99 the whole time. The Dwight York and Andy Cole strike force, and we're playing United in the final. It makes too much poetic sense for me to abandon it now, and we're going to go with this team into this final. Can we go and win a UEFA Conference League final? That would be glorious, wouldn't it, in season number 3? It's going to be Huber in goal with Felix and Balade as our centre-backs. Kalulu and Tasende have both been brilliant fullbacks this year. Dantas Fernandez with Tashira in the midfield. Pereira on the right-hand side. Kumas on the left. And then a big call up front. I'm going to go with Ivanovic because, of course, he's got 29 goals. And then alongside him, also on 29 goals, I'm going to go with the big Scot, Fraser Hornby, to partner him. He is going to take the place of Mokwa. And will I regret that? Maybe. Am I having second thoughts now? Maybe. No, I think I'm going to go with Hornby up front to start and Mokwa as our impact sub on the bench. And that is going to be our UEFA Conference League final lineup. Let's get ourselves into our first final of hopefully many in this series, because if we are going to succeed in this impossible, almost impossible challenge, we're going to need to get to a lot of finals. Okay, there's the Manchester United lineup. They've gone, as you'd expect, very, very strong. And there it is in all of its glory. It's Bruno in there, Cunha, Rashford back at United. I'm looking, there's not really any big signings in there, but they have got Marcus Rashford back at the club as a bit of a change. There's our 4-2-4. And here comes our team playing in a European final, which is pretty glorious to see. And am I feeling confident? I think I actually might just be feeling confident for this final. Is that, maybe that's overconfidence, but we beat them in the league phase. I just feel like we can beat them again. Where is this final, by the way? Is it in Portugal somewhere? I've just seen, yeah, I can see, I think it's at maybe Sporting Stadium. I want to say maybe that's wrong, but I did just see Luis Figo mentioned somewhere. Anyway, I'm confident, but can we do it? But of course, at this stage, I didn't realise what was about to happen. This was to be no normal European final. This was to go on to be a European classic. On just 7 minutes, João Teixeira latched onto Ivanovic's ball over the top to fire us into the lead, and that set in motion this epic. United would probe for an equaliser, and eventually Kobe Mainu released Ahmad to make it 1-1 at the near post, and then the pattern was set. Now it was our turn. In first half stoppage time, our left back Danny Tasende was on hand to score a lovely solo effort, and we led again. But after half time, it was a lead that would last only until just past the hour mark, when Mason Mount would again equalise for United. And guess what? He was there again just 3 minutes later, this time tapping in from Ahmad's cutback. And now for the first time, United had the lead. At 3-2, lesser teams may have been beaten, but instead of lying down, we fought back again in the 79th minute with this calm finish from Dantas Fernandez. 10 to play. Would either team find a winner in normal time? Well, no. Extra time in the UEFA Conference League final. And extra time is when the heartbreak happened. We just ran out of steam, and when Toby Collier scored this absolute pile driver 5 minutes into the extra time period, the writing was well and truly on the wall. And then it was confirmed on 114 minutes as Hefty put into his own net, and United would eventually run out 5-3 winners. They would lift the trophy. They would take the Europa League spot for next season, and we'd have to start all over again. Season 4, we're back in the Conference League again, but this has given me all the belief that I need. Now can we make incremental changes to our team? Now can we go and become the leading team in Switzerland, as well as more than capable of winning this UEFA Conference League, and maybe this will be good. This team wouldn't have been good enough to go and win the Europa League next year anyway, so another year in it and win it next season, and that might end up being better for us. At least That's what I'm telling myself now, because this FC Vaduz challenge, well, it's pretty difficult, isn't it? That's why I've called it impossible. It wasn't just for the YouTube title, even though it was mainly for that. All right, then. Last time around, we left things off on this very sad night as we were beaten by Manchester United in the Conference League final. Our first ever European final, and it ended in defeat in extra time. But today, I'm hoping we can bounce back. I've got grand plans to take Vaduz to glory in today's video. Whether that just be the Conference League, I'd be pretty happy with that. We're going to make some serious progress. That's how I feel today is going to go. And loads of you left me comments asking for longer videos with more progress, more seasons. So that is exactly what I'm going to try and deliver today. I've read every single comment, by the way. You guys have been smashing the response to this series. It's beautiful to see, and thank you so much for that. I asked for 2,000 likes on the last video. You obliterated it. So today I'm going to ask for 3,000 likes, and it will really help to make sure that this series is a success. Thank you so much for your support so far. Today, I'm going to go and play at least 2 seasons, maybe 3, and my plan today is to try and deliver you some glory in the save, because so far we're heading into season number 4 and we won the second division in Switzerland, and that's kind of it, isn't it, so far? With that in mind, though, I have got us up to the 13th of September at the beginning of season number 4. We've started our 4th season, and it's been a really good start to the season so far. You will see a few new names in this lineup as well. We'll go through a few of those. There's a new right back by the name of Loan Srdanovic, who's a young Swiss international. Charlie Savage, the son of Robbie Savage, now plays in our midfield. And there's a new Argentinian winger called Santiago Lopez. I'm quite excited about him. Also, only 22 years old. Look at the pace and the acceleration on him. Great crossing as well from the left-hand side. Could be a real asset for us. Again, super young. Has to be the aim for our transfers here. I'll show you all of those transfers in a second. Before I do that, actually, I really want to show you this guy who I'm perhaps most excited by. Angel Tostado, 17 years old. Signed for about £70,000 from Toledo. And he's a Spanish prospect with 20 determination. Can we build our future attacks all around him? I'm looking at his profile thinking he might just be the guy that scores all of our goals in the future. And he's also got a magnificent unibrow, which is always a bonus, I think. I will show you all of those signings once we've gone through our start to the season. Now, we are here in mid-September because it's about to be the start of the Conference League phase. We have gone through the qualifying process once again. Even though we reached the final of the Conference League, we weren't put into the Europa League. So the coefficient system in this save doesn't seem to be working in our favour. I'm not necessarily too upset about that. It's really buggy and weird in FM26. I believe by reading loads of your comments that actually if we did quite well in the Conference League, we should really be given a place in either the Europa League or the Champions League. We haven't. We're back in the Conference League again, even though we did do really well in that competition. And actually, this probably simplifies things. We're not going to get a quick pass into the Europa League or the Champions League. To go and win the Champions League in this save, it's just going to be as simple as winning the Conference League, then the Europa League, and then the Champions League. At least that's the way it seems right now, but of course, I'll keep an eye on it. The qualifying rounds then for the league phase. We beat Petrovac home and away to go through the first qualifying round. Iberia 1999 5-2 and then 2-1 to go through there. And then it was Shamaxi of Azerbaijan. We beat them home and away before the playoff round was against Herenveen of the Netherlands. We beat them again home and away, 3-2 at home. 4-1 victory away from home is really quite comprehensive, and we are through to the league phase of this competition. Of course, Europe is really where we're concentrating things in this save, although I would really like to go and win the Super League in Switzerland too, which, again, going by the comments on the last video, apparently we don't actually officially win, even if we were to win the league. Now, so far, we haven't won that league. We finished 2nd last year behind Basel, and we finished 3rd the year before that in our first season in the top flight. So, this year, I'm hoping can be the year that we win it, even if we aren't officially recognised as the champions because we're not from Switzerland. So we can't be the Swiss champions, even if we actually do win the league. This year, though, might well be that year because we've made a really good start. We've won 6 of our first 7, whereas the holders Basel have only picked up 9 points from the first 7 games. And Young Boys, who won the league in the first season we were here, have only picked up 7 points. So there could be a real opportunity to go and win this league title this year even if they don't officially recognise us as the champions. You guys will recognise it though in the comments, so I do want to go and win that. Back to the Conference League. These will be our opponents in this competition this season. This is the league phase, and we like to have a look at this to see which teams are in here, which teams are going to be the main rivals to us winning the competition. I feel pretty good about this list of names. We do have Aston Villa from the Premier League. That will be tricky, but I think it could have been a lot more difficult. We've got Rangers in the competition. We've got Lille from France, and then perhaps the most difficult opponent, at least on paper, might well be Sevilla of Spain. They've got a real pedigree in European competitions, so if we do come up against them, that could be tricky. But do you think I'm right in thinking that this isn't particularly a difficult list? I think this puts us in a good place to go and be one of the favourites to go and win this year, especially after we made it to the final last season, and especially after some of the transfer business that we've done for this year. I've shown you most of these players. We've spent £21 million and sold players for just under £15 million. In terms of the finances, a few of you were asking about the finances. We've got £7.6 million in the bank, which is, I mean, it's healthy enough without being extravagant. We are a team that plays in the Swiss League, so I don't think we're ever going to be really flush with money, or probably not until we go and play in the Champions League regularly, if that's even possible. Are we going to be able to play in the Champions League regularly, or is it going to be every 3 seasons if we win those other competitions? This save is definitely going to be difficult if that is the case, but we're in a good spot financially, and they give us a budget of about £5 million every season, which once we've sold a load of players, we can then reinvest it. Technically, we've spent an outlay of about £6 million this year, haven't we? £7 million on Lopez, the Argentinian winger, Sadanovic, the right back, Savage in there for £4 million. I do really like this guy, Noel Atom. If you watch all of my videos on the channel, you will probably recognise Noel Atom because I've signed him in lots of saves because he's a big, tall centre-back, and I like that. And then a few squad players as well as Angel Tostado, £70,000 from Toledo, the young Spanish striker that I'm going to pin all of my hopes and dreams on, I think. Players that have left, we did sell Luis Kumas for £9 million. He's got himself a move to Juventus, which is a great move for him, and it's £9 million worth of profit there. And we've also said a very sad farewell to David Mokwa, who's been a fantastic player for us up front, scored a lot of goals for Vaduz, did Mokwa. He's moved to Paris FC for £3.5 million. Lots of other players have left for small amounts, and that makes up all of our business, as I'm going to go and make some of that progress that I talked about. I'm going to go and play up until, I think, maybe even the end of this 4th season. If we get knocked out of the Conference League, I'll come back if and when that happens. But if we make it to the latter stages, I'll come back then and we can go through those final games together, where I'm hoping, with the list of teams that are in the competition, I really think we can go and win the Conference League this year. That has to be my aim. I'll see you towards the end of our 4th season. Oh, and I know that I mentioned it before, but you guys smashed the like target on the last video, and it helps so much for this type of series. I said 2,000 likes and you absolutely obliterated it. So I'm going to say 3,000 likes is the target for today's video. Please do drop a like on the video if you are enjoying the save, and also subscribe to the channel, then you won't miss the next video when it comes out. And here in April, towards the end of April, heading into May, we're about to win our very first title here with FC Vaduz in Switzerland. We technically have won the league already, but it hasn't crowned us as champions. I think because we aren't actually able to win the league. We are 17 points clear with 5 games to go. St. Gallen in second. We have smashed our league campaign this year, lost just 3 games over the course of the campaign. We did lose to Basel in the other game. We drew to them earlier on in the season. We also lost 5-1 away at Young Boys, so these results can still happen, definitely. We also lost 1-0 to the Toon Army as well, but overall, it's been a very, very successful campaign. I'm actually very intrigued to see how they treat it in-game when you do win the league, so I will check in with that at the end of this season for sure. But technically now, even though we have won the league, we haven't been awarded the champions mark on there, so let's see what happens. But elsewhere, the biggest news is this. We have beaten Sevilla in the UEFA Conference League quarter final. We are about to go and play a semi-final in this competition, the competition that we lost in the final of last year. And at the beginning of this campaign, I talked about Sevilla being our biggest rivals, the team that I was most scared of who were in that league phase. And yet, we have beaten them 9-4 on aggregate. It was a pretty close affair until the 80th minute, really, of this second leg, when Fraser Hornby scored to make the score 5-4 on the night. A ridiculous game of football. And then we really took it away from Sevilla. We scored this amazing team goal, which was finished off by Fabrizio Daniel. He started the move at right back ended up finishing off with a lovely finish at the back post. That made it 6-4, and then we added one more. Again, Fabrizio Daniel on the end of it eventually, after about 15 little rebounds in the box, and that ensured that the game finished 7-4 on the night and 9-4 on aggregate. We did win the home leg 2-0. We have knocked out Sevilla, and then before that, we'd already knocked out Aris Limassol of Cyprus 4-1 on aggregate. We won the first leg. Again, we won it 2-0. And then second leg, an own goal, and finally a goal from Dantas Fernandez to wrap things up, to take us through to that quarterfinal with Sevilla, and we have knocked them out. And it sets up a semi-final tie with Aston Villa. I feel pretty vindicated in my predictions before the start of the campaign, because I picked out Villa, I picked out Lille, I even picked out Sevilla, who we've just knocked out, as our main rivals to go and win this competition. And in that semi-final, it is us against Villa, and it will be Lille against Policia of Ukraine. If we can get past Villa, I think we become massive favourites to win this competition. I would back us to beat Lille. I would also back us definitely to beat Policia of Ukraine. This could well be the season that we get ourselves this Conference League win, and it could take us to the Europa League next year, which would be so much fun, because it would be actual genuine progress on our journey to try and eventually win this Champions League. Maybe we could even win the Champions League in today's video. That would be a little bit shocking, but I'm daring to dream, I think. I'm especially daring to dream because during this league phase, we played 6, of course. We won 5 of those games, which included a 2-1 win against Aston Villa. Another goal from Fraser Hornby, and then a winner from Charlie Savage gave us a win at home against Villa already in this competition. So why shouldn't we be massively confident for this semi-final here to try and get us to another final? I really think we can go and do this, and I'm going to go and play this game now. Oh, and elsewhere, by the way, we are into the final of the Liechtenstein Cup once again. We've just beaten Bolzers 8-1, as you might expect. I actually don't think I even need to bring you any updates on this cup ever again, really. Against these teams from Liechtenstein, it is super easy. So just presume we win this cup every year, because that is, I'm sure, going to be the case. Now, though, I'm going to go and play the semi-final with Villa, and fingers crossed we book ourselves another ticket into the final again. And there we have it. It is indeed the case. We have won 5-4 on aggregate against Aston Villa here, and we will once again be playing a European final. It was a 3-3 draw in the first leg away at Villa Park, which set up this grandstand second leg back at home for us. Harvey Elliott gave Aston Villa the lead on 15 minutes, but second half we pulled it out the bag to make sure that there would be no slip-ups here. A goal from Pereira on 57 minutes made it all square. 4-4 on aggregate at this stage before the big man, one of our big heroes of this save, Fraser Hornby, popped up with the winner on 82, taking us to another European final. It is time to put things right. It is time to go and win this final and qualify us for the Europa League next season. Think of the steps forward we can make once we're into that new higher level of European competition. And our opponents in that final will, of course, be, I'm sure you predicted it, Lille. They won their tie 5-1 on aggregate against Policia, and they are going to be the other finalists that we will be placing as we play at the Astana Arena, which again has a little bit of history on this channel with the movie that we made. You should go and watch it. I'm hoping this is where we're going to go now and confirm our first European trophy. I want to show you as well, at this stage we have indeed finished off the domestic campaign, where we are we're not the champions. I mean, St. Gallen are the champions this year. We've finished on 93 points, 21 points clear of them, and yet they've got the little C next to their name. It was indeed the case that it hadn't crowned a champion because second place was still up for grabs amongst the actual Swiss teams, and it went down to the final day before St. Gallen were actually crowned as champions, even though we finished well above them. What a sad sight that is. We are, of course, though, the real champions. In the hearts of the people, Vaduz have just won themselves a league title, even if the history books don't show it. We'll always have the Liechtensteiner Cup, though, and we have won 7-0 against those old rivals Skarn in the final. This competition, by the way, is a really nice way to keep giving game time to our young Spanish striker, Tostado, who has lost his face but has gained a load of attributes as he continues to develop. This season, I've been able to give him 11 starts in the league. He scored 5 goals, but in the Cup, he's scored 5 goals in 4 games. So overall, he's picked up 15 goals, 13 assists in 22 starts, and he's also got himself into the Spain under 21s team, where he scored 6 in 3 games. He might just be the real deal, and definitely might be somebody that we build our attack around for the future of this save. Very, very exciting, even if he hasn't been a regular starter this year. Now, though, it's time for this final. Let's pick our team and find out if we can go and win a European trophy. Huber in goal continues. Sedanovic has been great at right back this year. Tasende still at left back. Noel Atom and Belade as our centre backs. Charlie Savage, what a signing he's been. 15 assists and 10 goals from midfield, alongside Teixeira, who's been here for ages. Pereira on the right, Lopez on the left, Fraser Hornby alongside Ivanovic up front. That strike force have delivered lots of goals. 38 goals for Hornby, 42 for Ivanovic. And that's with Tostado on the bench to come in when we want him to. That is our team. Can we go and get ourselves a European trophy? And, well, we could. It wasn't the most vintage performance for us, but in the end, we got the job done. The star of the show? Well, it was the big man, Fraser Hornby, stepping up just before the half-hour mark, spinning on the ball to smash home left-footed to give us the lead. But as I say, it wasn't vintage. Lille would fight back to level on 68 minutes through a penalty, and the last 20 minutes became nervy. Throwing the team forward to try and find a winner, well, then it happened. 90+3. The big man was there again on the end of this flick from the boy wonder Tostado to score the goal fit to win any European final, to give us the lead 2-1, to give us the victory that would see FC Vaduz win their very first European trophy. The UEFA Conference League was to be won by Liechtenstein's FC Vaduz this season. FC Vaduz, European champions. And that victory on that night in Kazakhstan would be our ticket to qualify for the Europa League in season number 5. Unless something weird happened with the coefficients, which I'll go and find out now. I think, looking at everything in the news items after the game, that we will be in the Europa League rather than the Champions League next year. But I'm going to go and confirm that now, and I'm also going to go and build a team capable of challenging for the Europa League. How big is that step up between the European competitions? I guess we'll go and find out. I'm really hoping that it isn't too big, because I think this squad of players that we've got here are actually really good. And with 1 or 2 extra signings, I think we could actually go quite far, even in the Europa League next year. But I guess we continue our journey and find out. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to FC Vaduz Europa League team. That is right, we are indeed for season number 5 in the Europa League. I was wondering whether or not the coefficients would act weird and we'd end up in the Champions League, or if something would fail and we'd end up back in the Conference League. But no, it is working as I initially thought this save was going to work. If you win the Conference League, you're in the Europa League, and if we win the Europa League, I'm hoping then we'd be in the Champions League. But we're just going to find out what happens as we play the save. It doesn't seem like the coefficients are playing up in any way where actually winning that competition should put you in the Champions League in some weird ways. But no, we're in the Europa League, where we are going to start in the league phase as well, straight in to the main section of the competition, where we will be up against some really very good European teams. Fiorentina, we play them once again. We might play them once again. Manchester United, Lille, having got to that final against us last season. Otherwise, in England, we've also got Spurs are in the Europa League this season. Wolfsburg are in there. A lot of the teams that we've met in the Conference League have moved up to here as well. We've got Marseille, look. There's plenty in here. It's going to be tricky. I don't think we're going to win it. Galatasaray, that could be a fun game as well, couldn't it? I don't think we're going to win it this year. However, I do genuinely think the team that we've collated, got together, built, developed, has a bit of potential. I do think this squad here can actually go and pull up a few trees. Now that we're champions domestically, we've won the Liechtenstein Cup, obviously. We've won the Conference League. There is plenty to build on, and with all of that in mind, even though we have qualified for a higher level of European competition, we've had one of our quietest transfer windows. If I go to the transfer history, we've only signed 6 players, and 4 of them were on free transfers. That is unlike me. Maybe you guys were asking for less transfers. This is what you've been waiting for. Some of them are definitely only going to be backup squad players too. The main bit of money that we've spent is £6 million on a young new-gen Brazilian called Beto. Now, the temptation to sign new-gen South American players is going to be strong in this save, especially as they do seem to get work permits for the most part. This guy Beto is a defensive midfielder who has got caps for the under-21s for Brazil, so plenty of potential there. He cost us £6 million from Santos, and then the only other player that I spent money on was Fructuoso Ledesma, who was a right winger from Mexico, and he might well need to go straight into the team, or at least be one of the contenders to start in our attack, because we did lose a couple of key players this summer. We came under attack from Al Batin of Saudi Arabia, who signed 2 of our players. They spent £10 million on the combination of Ronaldo Dantas Fernandez, who has been a bit of a stalwart in our team, only 24 as well. I did talk about maybe building around him for the future, but £5.5 million was kind of too much to turn down. And guess what? He really did want to go to Al Batin, Saudi Arabia, and sign for them. So I've allowed him to leave. The other signing they made was our right winger. Luan Pereira has gone for £4.5 million, and that's what's led me to replace him, probably with Ledesma. We did sign a few free transfers too who could well come into our team. You can see how many games they've played. Marcos Lopez has played 7 games already this season. He's a left back from Peru. And then 4 starts at right back for Athakame, and also a couple of starts in there for Ro Yao, a 6'6" French centre back. Again, there has to be at least one of these signings every summer, right? We do also say goodbye to Tsende from left back, and also Joel Felix has moved to Altai. He left on a free transfer at the end of his contract. This means that the squad now looks like this. I'm going to continue in this 4-2-4 system. I sometimes call it a 4-2-4. I sometimes call it a 4-2-2. Sometimes I call it a 4-4-1-1. It's the same system that we've been using throughout this so far. Now, though, we're going to have Beto alongside Savage in our midfield. The defence is basically the same, with Lopez in at left back instead. There has been a change at goalkeeper, though. Amir Saipi is going to be our number 1 for this season, at 29-year-old Kosovan. And then in the attack, Ledesma on the right-hand side, but up front, I think I'm going to starting Angel Tostado. I think it's time. He's now 18 years old, continuing to develop beautifully. And I'm going to have to make a bit of a judgment call here. Do we go with Tostado, or do we go with the big man, Fraser Hornby? He scored so many goals last season, but I think it might just be time to maybe prioritise the development of Tostado. Even if in the short term it might be a bit of a net negative, over time, I think it'll be a big positive, especially for the domestic games and the cup games that we're expected to win anyway. I think I will try and prioritise the development of Tostado. And you can see that I've been doing that in the first games of this season too. 7 games played, he has scored 8 goals and assisted 6 times. So it's been a very good start. Some of those are in the cup, and some of those are very winnable games domestically too, of course. These are our fixtures so far. We've won all of our games in the Super League, bar this game where we did lose at home to Basel 4-3. And we have kicked off our campaign in the Liechtenstein Cup, winning 16-0 away at Triesenberg's second team. Tostado did score 6 goals in this game, which you could argue is slight stat padding, but it looks good, doesn't it? Now, though, we kick off the serious business. It is the Europa League phase, and we actually play our first game against Lille, who we played in the final of the Conference League last season. Then after that, we have Slavia Prague, we have Galatasaray, Standard Liège, Bodo Glimt, as well as finishing off against Kristiansund and Braga. They are tricky games, yes, but I do think they are games that we should be able to accrue enough points to at least get through in the playoffs. And that now is the aim. I'm going to go and play the league phase and come back and let you know how it's gone. It will be a bit of a tester to see just how good now is our squad. Can it make that step up to the Europa League? Let's go play some league phase games and see. And if the question was, can we make the step up? The answer, at least it seems, is yes. After the league phase, I've now gone forward to the 6th of March 2030. We are into the final stages of our 5th season of this save, and Vaduz have qualified for the round of 16 in the Europa League by finishing 5th in that league phase. 8 games played and 6 wins. We beat Slavia Prague. We beat Utrecht, which I think I missed out when I was going through the fixtures. We beat Standard Liège, Bodo Glimt, Kristiansund and Braga. And we actually went unbeaten because the other 2 games were draws against Lille, the finalists we played last season, and Galatasaray at home 1-1. Looking at the teams around us, we finished above Manchester United. We finished above Spurs. It was FC Midtjylland of Denmark that won the league phase, or finished top of the league phase, just ahead of Galatasaray on goal difference. And all of this means that we are through to the round of 16. We are into the knockouts of the Europa League, where we will play Lille. The team that we beat in the Conference League final last season are our round of 16 opponents. And I am really confident. We did draw to them in the league phase, but I think there's an opportunity here. If we could maybe avoid Spurs, maybe Manchester United, if we avoid those teams, maybe we can go quite far in this. And I think that confidence comes from the games where I've played these teams, and we've more than held our own. For the most part, in most games this season, we are showing that we are the better team. And so maybe I am getting a bit ahead of myself, but I actually think there is a chance we could even win this Europa League this year with a bit of luck. Some of that confidence also comes from the domestic form, where we're once again top of the table. We're 9 points clear of Basel in second, although Basel do have a game in hand. We're looking good to go and retain our title from last season, even if we don't officially get awarded it. How sad is that, by the way? Even on the past winners list, it doesn't even put us in there. It doesn't even put us in the top 3 on the past winners, even though we actually won that league last year. St. Gallen, champions apparently. Ridiculous. Although, just for clarity, I do understand why. It does make sense. But as I say, we are in great form domestically and in Europe. We've only lost 3 games this year. That Basel game I showed you before, as well as a loss to Young Boys and then Basel again. The league, of course, does split and you play the top 6 teams, etc., etc. But I am feeling super confident at this stage. I feel like the team is purring, and that includes the young striker Tostardo, who's picked up 25 goals now that he's a starter. At the moment, he is injured. He sprained his ankle ligament, so will be out for a couple of weeks, but 25 goals in 32 games, alongside Ivanovic, who's picked up 30 goals. The big man, Fraser Hornby, has well and truly become a backup. Only started 4 games this season because there hasn't really been a need to play him, even if he is a fantastic option off the bench if we need him. But this settled team now gives me all the confidence I need, I think, to go really far in this Europa League campaign. And I'm going to go and try and do that right now. I'm going to go and play some knockout games. And I think I'm going to come back when we've been knocked out. Because as I say, I don't think we are going to win it, but I do think we have a chance. I'll be back once our run comes to an end. What happens if our run doesn't come to an end, though? We're in the final. We've got to the Europa League final here in our 5th season with Vaduz. We are on the brink of qualifying for the Champions League for what will just be our 6th season at the club. And all that stands between us is now FC Midtjylland of Denmark. I did not expect this to happen, so I now must show you exactly what has happened to lead us to this point. We are now playing Midtjylland in the final, but we drew in the semi-final Spurs. A little bit of revenge for when Spurs knocked us out. I think it was the 2nd season where they knocked us out in the Conference League. Now, though, after losing 2-1 away from home, Ledesma did score a goal for us, but Solanke had already scored a brace. We turned it around at home with a 4-1 victory. Ledesma, Beto, Savage, and then a goal to top it off from Santiago Lopez. A 4-1 victory and 6-2 on aggregate has booked us a place in the Europa League final. Before that, in the quarterfinal, it was Copenhagen. We won 3-2 away from home after a 2-1 win at home. 2-1 at home, Overhoff and Beto with the goals before a 3-2 win away from home, and it was a bit of a comeback. We were 2-0 down in this second leg before in 4 minutes we turned it around completely. Marcos Lopez on 76, Arribas on 78 and Santiago Lopez on 80 gave us the victory in the second leg and the 5-3 aggregate score to put us through for that Spurs semi-final. And if you remember, and then if you remember, it was Lille that we faced in the round of 16. A 1-0 win at home in the second leg after a 2-2 draw in the first leg saw us safely through 3-2 in that tie. So we have indeed had that little bit of luck that I said that we needed to be able to go far in this competition, and somehow we've ended up in the Europa League final, which we're going to go and play now and see if we can really start to turn this into a fairy tale. Elsewhere, I should update you that we once again are kind of champions of Switzerland. We have won the league, although Basel have been awarded the league win this season despite finishing 2 points behind us. And we did win the Liechtenstein Cup 5-0 with a win against Bolzers. At the very least, we'll be in the Conference League again next season, although maybe reaching the Europa League final will qualify us back for the Europa League, or maybe even the Champions League, who knows. What I do know though is if we win the Europa League, we will be in the Champions League next year. That, I suppose, is what we're going to aim to try and do now by picking a team for this final. Huber is back in goal. We're going to go with Athercame at right back and Marcos Lopez at left back. We're going to start Royal as one of our centre backs. He has been a regular in there, but he has been rotating with Noel Atom as well. Atom's got 36 starts, whereas Royal's got 37 starts. He will partner Belade at centre back, and then in the midfield, Teixeira and Savage, I think, are going to be my choices, with Beto on the bench for this one, who's not quite fully fit. And we're going to go with Lopez and Ledesma as our wingers. They are usually the starters. And then up front, a slight issue is that even though we do have Ivanovic who will lead the line, he's been one of our 2 main men up front this season. He's got 35 goals in 49 starts. We've got a slight fitness issue for Tostardo. He's really not fit enough to start this game, so we're going to keep him on the bench and use him as a sub And I'm going to start Arribas, one of our free transfer signings in the summer. We're going to use him as one of our 2 strikers, but start him in a role as an attacking midfielder slightly deeper because he can't actually play as a striker. So a slight little tweak. The other option was, of course, to play the big man Fraser Hornby, but he's really not played this year. And he's actually got terrible morale and no match sharpness. So I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to go with Arribas in here. And that's our team to go and play a Europa League final. Let me submit that team. And let's get ourselves into a second consecutive European final. This is what we set out to do. To win the Conference League, then the Europa League, and then it's the Champions. We could just go and do this next year. Win this, win the Champions League next year, and we've finished the challenge. That's the end of the Vaduz videos, the Vaduz series. I don't think it's going to happen, but can you imagine? Let's get ourselves into this. There is our team, with Ivanovic leading the line. I like the way on the graphic they can't quite do the offset one. It becomes a 4-2-3-1. Francolino leads the line for Midtjylland, and that is quite scary because he's very good in FM26, isn't he? Here come the 2 teams. And as the teams emerged from the tunnel, a real sense of the fairy tale did start to dawn on me. And perhaps the players too, who made the perfect start on the pitch as Marcos Lopez surged forward and fed Arribas to give us the lead. Arribas in for Tostado from the start, the big call pre-match, and immediately proving to be the right call. But all fairy tales have ups and downs. And so would be the case when Midtjylland were awarded a penalty for this Lopez trip on Bishkov. Francolino duly dispatched, and we'd go searching for the lead once again. A lead that we would find on 41 minutes, where that man Arribas was there again to make it 2-1. This would take us up to half time, and we were just 45 minutes away from reaching the Champions League. Midtjylland, though, would again have other ideas and equalised on 54 minutes through Castillo. And I must admit, I did think at this stage maybe this one would get away from us again, unless a hero could emerge. And who could that hero be? Well, obviously, the big man. And so we threw Fraser Hornby on, and on 86 minutes, it was him who got himself on the end of Atherkame's cross to put us into the lead 3-2. This time, Midtjylland had no answer. And in fact, we even added a 4th through our young intake striker Overhoff before Midtjylland added a consolation at the death. 4-3, the final score, and FC Vaduz were champions of Europe again. Europa League winners. But this time, this was our ticket to the Champions League. Or at least I hope it's going to be. Back-to-back European champions then, and 2/3 of the way through our impossible task to win the Champions League with FC Vaduz. You have to be in it to win it, and next season we're actually going to be in it. That is, of course, unless the coefficients mess up and we're back in the Europa League or something like that. But that shouldn't be the case. And we should have a Champions League campaign for us next season, season number 6. Now is the time to try and make this squad as good as possible to try and compete, because it might be our only shot. If we don't win the Champions League next year, we're probably going to be back to the Conference League. And that might be a pretty difficult one to take, even if it is the most likely thing to happen. I best go and do some really good transfers, and that's what I'm going to go and do. This was it then, where we left things off last time around. That famous night in Rotterdam, where we beat Midtjylland. We were crowned champions of the Europa League, and thus qualifying us for the Champions League. It was Hornby, Fraser, the big man Hornby, who popped up in the 86th minute before Overhoff scored, and then they got a goal back right at the death. We did enough to complete 2/3 of our very specific journey that we have to go on to make this save a success. This series could end today if we're successful. We are going to have a 1-season shot in today's video to go and try and win the Champions League in what will be season 6 of our journey. Saying that out loud does sound a little bit like we're ahead of schedule, and actually the chances of winning this Champions League are going to be very, very slim. But aside from drawing Spurs in that competition, we had a relatively easy path to that final. We beat Copenhagen, then it was this Spurs semi-final, and we did really dominate them. And then it was Midtjylland from Denmark in the final, which I think you'd argue isn't the worst draw to have. And all of this means that next season we are going to be in the Champions League. If, of course, everything works correctly, we should now go and receive our qualification for the Champions League. We have at least won the Liechtenstein Cup to make sure we're at least in the Conference League. We have also won the Super League, even if we aren't officially being recognised as winning the Super League. But we did end up finishing first in that competition. But at this point, I am just awaiting our budgets for next year to find out just how much speculation we can go and do. Our balance is at about £10 million right now, so that's definitely not rich for a Champions League club. And worryingly, even as we've gone through these seasons and qualified for the Europa League, we haven't really been given a much bigger budget. I guess this is because we are a team from Liechtenstein that play in Switzerland, and neither of those leagues or nations are going to be the most wealthy in Europe. And so this becomes my first job for today. I'm going to go and get ourselves up to the start of next season. I'm going to find out what our budgets are, and then I'm going to go and do my transfer business for this Champions League campaign. Now, forgive me, I may well go a little bit crazy if they give us a big budget. I don't think they will, but we have to go for this. We're in the Champions League for the first time. If we don't win the Champions League, next season's going to have to start the whole process again, probably back in the Conference League. And so any time in this series that we find ourselves in the Champions League, this is the time to not think about developing players, is to try and build a squad capable of actually going all the way. Listen, I don't think it's going to happen this year, but I'm going to treat things as if it could happen and absolutely go for it. So I'll be back after some transfer business. Wish me luck. And as I go and prepare for this, I should jump in and just say, please do continue to smash the likes on the videos in this series. You guys are insane. I set you a target of 2,000, 3,000, and you guys are showing so much support, which I truly, truly appreciate. Keep the comments coming in as well. I do read every single one. I love all the advice, even if most of the time I'm going to ignore it because I like doing things my way. And I'm sure that most of you watching have got to know that over the years. Either way, a big thank you for me. Please do continue to like the videos. Let's say 2,000 likes as the target for today. And also subscribe to the channel. Make sure you don't miss the next one. Transfers. Let me go do these transfers. All right then, would you have a look at this? This is the list of Champions League clubs for the season 2030-2031 in my save. And look who's on that list at number 34. I really hope I don't stay down there. FC Vaduz of Liechtenstein are a Champions League team. We are going to be playing the likes of Liverpool and Dortmund and Chelsea and Atletico Madrid and Arsenal and Bayern Munich and Man City and PSG and Real Madrid and Viking. Viking are following us everywhere we go from Norway, aren't they? We are surely the biggest outsiders in this competition. Even if we are the Europa League champions going into this, this is going to be terrifying, and I have got us up to the very beginning of this Champions League campaign. We kick off against Arsenal as our first game, which is slightly terrifying in itself, but I have of course done some transfer business, and it maybe isn't quite as many as you thought it might be, and it's definitely not as speculative as I'm sure some of you predicted it would be. We have spent 9 million. Only £9 million. Now, it is on 11 players, and there are some really interesting free transfer signings, if I do say so myself. And maybe a couple of South American bargains as well, because you know how much I love those. But only £9 million. And this was a result of our tiny budget that the club gave us. We were only given about £1 million to go and spend for this season. And so any money that we did spend, we had to bring in ourselves through sales. So let's start with the sales first of all. We have sold 6 players for £14.5 million. We've turned a profit in the season where I said we're going to absolutely go for it to try and win the Champions League. It might not be enough in the end, but I'm hoping some of these players are going to turn out to be bargains, and at the very least we can sell them for profit later on and keep this club ticking over to eventually win this Champions League, even if this season isn't that year. But still, we're going to go for it. Those players that we've sold are Sergio Arribas has been sold to Al Fatah for £8 million. This is the profit that I'm talking about. £8 million worth of profit to sell a player we signed on a free to a Saudi Arabian team. Started and scored in some really big, important games for us. So seeing him go is a little bit sad, but I don't think he was going to be a starter regardless this year. So it's good money. We've also sold Badrami for £3.3 million. Royal has also gone to a Saudi team, Al Weda, for £2.7 million. And then a couple of other sales of players that weren't quite going to get in the team anyway for not too much money. That has financed the following though. The most expensive signing we've made is Martin Ojeda from Toronto for £4.7 million. I don't know if he's even going to be a starter either, but he was a little bit of quality that I thought we could bring in for relatively cheap, and he's definitely going to be a good squad option. He is 31, so this is where I'm kind of trying to bring players in that can be good right now and maybe disregarding the future a little bit, because this is our one shot at the Champions League. Otherwise it's another at least 3 seasons seasons before we're going to be back here. Probably. I know that I keep saying this, but the way that the save seems to have worked so far is that the coefficients don't seem to be playing any part in which European competition we're qualifying for. So as it stands and the way that it's working out at the moment, and this might change, it is literally we have to win the Conference League, then the Europa League to get ourselves into this Champions League. It might change in the future, but for now, it's at least 3 seasons before we can even get into the competition, and we're going to need a lot of luck to get there. So of course, as always, I'll keep an eye on this and update you if anything changes, but for now, this is the way that I'm going to treat it. We've also brought in Jonathan Norby, who is a centre-back with lots of height. He's only 23 as well, a really good player on this year's FM, £3.5 million. Might not be a starter, as you can see by the appearances here, but another brilliant squad option and definitely one for the future as well. Next up, though, and this is the guy that I'm perhaps most excited about this summer, Jan Pablo Kufi is a midfielder from Colombia. This is that South American signing that I talked about. Less than £1 million for Jan Pablo Kufi to be an absolute machine in our midfield. He's 6'5" with 18 jumping reach. Brilliant passing at 15, 18 technique, and we have signed him for £875,000 from Deportivo Cali of Colombia. He's already got 4 goals, 3 assists in his first 8 games of the season. Could definitely be a real linchpin in our midfield. And I'll quickly go through the other players. We've also got Irie from Freiburg in on a free transfer. The rest of the signings are free transfers. I really like Jacobo Ramon as a centre-back option. He actually made my list of top 10 centre-backs that I put together earlier on in the year. So seeing him on a free transfer, it was a bit of a no-brainer to bring him in. And then the other players are decent squad options to come in and give us a little bit of a boost as well. It means all in that the squad, I think, or at least the starting 11, is going to look a little bit like this. Huber will continue to be our goalkeeper, even though he is actually currently injured again at the moment. Bit worried that he is getting quite a few injuries. He missed a lot of last season through injury. We're going to have Srdanovic continue at right back with Lopez continuing at left back. We've got a few really good centre backs. Kalandadze is a good option, but Jacobo Ramon also, who's currently also injured, but back tomorrow. Kufi comes into our midfield, probably alongside Savage. Beto can play in there too. Ledesma on the right-hand side was brilliant for us last season. And then Sagoon, who's been here for a while and has developed really nicely into a really good option on our left-hand side, is going to be one of our options. He's a Nigerian with a load of pace on this left-hand side, and we're going to be using him quite a lot, I think, this year. And then up front, the trusted pair that is of Tostado, who is continuing to develop beautifully. He'll play alongside Ivanovic, who is our main goal getter most of the time. I do think that 11 can go and beat some really good teams. Whether they can actually go and win the Champions League will obviously be a long shot for this season, but I guess there's no harm in trying. Now, though, we are going to go and kick off our campaign. And as I mentioned before, we play Arsenal first. The other teams we've been drawn against are Benfica, AZ Alkmaar, Besiktas, Lille, again, another team that we just play all the time, Red Star, and then finally we finish off against Porto and Atletico Madrid. I actually think, on paper, this is quite a kind draw. Teams like Red Star, Lille, Besiktas, AZ Alkmaar, these are teams that I think we might be able to pick up points against, and all we really need to try and do is finish at least in the playoffs and progress to the next round, and I think I'd be happy with that, because keep ourselves in the hat, keep ourselves in with a shout. It would be an absolute dream to finish in the top 8, but again, that would be really tricky. Either way, though, I think I'm going to go and play the league phase now. I'll be back to show you how it's gone, and it can be a great marker to see exactly how good we are. Games against Arsenal, for example, if we can go and get a result here, maybe we can go quite far in the competition. If they humble us, well, we'll be well and truly humbled, and we'll be aiming for those playoff places, and just to use this year as a bit of experience. I'll be back, though, after the league phase. Wish us luck. This here that you are watching at the moment is Tostado scoring our 3rd goal at the Emirates Stadium in a 3-1 win against Arsenal. Yes, we were able to beat Arsenal in our first Champions League game, and this is a real marker to just how good this Vaduz team actually is now. I have gone ahead and played all of our league phase games, and I think this one just sums it up. We went behind to a Declan Rice goal, but Timber scored an own goal, and then Tostado, our main man, the Spanish talisman that we have up front for us. Look how good he has become, by the way. I really like the fact that his physicals seem to have come on quite a lot as well. He's got this 16 finishing. This is a player that we have to try and do everything to try and hold on to, because if we build everything around him, this is a future star. He's still only 20 years old, and he's scoring 2 goals at the Emirates away to Arsenal. We are a serious football team. And that is only confirmed by our 8th place finish in the league phase of the Champions League. We beat Arsenal and we beat a bunch of other teams as well. 5 wins in our campaign. We beat Benfica, we beat AZ Alkmaar, we beat Lille, and we beat Red Star. There is an 8-0 win against AZ Alkmaar in there, which just goes to show how strong we actually are. We have fantastic players. We are slightly inconsistent, which is why we finished 8th and not higher up, but we are straight through to the round of 16 in the Champions League. We did also draw away at Besiktas, as well as losing our last 2 games. Otherwise, this could be even better. We actually lost to Porto 2-1 and Atletico Madrid 2-1 at home. So we're not quite perfect, even if we are capable of winning games 8-0 in the Champions League. There are still losses creeping in there, draws in there that might be a bit disappointing. But overall, I am absolutely loving this group of players this season, and I've made a few changes and tweaks to the starters as well, actually, since we were last here. You can see by the number of games played that this is usually our regular starting 11. Beto has come back into the midfield. I've moved Tostado up to the main striker. Roberto Lopez, who we signed on a free transfer, is now playing in that number 10 striker role that is kind of mainly actually more of a number 10, and I don't think we were getting the best out of Tostado there, which is why I've moved him further up. And Tostado, he's kind of rewarded us for doing that because he scored 24 goals in just 29 games. By the way, how frustrating. I've set up my tactics view and I always have goals on the left-hand side and then assists, and it always reverts back to being goals afterwards, and I can't do anything about it. So I'm just going to have to get used to having assists and then goals. How annoying is that? Oh, and by the way, a quick moan about SI as we get through this video today. This Champions League season was going to be on the end of the last video. It was going to be a 3-season video. That video was going to be a long 3 seasons. And then SI dropped the update, which killed all of the skins and mods that I use in the games. So I had to spend basically a day to get everything back to how it was working. And that's why we've got 2 videos this week instead of 1 longer one. Maybe you prefer it this way, but I do know that loads of you were asking for the longer videos. Either way, I'm going to take my time and explain things because hopefully you guys are enjoying the videos, and having more of them isn't necessarily a bad thing. There you go anyway. That's why it's just a 1-season video today. Back to the lineup though and the performances of the players. I want to point out once again, Jan Pablo Kufi, who plays in our midfield. He's got 10 goals from central midfield and 5 assists. He is a dominant force in there. And when we get to see a few more highlights over the year, I'm hoping you'll be able to see just how dominant he looks in the match engine as well. What a player, what a signing he has been. Less than £1 million to bring in a player of this quality could well be a game changer going forwards in the save. Again, only 20. Him and Tostado, they are the types of players to build everything around forevermore. Elsewhere, I should show you that we are once again top of the Super League. It will get to a point, I'm hoping at least, that this becomes very much secondary to the European campaigns that we go on, because we should really become the dominant force in this division, even if we're not recognised as actually being the champions each year. But 22 games in though, it's not been perfect. 15 wins, 5 draws and a couple of losses in there. Always we seem to lose to Basel. They are, despite being 4th, a thorn in our side every season, and are technically the reigning champions, of course, aren't they? Now though, attention turns back to our round of 16 tie. We haven't yet been given the draw. Instead, we need to see the outcome of these playoff matches. It is AZ Alkmaar versus Atletico, Bologna versus Liverpool. Imagine teams like Liverpool, Bayern Munich in the playoffs, Porto and Strasbourg. We need to find out who the winners are going to be of these games, and then we'll find out our round of 16 opponents. Other teams that will be in there are Man City, who topped the league phase, Newcastle, PSG, Arsenal, Chelsea, Barcelona. Besiktas snuck in ahead of us after drawing with us, and then of course us. There must be some missing playoff games here that I didn't show you. There should be more teams, right? Ah yes, here's the full list here. I missed out a few of these. We also have this Ajax Pauk game. Juventus Real Madrid as a playoff match is interesting. One of these massive giants is going to be knocked out. And then finally we've got Legia against Parthenope, which is of course Napoli. Another thing that's broken with the update. I need to go and do my name fixes again. I wanted to mention as well, at this stage, because of now us being a team that are in the Champions League, we've seen a real boost to our finances. We're up to £46 million as our balance, and you can see that by the lovely green wiggly line here that is constantly rising as we gain in reputation, as we play our football at the very top table. And I know loads of you will also be wondering about the coefficients. This is the current climate. We're actually number 1 in the nation club coefficients list, and this is where I don't think it's necessarily working in the save. I don't feel like we've been awarded any places because of these club coefficients. We're the 9th ranked team with the 5 years rolling points that they put together. Continental competitions, whereas in the continental comp nation coefficient coefficients place race. Switzerland are just down here below Norway, so I don't think that would affect us, whereas Liechtenstein don't even appear on the list in any place. So I'm not sure exactly how that works, and like I said, I'm not even sure that it's necessarily working. I suppose in today's video, we'll finish off by me confirming what competition we are in for next year. That is, of course, unless we win the Champions League, which would see us end this series by completing it. That said, a little bit of housekeeping. Let's go and find out who we're going to play in the round of 16. Find out who goes through these playoff matches. And here are the playoff round results. They are kind of interesting in lots of different ways. First of which, let's go through them. I think we really need to dive in to the specifics of this Champions League run. Once we get to a Champions League, I feel like we have as much detail as we possibly can. Bayern Munich are out to Benfica. Liverpool are through against Bologna. We've seen Legia of Poland go through against Napoli. Lille have beaten Copenhagen on penalties. Porto have beaten Strasbourg. Atletico Madrid are through easily against AZ Alkmaar. Ajax have knocked out PAOK. And finally, Juventus are out because Real Madrid have knocked them out. And loads of you, I am sure, will have already noticed that over on the right hand side, the draw has been made for the round of 16, and we will play Real Madrid. It could have been a much kinder draw, but I suppose we were right at the bottom of those top teams that have gone straight through. So maybe that's why we've got a really tricky tie here. But Real Madrid were a playoff team, so it also feels really quite unlucky. We could have got Lille, we could have got Legia, we could have got Ajax, Newcastle, or even Arsenal, who we've beaten in the league phase already. But no, it's going to be a trip to the Bernabeu. Now, this alone is quite exciting in itself. Let's have a look at this Real Madrid team that we're going to come up against. It is Arbeloa that is still in charge at Real Madrid all these years in, which I suppose is a bit of a surprise. Let's have a look at this Real Madrid squad, though. They've signed Wesley Fofana, Upamecano is in there, João Neves is now a Real Madrid player, Hassan Ouedraogo is in there, and they've still got Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Jr. and Federico Valverde. That is, I mean, it is slightly terrifying, isn't it? Anyone else interesting on this list? They've signed Mickey van der Ven, and they've got Lewis Miley on loan from Newcastle, and they're paying 86k to have it. What a strange signing that is. Regardless of all that, though, this is going to be a truly terrifying proposition, but I need to go and pick a team and play against this Real Madrid team. And this Real Madrid team is pretty good. And straight away, we have a slight issue in that our goalkeeper is injured again. I think we need to replace Silas Huber. He is always constantly injured, it seems. I don't even think he's listed as injury prone. He just seems to miss quite a lot of games for us. So he won't be playing. And in fact, our second choice keeper is also slightly injured, and I don't think I'm going to risk him. We're going to go with this man, Nino Ziswiller, who's finally going to get his proper chance in this team. He's 31. He's from Switzerland, and he's not very good, but he's going to be our keeper at the Bernabeu, which is, again, scary. We're going to go Athercame at right back, Spasil comes in at left back, Atom versus Ramon, Kufi to run on midfield alongside Beto. Beto's been a long-serving midfielder for us now, hasn't he? And then the attack, at least, is as first choice as it can be. Ledesma on the right, Sagan on the left, Lopez and Tostado. Tostado, who was wanted, is he still wanted? He's wanted by Napoli at the moment. He was wanted by Real Madrid at one point as well. Again, and if they make us a bid, it might be hard to turn that down. He is also, I should share the kind of terrifying news that he does have a £40 million release clause, and he doesn't want to sign a new contract. So we may well end up losing the player that I've said I'm going to build the entire team around. His value is only £22 million, but surely he is way better than that value kind of shows, because he does still have 3 years left on his deal as well. It's a little bit confusing, that one, and I am a little bit worried about it. Actually, I'm a lot worried about it. I wonder if Napoli come in with a £40 million bid, we're not going to be able to hold on to him. So fingers crossed that just doesn't happen. Maybe if he gets a big injury, that would do it. He scored 27 goals and 35. Surely somebody spends 40 million on him. Surely, right? Now, though, let's submit this team and get ourselves to walk out at the Bernabeu in a Champions League knockout game. We have come so far with Vaduz. I mean, it might end now because this is Real Madrid, but let's go and play this first leg and see what we can do. There's the Real Madrid team. It's Lunin in goal for them, and it's Ziswiller in goal for us. Jude Bellingham starts, Trent starts, Vinicius Jr., Mbappe up front for them. Terrifying. Mbappe bearing down on goal against Ziswiller is not something I thought would be happening at this stage in the save. There, though, is our team in the Champions League colours. Doesn't it just look glorious? And the Champions League motif as well, as the teams are about to walk out down the tunnel. Listen to that Champions League anthem. Here come FC Vaduz to play a Champions League knockout game against Real Madrid. Fingers crossed we can go and get ourselves a respectable result in this first leg. If we can take a draw back to our stadium, that would be brilliant. If we could take even a narrow defeat, that would open up some options, wouldn't it, for the second leg? As long as we don't get tonked, I think is the way. We are, though, underway. And, well, this wasn't the plan. This isn't how it should have gone. This shouldn't be how our Champions League campaign is going to play out. But the final whistle has just gone, and we've lost 5-2 to this Real Madrid super team. Kylian Mbappe has scored 4 goals, 3 of them assisted by Vinicius Jr. Jude Bellingham set up Valverde to score the opening goal on 10 minutes. Mbappe then scored 2, both assisted by Vinicius Jr. Before we got a goal back, Roberto Lopez made it 3-1 before half-time. But even before that half-time whistle, Mbappe had time to complete his hat-trick and make it 4-1 before adding a 5th on 59 before the hour mark. Kylian Mbappe 4 goals inside the hour mark, and at this stage our fate seemed pretty much sealed, doesn't it? But we did get a goal back right in added time, injury time, to make it 5-2. We need to turn around a 3-goal deficit. Ojeda scored that goal, and it gives us a semblance, a tiny hint of hope to go and get through in this tie. I don't think it's going to happen, but now we're going to brush ourselves down, and we're going to bring Real Madrid to Liechtenstein, and maybe we can pull off the biggest of Champions League miracles. I don't think so, but we have to go for it, right? Okay, come on then. Let's try and do the impossible. Let's get this team ready for the second leg. Just the 3 goals to overturn. Crazier things have happened. Actually, have crazier things happened than this? I'm not sure they have. This is going to be our team. I've brought back in Saipi as our goalkeeper. He is back to being fully fit, although he is still lacking a little bit of match sharpness. We're going to put Ziswiller back on the bench. And Huber is still injured, but he is okay to be on the bench as a second goalie, so I have put him in there anyway. But that should be a little bit of an improvement. Saipi, the Kosovan, is a much better goalie than Ziswiller. Maybe that'll help to keep Kylian Mbappe out in this leg. I'm not sure it will, but we can try, can't we? Srdanovic is going to be at right with Kalandadze at left back. Noel Atom comes back in alongside Ramon. Kufi Beto, Ledesma Sagan. Tostado starts as the deeper attacker, and I've brought Ivanovic back in for this game. I want his experience and that natural... I want his experience and real eye for goal in the team. If we're going to come back, we need the players that are most likely to score goals, and I think that includes putting Ivanovic in the team. So let's submit this team. Let's try and go and do the impossible. Let's bring Real Madrid to Liechtenstein and try and teach them a lesson. They have gone full strength, as you probably would expect them to, it seems. They've got Mickey van der Ven back in their team. There are the 2 teams. Let's address our team and say, we've got the revenge team talk. This is on. This is going to happen. Go and get revenge in snowy Liechtenstein. How fun is that it's snowing as well at our beautiful, lovely stadium? There's the Real Madrid team. Come on then. The orange ball is out, ready for this snowy game. Here come the 2 teams. Can we do what will go down in football history as a miracle? Can we achieve it? Let's get ourselves kicked off and try. And in terms of that miracle, well, it didn't start great. After just 6 minutes, Kylian Mbappe did what Kylian Mbappe does best against us, apparently, and scored again. An absolute worldie and yet another goal. And this made it 6-2 on aggregate. No way back, right? Unless on 11 minutes, Angel Tostado got a goal back for us with a smart finish after a charging run down the right by Kufi. Maybe the start of a famous comeback, or, well, maybe not. Before half-time, Real Madrid did score their 7th goal of the tie through Ouedraogo thundering home Alexander-Arnold's corner. And even though we would manage to score twice in the second half, Beto with this deflected effort on the hour mark, and then Lopez right before the final whistle. Our brave first Champions League campaign has come to an end. This probably now means that we need to start the run all over again. It probably means that we're back in the Conference League for season number 7. And the idea that we have to be perfect from here, not being knocked out by any teams in any of our European campaigns, could well mean that it could be a long time before we see Champions League nights at Liechtenstein again. And I did say that in today's video, I would confirm what competition we're going to be in. So I have now gone ahead. Next season, we are indeed confirmed back in the Conference League. This is despite the coefficients. We will take part in the first qualifying round of the Conference League for season number 7, beginning at the very, very start all over again, despite 6 seasons of progress. What will this now mean for the players that we've got? We've got players that came to us because we were a Champions League team. we now don't have the finances that the Champions League brings us. We might see players leave. This impossible save might genuinely be about to get even harder. And I suppose that's exactly why we started this journey. I will see you next time as we start all over again here with FC Vaduz. We've made it to the Champions League once. We need now to go and try and do it all over again. We begin today then with the devastating news that Angel Tostado, our star striker, the man we were building everything around, has indeed departed. Napoli triggered that release clause of £40 million. We referenced it in the last video. I said I was worried about it, and it has indeed come to pass. 40 million is going to be an absolute bargain for them, and this man is the type of player that I'm going to really regret losing. I tried and tried to give him a new contract, but he would not sign it. Maybe in part because today we have to start our journey all over again. Tostado, who scored in the Champions League knockouts last year, is probably too good to be playing Conference League football, and I was worried that that might well be the case for a few of our players now that we're back in the Conference League. We got knocked out to Real Madrid. It was a very sad exit, and we really did give it our best in the round of 16. A 7-5 defeat on aggregate. We beat them back at home 3-2 on a snowy evening at Rheinpark Stadion. It was, of course, not quite enough. And as confirmed at the end of last video, we are once again starting our journey back in the Conference League at the start of the entire process to try and win the Champions League. We're at least 2 successful, perfect seasons away from even playing in the Champions League again. And then if we are to get there, we then have to have that 1 season shot to actually win it. This is the UEFA Conference League lineup for season number 7 in our save. There we are, look down at number 33, and guess who's back in the competition with us once again? Viking. It doesn't matter what competition we're in, Viking are also in that competition. I swear it's a very freaky thing that's going on there.
I don't like it.
We are, though, in there alongside teams like Sociedad, Nice, no Lille, it seems, from France this year. Now, that is a bit of a surprise. Aston Villa, who we've defeated previously in this tournament, but also this year, Borussia Dortmund have found themselves in the Conference League. And that one maybe is the team that I'm most worried about. Should I actually be worried, though? That is the question. Are we now better than the Conference League? Have we outgrown this competition? And should this season actually be quite easy? You know, make our way through the league phase, get ourselves into the knockouts, go and win this competition, because technically we're a Champions League level side now. That is, in theory, what I want this save to become. That if we do suffer defeat in the Champions League, it shouldn't actually be more than those 2 seasons of success to get back in the competition. Eventually, we should be good enough to do that, and eventually maybe the coefficients will catch up as well. That's always the question too. As I did show you in the last video, and as I did confirm at the end of the last video, we had to go and qualify again, despite reaching the Champions League knockouts. Qualifying through being top 8 in the league phase, we did have to start the Conference League way back in the first qualifying round, which I have gone and played already, as well as doing some transfer business, which I will share with you in a second. But so far, way back in July, we started this campaign. We beat Neman Grodno of Belarus 9-0 and then drew 4-4 with them at home, which is a slightly weird one. We then had a friendly cup where we played Norwich in the final of that and won that, which again is just weird Football Manager things. The second qualifying round was an easy victory against Novi Pazar of Serbia. And then finally, it was the Czech team Baník Ostrava, who I do believe is the team that Milan Baros signed for Liverpool from, which is just some weird Czech knowledge from me. We knocked them out anyway pretty easily, and then it was the Austrian team, Austria Vienna, finally in the playoff round to qualify for the league phase. We are, of course, into the league phase, and our most recent match was a 21-1 win against Treason's third team in the Liechtenstein Cup. Still the most fun competition to play in Football Manager, I think. I should show you the end of last season as well, where we did end up winning the Super League again. Winning, I say, because we don't get recognised for it. And do you know what? I'm still not over it. We're the best team in this league, and you don't recognise us as being such just because we're from a different country. Maybe we shouldn't go too far down that route, actually. Either way, though, we did beat Skarn in the Liechtenstein Cup 10-0 to qualify us for the Conference League this year, and the domestic league finished like this. We got 84 points, 10 points clear of Young Boys, the champions, in second. Now, though, a very interesting update before we kick off our Conference League campaign in today's video. We got loads of money for being in the Champions League last season, as well as some massive sales. The biggest transfer window in this save's history. It's 13 players in, which is, of course, a lot. But this all came from the sales of players this summer. We did, of course, sell Tostado for £40 million, but he wasn't the only one to depart. We were kind of raided by Saudi teams in the summer, and I took it as an opportunity to move some players out, and I was kind of waiting to check whether we could bring better players in to do so. And there was a lot of really good, fun little free transfer signings, as well as some good signings that I'm really happy with, but it has been a real season of change. Loads of these players did just want to leave, and I wonder if that is because we've dropped back down into the Conference League and we're no longer a Champions League team. These players have decided that they're too good for us, and so, well, I've sold them. Tostado, of course, is the big one. The release clause was triggered, but we've also sold Benedict Sagoon, has gone to Al Qadsia, £24 million. What a profit that is. £23.5 million worth of profit. 40 million profit for Tostado, who we signed for something like £70,000, wasn't it? From Toledo, I think it was. We've also, though, sold Roberto Lopez, Jacobo Ramon, Jonathan Norbier, Ivanovic has moved on. Damak, look, coming in and buying 3 of our players for £18 million in total. João Teixeira, another one who was here for many years, has also departed this summer. And then to round off the list, Lopez Irie Savage, another player who played lots of games for us over the years. Callum Dadze, and then finally Maloney has gone out on loanee. Sorry. £110 million in, though, means that I could be speculative this summer and buy a team that is hopefully way too good for the Conference League. And that's where we welcome the following players. Alex Tavares is a new gen player, Swiss as well, which makes this even better, who we've signed from Manchester City. Signing a few Swiss players helps us to register them for the league, of course. He's a 21-year-old winger, and I'll quickly go through the others too. Nordseth is a centre-back from Norway. Kostic, a 20-year-old attacking midfielder signed from Hajduk Split. Sekulic, another pretty big defender, Australian. Nascimento, a Brazilian defender. Mudra, another striker option for us. A Czech left winger or striker, but I think probably best through the middle. And then some cheaper options in Angelov, Marsiglia, goalkeeper. Now this one could be interesting if he can take the first team spot away from Huber, who we had real worries around last time about his injuries. He was constantly injured and he missed both legs against Real Madrid because he was injured, and it's not really good enough. So I've signed a really good young Colombian goalkeeper here, who is actually the Colombian #1 right now. He's got 3 caps for them, maybe the future of our goalkeeping position there. And he only cost us £2.5 million, which is always good fun. And then to round off the players we signed for actual money, Sasha Spremo, a great name, is a defensive midfielder. Pasquale Lucetti, a left back, and Jose Aguiar, another defensive midfielder from Portugal. And that leaves 2 players. Both are those free transfers that I kind of referenced a little bit earlier on, and both, I think, take us to a completely different level. Maybe this is where our reputation from being a Champions League team lingering over, even though we're back in the Conference League, because we were able to attract on July the 1st on free transfers Ryan Cherky, whose contract at Manchester City has expired, and whose contract at City who's still only 28 and whose contract at City had expired. He's come in to be one of our number 10 players, and I think he's going to play a lot of games for us. And also, maybe the most important signing, Andy Diouf, a player that I always, constantly sign in Football Manager, a really good, all-round, box-crashing, action-packed midfielder to come and play in our midfield. Still only 28, just like Cherky as well, and his contract was up in the summer also. So a big summer of change, and allow me to go through this 11 then to show you what I think the new look Vaduz is going to look for as we start our journey all over again. In goal, it will be the new #1 Marsiglia, behind a defence that is half the same and half different. Zdanovic continues, Atom continues, but Nascimento comes in, and there's a lot of rotation options in there and competition for the centre-back spot. Lucetti comes in as the new left-back. And then for the rest of the team, a change of shape also. We're going to move to a 4-3-3. It's still going to be very gegenpress. It's still going to be very front foot and attacking, but a slightly more solid midfield, I think, is the way we're going to go, with a defensive midfielder. I know, what a departure that is from the way that we've played this save so far. Should I change the tactic that has got us to the Champions League with FC Vaduz? Maybe not, but sometimes you just want to freshen things up, and with the players we've got, I think this is the best way to get the best out of them, basically. Aguiar is the defensive midfielder, but a lot of our other midfielders can play a bit deeper too. And then we've got Andy Diouf and Beto in front of them. There may well be a time when we push one of these midfielders further forward or go back to the 4-2-3 4-2-3-1 type shape that we've played before to bring in players like Ryan Cherky. But I think specifically for those big Champions League nights, something like this might be, again, a little bit more solid. And then up front, Ledesma continues on the right-hand side, but new players Kostic and Angelov are going to lead our line. It really does feel like there's a big name missing from the 11. That loss of Tostado really does just jump out and shout in your face, doesn't it? Especially because we also did lose Ivanovic in the summer too. It's very new look, but I'm hoping it's going to do the business for us this summer. I feel like that was quite a deep dive into the new team, but it's because I want you to get to know these players and hopefully we can stick with them for a while and launch a new assault on winning this Champions League eventually. And we have made a really good start in our game so far this season. I did show you the fixtures, I think, a little bit before, but just in terms of domestically, we have won all 5 of our games so far. We've beaten Young Boys and we've beaten Basel away from home. And if you remember, that was always a bit of a sticky one for us where we did usually lose those games. This time around, though, we're going for perfection. And I'm really hoping that there will also be perfection in the Conference League phase. That is what I'm going to go and play now. And I'm hoping it all goes well. And would you have a look at that Vaduz right at the top of the table for the Conference League phase here in 2032. And that is exactly what I was hoping was going to be the case. When I talked about hopefully being too good for the Conference League, not having too much of a hangover of having to start the journey again, this is exactly what I was talking about. We have won all 6 of our Conference League phase games, and we are going through as the #1 seed, straight through to the round of 16. We beat in that time at San Sebastian or Sociedad 2-0. We beat Steaua Bucharest 4-1. We beat Pogon of Poland 3-1. Osijek of Croatia 4-1. Before finishing up against Sparta Prague and Göztepe of Turkey. I'm sure that's not how you say some of those names, but nevertheless, it was a pretty easy fixture list for our league phase game. So should I get too carried away with that league phase campaign? The fact that we won 100% of our games? No, but am I going to? Probably, because I'm full of confidence for this Conference League campaign now. Perhaps also boosted by the fact that we are playing the Puskás Academy of Hungary are our round of 16 opponents. And honestly, looking at this list of teams here, I don't want to be too dismissive, but there aren't that many teams here that I'm particularly worried about. Obviously, there's Sociedad, but we've already beaten them once. They play Sarajevo. Nice could be a little bit tricky, but I think we'd beat them. And then obviously there's Dortmund. Now, if we do come up against Dortmund, that will be a bit of a shootout, but we've shown that we can mix it against teams like Real Madrid, and there's obviously a reason why Dortmund are actually in the Conference League in the first place. It feels like a real opportunity because Villa, who were one of the teams that I was really worried about, have finished 28th in the league phase. They were only able to win 1 game. They lost 3 games, and I suppose we were lucky because they actually were drawn against Borussia Dortmund as one of their games. They also played Viking, who I think they're our mate. Did we just become best friends? I think we did. Now though, I'm really, really confident, perhaps also more confident by the way that this team is performing. There have been some real standout performances as well. Have a look at these average ratings of this 11 right now. Is this my first 11? It probably just about is. The keeper's made a great start. 43 games for him in goal. We play so many games in this league because we have the Liechtenstein Cup, and because of the way that the Swiss League breaks off and is broken into categories, you actually end up playing a load of games, as well as those Conference League games and the qualifying games that we end up playing. Look how many games our players have played already, and it's March. I guess we are heading into the final stages of the season, but even so, some of these stats really do read quite beautifully as you go down them. The back 5, if you include the keeper, has really established itself as the first choice, and then in midfield a couple of changes. Kostic has come in for Beto and become a real regular in that centre mid spot, and then Sasha Sprimo has really taken that defensive midfield spot away from Aguiar. Aguiar is a really good rotation option, but if you look at the average ratings, you can see that there is a difference in there. And then one big change in the attack is that I've been using Cherky as a winger, as an inside forward rather than as a winger actually. Even though he is not the quickest player, look at the numbers he's put up for us playing in the Swiss League. 31 goals in 40 starts with 26 assists. Now, a little disclaimer, he does take all of our set pieces because he is so good from a dead ball, but 57 goal contributions from 40 starts is absolutely outrageous. These are Ballon d'Or numbers. I don't think he's going to win it because he plays in Switzerland, but still. And obviously that's the most impressive thing here, but also Andy Diouf has scored 29 goals from midfield. And this is also where I should remind you that we do also play quite a few random dog and duck 11s, if you want to call them that, in the Liechtenstein Cup. These teams are not very good, and we do score 20 plus goals in some of those games. So maybe some of these figures are slightly misleading, but they do make for great reading, don't they? they? Mudra on the left wing has played a few games as a striker quite a lot as well. He's put himself in as maybe the first choice on the wing now. And Angelov, even though he hasn't played every game, has still come in and contributed pretty nicely too. This then all leads us up to these knockout games. I'm going to go and play this Pushkash Academia round of 16 game, and then depending on the draw, maybe go and play the next round or two as well. If it feels like we're big favourites, I might just play through them, and if we get knocked out, be back with some very sad news. But if we do go through, I'm hoping, unless we come up against Dortmund, I think there should be a nice easy run through to maybe another European final. Let us hope and pray that is indeed the case. I'm going to go and play some knockout games. And well, here it is. It is exactly as we would maybe have predicted. We are going to be playing in another European final. We have avoided Dortmund up until this point here, where we will play them in the UEFA Conference League final. We're going to have another European final and a shot at reaching the Europa League for next season. Unless, of course, the coefficients do something weird. We might end up back in the Champions League. We're going to find out, though. Let me show you how we got to this point here. In the round of 16, we did beat Pushkas Academia as predicted. 3-0 on aggregate, a 3-0 win at home, and then a 0-0 draw away from home. Safely saw us through, whereas Dortmund knocked out St. Gallen, taking us into the quarterfinal where we played Karabag. Karabag have played a lot of Champions League football in their time. In lots of ways, they feel like a pretty similar story to us. But we won this tie 4-2 on aggregate. They did give us a bit of a scare. They beat us 2-1 in the away leg for us, but we were able to beat them 3-0 in the return leg. Goals from Cherki, Beto and Ledesma would see us through to the semi-final. There we played Nice, and it was very, indeed, Nice. We beat them 3-0 in the first leg, giving us a comprehensive lead to take into the second leg, 1 foot into the Conference League final for this year. Cherki, Mudra and Juf with the goals. Players that I see pop up on the goal scoring lists every single game, it feels. And a 1-1 draw away from home was enough to see us through to the final. And now we go in fresh off the back of a 14-0 win against Triesenberg in the Liechtenstein Cup final. We head in to another European final. It goes without saying, but I should mention that we have indeed won another Swiss Super League. A 95-point season, I think, is the best that we've had so far. Well clear of the eventual champions, Young Boys. I don't think it will ever stop upsetting me seeing that. But now it's time to submit this team and get ourselves in to the Conference League final again. And I've made a big call in this one. We're going to go with pretty much the first 11, except for a couple of changes. We're going to go with Beto back in the midfield. And this is because Kostic has come in on the left-hand side. And I'm going to make a big call up front. Klaus Overhoff, who you may recall all of those years ago came through our youth intake. He's now a fully fledged Liechtenstein international. And he's developed pretty nicely. I've been trying to give him game time here and there to try and develop him. He is a little bit unhappy because he wants to keep going out on loan, but I'm like, no, stay, I need you. He also actually weirdly looks really eerily similar to Angel Tostado, doesn't he, in the face, maybe with slightly less of a monobrow. But I'm going to go with him up front for this game, and that's because I've had a bit of a falling out with Angelov. He's lost trust in me and is asking to leave, so his sharpness has dropped down because I haven't played him in the last few games, and his morale is absolutely shot. So I'm going to make the change. Overhoff is going to start, and we are also without Cherki starting, who's just coming back from an injury. I have been able to name him on the bench, but that is obviously a massive loss. He has now scored 37 goals and got 30 assists. 67, don't even think about it, 67 goal contributions in 50 starts. Outrageous, but that is my final decision. That is the team. Will I regret playing the youngster from Liechtenstein? Maybe I've just got some type of loyalty to him because he's from our own youth intakes. We'll see. There, though, are the two teams. Fabio Silva, Adeyemi, still in the Dortmund team. Nemetcha still in there. Malik Chow is now a Dortmund player. Let's tell them we're the underdogs today. Go and cause an upset. And here come the two teams. Let's hope that this is another glorious final in this club's history. Another Conference League victory. It would be our second, wouldn't it? It's our third final of the Conference League. I'd like to go and win it again. Let's hope that we can go and do the business. And on that night in Copenhagen, we did indeed do the business. It ended up being a cagey affair, 0-0 at half time still, and then it took until just past the half-hour mark for us to eventually break the deadlock. Here, though, up stepped the Mexican, Fructuoso Ledesma. He latched onto a beauty of a ball over the top from Kostic to finish left-footed past the keeper, and he decided then that this would be the Ledesma final. A fruitful night for Fructuoso, because it was him again with 10 minutes to go that made sure that it would be Vaduz's name etched on the trophy as he smashed home to make it 2-0 and put the game to bed. A second Conference League victory, and barring any coefficient weirdness, we're going to be back in the Europa League again next season, and the journey, well, it's well and truly underway once again. And actually, that journey may well be boosted by a slightly higher than expected budget for next season. The board have given us £21 million to go and spend, and our finances are up to 70 million in the bank. This is the best it's looked for a really long time, probably boosted by that massive profit that we made last summer, but this is definitely the biggest actual budget that the board have given us. Even when we made all that money last year, I think they only gave us 2 million as a budget. So maybe this is a hangover of being in the Champions League and then doing so well this season, or this is maybe because we're not going into the Europa League. Maybe we are actually going into the Champions League because of the coefficients. I mean, Liechtenstein are actually the #1 nation club coefficient team, and our club Vaduz are 9th now in the club coefficients for the past 5 seasons. This is obviously really strong, and you would imagine and hope that that one spot that we get given for the European competitions, the spot that is received by the team that wins the Liechtensteiner Cup, maybe because the performance is so good that maybe they will reward us with being in the Champions League. That will be revealed though in about June when it ticks over to our 8th season of this adventure. Will we be in the Europa League or will we be in the Champions League? Let's find out. Okay, so I did find out and we're in the Europa League. I kind of got excited for no reason at all there. We are again in the Europa League, even with those coefficients looking as strong as they are. Tell me, is this a bug or is this Football Manager doing it actually correctly? Can Liechtenstein, if they do well enough, get to a point where they get awarded Champions League places? Let me know, because it's completely confusing between what is actually a bug that's not being implemented or what is correct, because it is a very convoluted and quite confusing system, to be honest. As I have said though earlier in this series, if it is as simple as we have to win the competitions to qualify for the higher level competition, that actually does simplify things for this particular save and maybe even makes it that little bit more difficult. And if that is the case, I'm not actually going to complain, because we want this to be a challenge. Here we are though in September of our 8th season, where our Europa League campaign is about to begin. Some teams have played their first Europa League games, and this is our list of opponents challenging us for the Europa League this season. At the top here, wins already for Porto and for Spurs. Spurs are old enemies from years ago. We could come up against them again. They are one of the English teams in the competition, and it is a strong field this year. We've also got Sporting, Marseille, Feyenoord, Brentford, another English team, Fiorentina in the competition, Schalke, Gladbach, Besiktas, Rangers, and hang on a second, there's no Viking. I don't think we're in the same competition as Viking for possibly the first time ever. Not that we even play them that often. They just always seem to be on the list. This year then, who are we making favourites for this? Maybe, you probably can't look much further than Porto, Spurs, Sporting. And actually, now that I'm really reflecting on it, I don't actually think this list of teams is that bad. Obviously, Spurs could be good, but once again, we beat Dortmund last year in the final of the Conference League. I think we've shown that we can mix it against teams that are at least as good as, and maybe even better than some of the teams in this list here. And before I go and complete this league phase, I need to show you the summer transfer business. Remember, we were given a pretty hefty transfer budget, which I haven't really spent. I really looked for players this summer, and there was just no one really that I thought would actually improve our team. I think we've got to a spot here where the squad that we've put together is actually really strong. We basically romped home in the Conference League last year, and I was just looking at the players that would be interested in joining us and just wasn't really enamoured by any of them. I did make one signing, the signing of Martin Cardozo, who is a right winger from Uruguay, 20 years old with a load of potential, and I think he's already pretty good. But even his signing wasn't one that I made because I thought he was going to improve us. It was made out of necessity, and that is because once again we've had to sell a player to the Saudi League. Fructuoso Ledesma, the hero of that night in Copenhagen, the Conference League final, has been sold to Al Tawoun for just under £12 million. It's a £10.25 million profit on him. But he's another in the long list of players that we've just been unable to hold on to. He's gone to Saudi, they've put him on £72,000 a week, and he'll be a really big miss. He was a really strong player for us, and I'm a bit sad to see him go. Do we actually come out of this transfer window a bit weaker than we were before, maybe that is the case. However, I think we must remember just how strong this squad was last season. The likes of Cherky and Diouf in the midfield, and our defence, which is so settled with our new goalkeeper, who I think is really, really good. I do actually believe that we're in a really good spot, even for this next season, even with the loss of Ledesma. The one position that I do think we're crying out for reinforcements is again at the striker position, and I guess it just means that we're going to have to go with Pavel Mudra once again leading our line for the most part. Maybe bringing in Overhoff, the young lad from Liechtenstein that came through our youth intake. Maybe I will keep an eye out for a new striker, I think, or potentially the dream would be to one day bring back Tostardo. I'm not giving up on that dream. I even gave him a face and his release clause got triggered. So yeah, I'd like to bring him back one day, but to do that I think we probably have to get back into the Champions League, don't we? Now that becomes our aim. If we win the Europa League this season, that will be the reality. So let's go and play these league phase games and hopefully they'll be successful. Oh, before I go and do that, I don't think I've said this in today's video yet, but please do leave a like on the video. I'm going to push this one out there because I actually think you guys can do it. 3,000 likes is the target. You have smashed the like target every time I've set one, and truly it really does help to push the videos out to a wider audience, to make sure that doing a long-term series like this with multiple episodes can actually be a viable thing on YouTube. I love doing series like this. You guys really enjoy them. The problem is that the longer a series goes on, the less views videos get, the less viable it becomes, which will push creators like me away from doing this. The way that we can combat it is if you guys like the videos, they still get recommended to people and get pushed out into the algorithm, even 5 videos into the series like this. Thank you so much for the support. It really, really is appreciated. It means we can do long-term things like this, which I think is me actually in my element. I hope you guys would agree. Also, make sure you subscribe, turn the bell on, and then if a new video comes out, you won't miss it. Again, thank you so much. And the league phase was indeed a success. We have finished 3rd in the league, and those teams that got off to a really good start that we saw, the teams that we picked out to be our main rivals, Porto and Spurs, they've shown to be the main competitors this season in this competition. They are the only teams to finish above us. We finished after our 8 games on 18 points. It is 5 wins and 3 draws for us. We did go unbeaten in this league phase, as did Spurs actually, as did Gladbach as well in 5th, whereas Porto won 7 of their 8 games and have qualified top. It means that we go through to the round of 16 straight past that playoff round, where we already know that we're going to be playing Brentford. So one of the Premier League teams are going to be our round of 16 opponents. The other fixtures are on the screen here, and I guess the teams we'll be looking out for are Porto, Spurs, maybe FC Midtjylland as well, having played them in a final in this competition years ago. And I like this all Dutch affair here. Twente versus Feyenoord could be an interesting one as well. I'd absolutely love to be able to filter the fixtures screen to just show you the European games, because I've said it before, but this very much is our priority right now. We win pretty much every game in the domestic competitions, obviously in the Liechtenstein Cup, but also in the Super League. We pretty much win every game. We do lose every now and then. We lost to Young Boys here, we lost to St. Gallen here, but ultimately it very rarely matters, and we have been winning the league now every single season. At the moment, we're 19 points clear of Luzern in second. So again, I keep saying I don't need to show you this, but I do also want to keep you up to date with it at the same time. Let me show you the Europa League results though by just scrolling down through them, where we kicked off our campaign against Olympia and beat them 5-0. We then beat Dinamo Zagreb 4-0 before drawing away at Spurs. This could be a real marker for whether we can compete with them. We can at least draw with them away from home as well, so maybe a neutral final against them, we could actually beat them. And then we beat Slavia 4-0 and Feyenoord 2-0. The games we dropped points in, one of them was Bologna, where we drew 1-1 away from home, before we beat Aratu 4-0 at home and drew our final game with Girona. That was also a home game. Those were the results that set us up for this round of 16 tie against Brentford, and I'm now going to go and play this tie. Where are Brentford in the Premier League actually? That could be an interesting one. They're 16th! 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 Surely then we're better than the team that is 16th in the Premier League. Spurs, on the other hand, are up in 6th. Again, that doesn't scare me that much. And United are 7th. And I think United won the Europa League last season. Let me just check that. Yeah, it was. United won it last year, into the year before that, and then the year before that is when we won it, with that win against FC Midtjylland in the final. I've just seen as well that there's a Gareth Bale Stadium in Bridgend, Wales, that has now been built here in 2033, and that is quite something. I must also at this stage, now that we're in March, tell you about some more transfer business that I've done. The lesser spotted January transfers from me. I don't usually do it because it kind of messes with the flow of the season in saves like this. However, we had all of that money and I said I was on the lookout for new players and just couldn't find them. So I had another look in the lead up to January and I did find a few players that really did take my fancy, if you like. And in this January window, I've actually brought in 5 players. We'll start with a couple of cheap ones. We've brought in Roman Delcourt, who has quite interesting cornrows on his head there, but he's a 20-year-old Swiss player. I do need to keep bringing in young homegrown players, even if they're not from Liechtenstein, because we play in Switzerland. We need a few Swiss players to make sure that we can make up for the registration rules. So he's come in for 33k. I also brought in Dennis Amato, another Swiss player who I think is actually decent, who is a 6'6" Dan Burn-esque left back, also from Switzerland. And then into the real business, the player that I'm perhaps most excited about, and the one that I think could be a mainstay in the team for many years, is an Egyptian from Zamalek called Hossam Ashraf. He is a fully fledged Egyptian international, 22 years old, 6'1" winger or striker with absolutely brilliant physical attributes. He's got 20 agility, which is even better when you consider that he's 6'1". 17 acceleration, 16 pace. Probably going to use him on the wing because he does only have 9 finishing. But I think him, with his majestic beard, could well be a player that we utilise quite a lot in the future. Perhaps if we move Cherky, we use him on the right wing, cutting in on that left foot. Not quite sure where I'm going to use him. I've used him on both wings so far since he's joined. And he hasn't actually been that good. He's played 6 times and got 2 goals and a 6.7 average rating in some pretty easy games. So hopefully that improves. But I think he could be a real player for us in the future. Finally then, a couple of extra signings. A Croatian midfielder called Livic, who I actually think could come into the team because of a sale that we made in January. But then finally, another left-back option. Daniele Berkey is also from Switzerland, and you know the reasons we've signed him. I said about a sale, though. We've also sold a real mainstay. Beto has departed. Bayern Munich, the Bayern Munich, came in for Beto and paid £25 million for his services. And I couldn't really say no to that. And we've had to let him go. He wanted to go there. They've put him on £83,000 per week. Where we might struggle is actually with the wages. We cannot compete. When teams come in and offer players these wages, they are always going to accept it. And they always do pipe up and say they really want to go and make the move. You know how they react to interest in the media. They always really want to leave. And it's proving to be a little bit of a problem. Likewise, where we've sold Luan Srdanovic, who was a brilliant right back for us. A Swiss international, so it's obviously brilliant for us too. But he's gone to Atletico Madrid for just under £10 million. And that was also a release clause, which is a little bit of a stinker from us, but these things happen in a save. I know loads of you will be thinking, don't put the release clauses in then, but often when you don't have that much money, putting the release clause in means that you can actually sign them. And I think at this stage, we're better off for actually having him in our team for those years, even if it proved to be only in the short term. So I will still put release clauses in, but you just have to try and be as careful as you can with them, basically. Now that you're fully up to date, the team is looking a little bit like this. I'm going to go and play that Brentford tie and be back to hopefully let you know that we're through to the quarter-final of the Europa League. Which we are. We have beaten Brentford 4-0 on aggregate, and actually seeing that they were 16th gave us all the confidence, really, to go and make this one pretty comfortable. It was 2-0 in both legs. We beat them 2-0 away from home at the G-Tech. Cherky with the opener, and then Nordset, who's come in to be our right back with Srdanovic departing. He scored the second and gave us a pretty good lead to take back home, which we converted by also winning 2-0 in the second leg. Kufi with the opener and Mudra with the second, still in the first half. 4-0 on aggregate and through to the quarter-final, which I have also already played. Here we drew Feyenoord and we were away from home first, which we actually lost 1-0 thanks to this Stein penalty. We'd have to turn it around back at home, but do not panic because that is exactly what we did. A 5-2 victory was enough to see us now through to the semi-final of the Europa League. 2 pretty comfortable wins, and that's why I've updated you like this. But we went level in the tie through Livic earlier on. Livic has come in and been a real asset for us in our midfield, by the way. Final went back in the league through Hilgers on 31, but Livic again scored on 40 to once again level up before Shaquille Van Persie, playing with his dad as the manager, once again put Feyenoord in the lead. 3-2 in the tie. And this is where we really turned it around. A 6-minute spell as Mudra scored a penalty, Spasil scored a minute later, and then we rubber stamped the victory with a Nordset goal on 78. 5-3 on aggregate, and Vaduz are into the very latter stages of another European competition, a semi-final where we will play Porto. Now, a slightly scary thought. This is the team that topped the league phase, one of the teams that we picked out as our big rivals as we look through that list of teams at the start, and it is them that stand between us and another European final. If we can get past Porto, it will be a date with destiny against two of our former rivals, Spurs or FC Midtjylland of Denmark. Either way, if we can get past Porto here, this would feel like a real full circle moment to go and play these two teams. I don't know why. I think it was just because Spurs knocked us out of the Conference League early, but because they've been in the same competitions as us so many times in this journey, I almost do feel like there's a bit of a rivalry there, even if it's completely one-sided from me, perhaps. Either way though, that one-sided rivalry will only be reignited if we can get past FC Porto. And right now, with a very injured goalkeeper once again, I need to go and pick a team and get this tie played and hopefully be back with a positive update. Can we get to another European final? Wish me luck. The first leg, away at the Estadio de Dragao, was a tense affair. Neither team wanting to make a mistake, but us knowing that a draw or even a narrow defeat could be seen as a good result. And then, just 6 minutes into the second half, one of this season's star performers, the newcomer in our midfield Marin Livic, he stepped up. Kufi's ball found him and the Croatian made no mistake. Left-footed in off the bar, but could we hold on for a narrow victory? Well, in the end, no. A set piece was our undoing as Alberto Costa rose highest to head home, and we'd head into the second leg, the home tie for us, level. Advantage us, you might think, but Porto would prove to be true competition. In the second leg, it was our Portuguese visitors that took the lead in the tie on 21 minutes. A penalty conceded by Spasil and converted by Ioannidis. And then, Porto, they frustrated us. Time continued to go by until there was only 6 minutes left to play. We were staring down the barrel of another European exit, but that was until Andy Juve stepped up. He smashed home left-footed from Lusetti's ball inside, and again we were level. This tie was going to extra time. The extra time period was, well, much of nothingness, and it really did seem inevitable that this Europa League semi-final would go all the way to penalties. And it did. The lottery of a shootout would decide our fate, and our chances would receive an immediate boost as Ioannidis, having already scored a penalty in normal time, had his efforts saved by Huber. Andy Juve converted to give us an early lead, before Lello then scored for Porto, before Kostic somehow inexplicably missed the target completely for us. After 2 penalties each, we were all level again. Yunus Musa scored for Porto, but then Angelov's tame effort was saved for us. We'd gone from leading to now trailing and now needed a bit of a miracle. Which arrived. Martin Fernandez scored for Porto and Lusetti scored for us. But with Porto just needing to score to win, Jakub Kivior stepped up. And Huber saved. Aguiar scored for us, and then it was sudden death. Peter Zowski stepped up for Porto, and Huber would save again. Now, if Spremo could score, he would take us to the final and to the brink of the Champions League again. And he could. A penalties victory in the semi-final of the Europa League, and now we are well and truly on the cusp of reaching that Champions League proper all over again. Back down to the Conference League and straight back through winning the Conference League, and now a Europa League final where we would face Spurs. It was of course going to be Spurs again. They had defeated in the semi-final FC Midtjylland 4-1 on aggregate, and it would be a date with destiny against our old rivals, or at least as I see them, our old rivals, Tottenham Hotspur. At this point, Spurs are still being managed by Thomas Frank, by the way. I did just want to come and check this. Have a look at their squad as well heading into this game. Luka Vuskovic has become a starter for them. What a defender he is in game and also going to be in real life. They've signed Sven Botman, Harvey Elliott, Alex Scott, and then they've got a new gen striker that looks outrageous called Agustin Ferreira from Uruguay. Can also play centre mid. As we checked earlier, they are in 6th place in the Premier League, so that's kind of an indicator for how good they actually are. But I reckon we're better than them. I actually think we can beat them, and this This is the team that I'm picking for this final. In goal, Marsiglia is just about back from his injury, although he was required to take a fitness test before this game here, and he's only just made his way back. But he did pass it, so he's going to come in and start, and the hero from the semi-final, from that penalty shootout, Huber, is going to be back on the bench. Is that a bit harsh? I don't think so. I think you're always going to go with your first choice keeper, even if your backup was a hero in the semi-final. Maybe I feel a bit harsh for that, though. We're going to go Nordsetter right back, who is a little bit tired, but he is the only one. And then it's going to be Aguiar, Atom, Lucetti. It is our first choice back five. Spremo, who scored the winning penalty, in at number 6. Behind Livic and Kufi. Ashraf is going to start on the right-hand side. Kostic on the left. And then Mudra to lead our line. It does mean that Rayan Cherki is going to be on the bench. He's not fully fit. And I am kind of thinking now that Ashraf's pace and physical attributes on the wing might be really useful for us against Premier League opposition. So I'm going to go with him. That's kind of the big call for this one, but we're going to go with it. And then Cherki as an impact sub, I actually think could be really effective. That is the team. Another European final, the Europa League this time. Let's get ourselves into this game and see if we can get the job done. Here then are the two teams. There is ours, lovely looking. We've got some good bench options as well. Juf is on there, Angelov off the bench, of course Cherki. There's the Spurs team, led up front by that Ferreira Nugent that we looked at. And it's a very rainy night here in, I didn't actually check where the final was this year. I think it might be Poland. Just going off something that I may have seen before, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we'll check that. Here, though, come those two teams. I love the way that the Europa League looks in the game. Like, look how good that shot looks there in the rain of, I think, Poland. Hopefully, we can turn this, though, into a brilliant victory, and we'll be back in the Champions League after this. But there would be no place for us in next year's Champions League, just as it had been all those years ago in the Conference League game between us, the one that ignited this one-way rivalry. Spurs would run out 3-2 winners on this night in Poland, even after Kostic gave us the perfect start with a brilliant finish into the far corner. Spurs meant business. They equalised through Harvey Elliott before their striker Ferreira gave them the lead. A topsy-turvy first half didn't end there as we equalised before half-time through Nordset, but into the second half, into the 52nd minute, Spurs scored what would go on to be the winning goal. Harvey Elliott was the goal scorer, and this time it was to be Tottenham's trophy. There would be no second Europa League triumph for us, and it was another run at the Champions League. Failed. We would need to go again. You guys, you wanted a long-term save. You wanted an actual challenge, and well, this is proving to be that. This is proving to be the save that is actually difficult in FM26, and I have to say, even though we've just lost another final there, and even though we have to start again, I am absolutely loving this. I really hope you guys are enjoying the journey too, even if I can't even see the finish line. Genuinely, this feels like it could actually go on forever. And if that is the case, well, I hope you come along on the ride with me. A little post-final update is that we're actually in the Club World Cup this summer. So at the start of next video, I'll update you on how that goes, and maybe we can go and do well in that. Who knows? Last time around then, we suffered this defeat in the Europa League, and it was once again Spurs that became our enemies. It was Harvey Elliott's winner in the Europa League final in Poland, and it puts us back to this position here. We are into September. We're going to get straight back into it today because you know the deal at this stage. We've been through this process long enough. We need to now try and charge through the Conference League, back into the Europa League, this time try and win it, and try and get ourselves back into the Champions League. We've had 8 seasons of progress, so surely now, with the way that the team is, the building that we've done so far, surely it should get easier each time. And as you may have noticed, I have already got us up to the start of our next Conference League campaign. This is the group of teams that we will be up against in this year's competition. There are some very familiar names in here now. We've got Midtjylland in there from Denmark, who we played in a final a few years ago. Sevilla are maybe the main threat this year, I want to say. They are really good in European competitions, of course. The English representative is West Ham. I feel like that could be a bit harder. This could be a good opportunity for us to go and win this, looking at the teams. And of course, as we always need to mention, Viking are once again in the same European competition as us. We are best mates with Viking, I want to say. Though looking at these teams, maybe with the exception of Sevilla, we should be maybe thinking of ourselves as one of the favourites, if not the favourites, to go and win this competition again. I mean, we're looking for our third Europa Conference League win at this stage, third win and fourth final since starting this save, and that's why I say that this feels like Groundhog Day all over again. It really does feel like that. That's sort of the nature of this save. We know that this is what makes it so quote unquote impossible. But before I show you the transfers that I've made, and there are only a few of them this summer going into this campaign, I do want to update you on the summer's activities, because a lot of you will remember that we were taking part in the Club World Cup. And while we got to the quarterfinals and were knocked out by Chelsea in this competition, I'd love to be able to come back and say we're actually world champions, but we weren't. We drew Chelsea in the quarterfinal and they pinged us 4-0. Cole Palmer scored twice, Badiashile and Nico Paz scored the goals in this one. And maybe, just maybe, as we've said many times, this is a bit of a marker about exactly where we are as a club. We aren't yet able to mix it with the real elite teams, and I mean, if you can even include Chelsea in that list there. But the stronger Premier League teams are definitely still better than our lads. The rest of the run of the competition was good. We beat Mamelodi Sundowns, a team very close to my heart, because we did manage them in the Pentagon that I did in FM24. We beat them 4-1 in the second round, and then it was River Plate, Vissel Kobe and Cruz Azul, some big names from around the world. It's a fun competition to take part in, but ultimately we didn't win. And that prompted me into my summer transfer business, of course. Now I want to, before we get into that, show you the finances of the club. We are up to £128 million. Now the projection does say that this is going to go down, but I don't think that is actually the case. We seem to be making lots of money every year, especially when we're off the back of a Europa League final campaign, as well as the money that we do seem to bring in every single season through sales. We still have 39 million left over to go and spend on transfers if we want to, but I think for a Conference League run, the team is already strong enough, and I want to kind of save the money if we can for when we're back in the Europa League, make sure we win that one, and even more so to try and go really big when we get to the Champions League. I talked about wanting to do that last time, and then, well, I just didn't, did I really? The players that I would want weren't really available, and maybe in hindsight that might well be a bit of a regret. Hopefully, let's put that right next time around. Here is, though, the small bit of business that I did do this summer. We have brought in 4 players, the biggest of which I will probably say is Shaquille Van Persie. I think we played against him when he was managed by his dad at Feyenoord, and he did well against us then, I seem to remember. I think he scored a goal, and he was available on a free transfer this summer, and I decided that actually he might just be the main man to lead our attack. I think we were really lacking in this area since we sold Ivanovic, since we let Tostado go for that release clause. I think we've needed a focal point at the top of our attack, and just to scroll down here to the transfers out, I don't think Filip Angelov, who was doing that role a lot last year, was really quite what we needed there. And he got sold in the summer. He went to Damac for £16 million, as well as the Brazilian centre-back Nascimento also was taken by the Saudi team Damac. We do seem to see this happen quite a lot, don't we? Where not only one player goes to Saudi in the summer, but they come in and take multiple players from us. It's a bit strange, but also kind of welcome, because we have brought in £36.5 million and again turned a profit. And I guess whilst we're here, let me just point out a couple of other sales. Rayan Cherki has moved on loan to Everton. His physicals, even though he's only 30, and they weren't ever brilliant, seem to have got even worse for us now. He's only got 8 stamina, and I actually think we might now have just better players in those positions, especially using him as a winger. We've got Ashraf playing on that side now, and I think he's just better than him, even though Rayan Cherki was brilliant for us in those couple of seasons, wasn't he? And the other one, I've also let Martin Ayeda go on a free transfer. That's the other big one, really, although it wasn't really. He didn't play loads of games last year. Other signings in, then we spent £6.75 million on Lucas Godoric. He has come in. He is a right back from Dinamo Dresden. And another free transfer signing who I think is going to play a lot of games for us this year, Isak Varal, a Swedish attacking midfielder that we're probably going to use a little bit deeper in a central midfield spot. And he's made a good start in his career too. Look, you can see the average ratings because, of course, we're into September. We've already played a lot of games because we've done all of our qualifying. We've started the league campaign and we're ready to go and start the league phase of the Conference League. Finally, we've brought in Ben Nelson, who is a really curious case. He's a Leicester centre-back who I don't think is really up to much generally, but he's got 8 England caps in this save. And he was on a free transfer and he spent his entire career in the game at Leicester, getting relegated to the Championship and then promoted back to the Premier League. They've yo-yoed pretty much every season between the Championship and the Premier League. And he's been a mainstay in their defence, so I'm not sure how many games he's going to play, but he's a kind of solid free transfer signing to bring in, and maybe we could even sell him for a profit later down the line. His value's over 10 million. Those are our signings. This is the way that the team is going to look. We're going to continue with this 4-3-3. I do think it makes us more solid. It did lead us to winning the Conference League and then get into the Europa League final. Hopefully it can do that again with a few changes to personnel. But I think now we're ready to go and crack on with the Europa Conference League phase. And I'm going to come back once we've completed that, maybe even a little bit later on, depending on how easy or tough the draw is. I'll see you when I've played a load of games. Well, I talked about wanting to go and play a load of games, and, well, this should show you that that is exactly what I have gone and done. It is now the end of our 9th season here at the club, and we are in another final. The reason that I've come back so late here and flown through, really, is because it kind of is exactly what we've seen before. We are definitely too good for this competition. I am absolutely able to fly through the seasons because we're too good domestically, and then we're pretty much too good for most of the teams that we come up against in the Europa Conference League. We've managed to get to the final again, and here we will play the favourites that I picked out before a ball was kicked, Sevilla. Now, I actually think we are still favourites to go and beat Sevilla in this final, and I would be surprised if we lost this based on just how good I think our team actually is now. And I am going to spend some time to try and show you just how actually good we are. I think this tactics screen tells a pretty good story of it. Just look at the number of goals that our players have scored. Let's start in the midfield with Isaac Varela, who has come in on a free transfer in the summer, and he's picked up 25 goals and 22 assists from central midfield. Now, he does play one of our number 8 roles here, but they are very attacking. They play as attacking midfielders, but then they do drop in really deep out of possession. But he's been able to get really involved alongside mainly Livic most of the time. You can see by the appearances being made here. And he's contributed 47 goal contributions this season. Now, most of them obviously are domestically in either the Liechtenstein Cup or in the Swiss Super League. But I think we've managed to stumble across a system and a way of playing that gets the best out of so many of our really good players. Because look forward into the attack now. We've got Kostic currently playing on the right wing. He's picked up 17 goals, but 38 assists. Now, he sometimes plays in central midfield, he sometimes plays on the left, and we do mix these guys around a little bit. And also, I need to tell you that in January we did sell Ashraf, somebody I talked up massively at the beginning of today's video. He went for £18.75 million to Spurs because that was his release clause. Again, sort of my bad, but also I will continue to use release clauses because I think if I don't, players don't really want to come and play for Vaduz. So it's kind of a compromise where we might end up losing them and have to replace them, but I feel confident that we can replace them with good players. I'm able to pick out players that are definitely going to contribute. Look at the goal scored, for example, by Mudra, who plays sometimes on the left wing and sometimes through the middle as a striker, but 47 goals in 51 games, just the 9 assists. He doesn't really pass much, does Mudra, but 47 goals alongside 25 from Isaac Varela, alongside 35 from our main striker, Shaquille Van Persie. He has been a bit of a game changer this season. He's a very, very solid striker. He's kind of got everything that you want. He's become Robin Van Persie in lots of ways, looking at his profile there, right? And I think this tells the story of just how effective we've been this year. So effective that we've only lost once in the Swiss Super League. We lost one game to Thun, the Thun Army, which we actually lost 5-2, but we've only dropped points in 6 games in 38. We are the champions, but not champions of the Swiss Super League again. It's another glorious season and our first season ever where we have broken the 100 points mark. It's very nice to do that, especially alongside a 106 goal difference. We are outrageously good, way better than any of the teams in this Swiss Super League. And the issue, of course, is just that we need to be perfect in Europe, starting with another Conference League final now up against Sevilla. I was actually reading a few of your comments as well, and I want to digress very slightly at this stage to talk about the other Liechtensteiner teams. Lots of you were asking, have they ever been given a European run because they were the second rated team in Liechtenstein and we'd won competitions like the Conference League or the Europa League? And honestly, the answer is no. I went through every other Liechtenstein team, and out of all of them, Bolzers seemed to be the best of the rest. They were the team that we beat in this year's final 4-0. But I did find something interesting for Bolzers. I went back through their history and realised that most years they just play in the Liechtensteiner Cup. I did put a name fix on, by the way, which is why the Liechtensteiner Cup has become the FL1 Active Cup. But most years they're just playing in this competition as well as a couple of friendlies. But if you go back to this season here, in 29-30, Bolzers had managed to get themselves promoted to the Swiss Challenge League. They were playing in the second division in Switzerland, so maybe not all that far behind us. I wonder if there is going to be any type of knock-on effect where if we become super successful, will the country of Liechtenstein's reputation increase so that perhaps some of the other teams from the country can get better youth intake players and there in turn maybe be more successful? And maybe this is a small inclination that might just be happening a little bit, or it was just a bit of luck because the leagues below aren't loaded in and it just decided that Bolzers were going to be the team to go up that year. It could just be that. They did also finish rock bottom with just 4 wins from 36 and 17 points and go straight back down as well. So that's also not great. Maybe it will be fun though to keep an eye on that as a bit of an aside here. And maybe it can kind of become a small sort of build a nation save in a way if I keep investing some of our money into some of our facilities, maybe trying to improve the Liechtenstein national team. Maybe we can see a knock-on effect at some point. I don't know. Right now though, it is time to go and play Sevilla in this Conference League final, and this was our run to this final. We played in the semi-final West Ham. We did only beat them 2-1. It was a kind of close game, this one, but it was a 1-0 win at home and then a 1-1 draw away from home to see us through. Sevilla beat Como in the semi-final, and then before that it was much more comfortable. We beat CSKA Sofia in the quarterfinal, 6-0 on aggregate in that one, and before that it was our old friends Viking that we defeated. I think that's maybe the first time we've actually played them. We must have done in the past, but thinking about it, I always see them next to us in the competitions but never necessarily play them. This time though we did. We beat them 6-1 on aggregate, and that was after dominating the league phase with 6 wins from 6. Now though, it's time to get into this final, and this is the team that I'm going to go with. One little change that I've made, I'm going to use Kostic on the left hand side. He has seemed to be more effective from there, and I'm going to use Mudra as the striker with Van Persie from the wing. I've really liked, it's a weird one, but I've really liked Van Persie playing in off the right hand side, cutting in on that left foot of his. It might well change in game, but I think this is how we're going to line up for the final, and I'm going to press get into the match, and we're going to go and see these teams walk out and hopefully go and get ourselves back into the Europa League for next year. There is the Sevilla team, and I'm actually feeling really confident. I really truly believe in this group of players. I think we deserve to be in the Europa League. I actually think if we were in the Champions League now, we could put up a really good fight. Here we go though, into the match we go. Here come those two teams, the Conference League sponsored by Decathlon. I don't know why I've read that out for you there. Here are our lads, Sevilla in the final. Again, I didn't look where the final was being held, did I? I really should do that. I like to know where the finals have taken place. Here they come, the two teams. Let's get ourselves underway and hopefully bring home the bacon. And the bacon was well and truly brought home. I don't know why I've used that phrase, but yeah, bacon acquired and safely transported back home, courtesy of a battling first half and the deadlock eventually being broken on 52 minutes by Isaac Varel. He was assisted by Akuto before 20 minutes later, Andy Diouf made it 2-0, and there was a small scare as Sevilla had a goal disallowed. But finally, Kostic ran clear through the middle to seal the win with just 3 minutes of normal time to play, and we ran out 3-0 winners on the night. Another Conference League trophy in the bag, our third in our 9 seasons of this save, and once again, we were heading back into the Europa League. It's time now to go and get ready for exactly that. Welcome back to our busiest summer window yet. I have brought in 19 players. Look at this for a transfer window. Now, this could make or break the entire save, but as I talked about before, I feel like we got a bit stuck in the same patterns. I regretted not going for it when we had money last time, and these players I think are really good. So I've brought in 19 of them for a grand total of £52 million. Now, loads of these probably will play very few games actually for the first team, and some of them are just replacing outgoing players too, because there have been some sales as well. But I'm going to put them on the screen here so that you can see them coming in, and then I'll go through the first 11. That way it doesn't mean that I'm going to read through every single player in this list of 19, and instead you can see the players that are usually going to be starting games for this Europa League campaign. I will though show you the sales, because there are some big ones going out this summer, as I mentioned before, the biggest of which is £25.5 million for Pavel Mudra to Atletico Madrid. That is a £22 million profit. Atletico Madrid came in for him, and he was a real threat. How many goals exactly was it last season? It was in total 47 in 52, 24 in the league. I mean, look at the start he's got off to for Atletico. 5-5 in La Liga now. He's a great player. The Czech international, can play as a striker, can play as a winger. I mean, look at him. Look how good he is. Look at how much a loss he's going to be. But I still do think we come out of this window stronger than we were, even with the loss of 3 pretty important players. Mudra is one. Isaac Varane is another. Only 1 season with us. He scored a goal in the final last year, but he's now moved on to Al Ittihad. These Saudi teams are relentless. They have seen us as the perfect supermarket to go and pick up their players. They spent £23.5 million on a player that was with us after signing on a free just 1 year, Isaac Varane. And the third player that has gone for more than 20 million this summer is our goalie. Marsiglia has moved on to Al Ahly, still only 23, and a really good keeper, the Colombian national team keeper, but £21 million was again too good to turn down for a team that's playing in Switzerland, and he's moved on. Alongside also Noel Atom has moved on, Spasil, who was the backup left back, has moved on, Cherki has now gone permanently, and Andy Diouf has gone after his contract expired. This all means that the squad now looks something like this. Our attack will still be led by Shaquille Van Persie, but some really good new wingers alongside him. On the right hand side, Facundo Gomez has come in on a free transfer from Liverpool. Liverpool signed him a few years ago, 5 or so seasons ago now, for £7 million straight from Argentina, and he's played 2 league games in that time. It doesn't take away from the fact though that he's a really good footballer. It's just that Liverpool and these teams that we might end up coming up against in the Champions League again one day are super stacked with new gen players that are brilliant in this save. This is kind of what we're up against. This was a player that wasn't getting in the team for Liverpool. We've happily picked him up on a free transfer though, and he's going to play on the right hand side with an Englishman on the left hand side, Malik Cole, another physical beast. Look, my green attributes are 15, so maybe if yours are 16, he looks slightly better than that. But I don't think you could argue with just how good Malik Cole is. He hasn't yet made his England debut, but great physicals and this lovely trifecta of technicals, of dribbling, finishing and first touch. 17 first touch, 16 technique. A lovely pickup, again on a free transfer because he wasn't playing for his Premier League team. He was out on loan at Girona in La Liga last year and again didn't play any football. Was at Man City before that. He came through the Man City intake and played 4 games in 2020-31. Won the year after before a little loan to Denmark where he did play some football, but he's barely played any first team football and he's pretty insane, so I'm happy to have him, and I think it makes our attack now better. This, I think, is where we really go to a new level. The ability to bring in players like this, so cheap because they don't play in these other teams around the world. I think if you can get a system that works, and this 4-3-3 clearly does work, actually we can go and win the Europa League and we can get back into the Champions League, and then importantly I think we can go and compete. The midfield is different as well. Let's go to the number 6 first of all, Enrique, who we did sign for a little bit of money this summer. He was our most expensive signing, £12.5 million. He was a regular for Las Palmas in La Liga 2 last season, but has La Liga experience. He's going to play as our number 6, with the wee man Alan Lucic playing just in front of him as one of our 8s. He's only 5'4", and we've signed him for £10 million from Basel, which is where he came through the youth intake, so he's actually homegrown in nation, which is kind of important. With this many new players coming in, we do need to make sure we've got some homegrown players in there too. Lucic is going to be one of them, and then he'll be alongside the Colombian Diaz, who is a real all-rounder in our midfield. 6'1", great physicals. I do really like a strong big midfielder that can be really physical, can be really quick getting up and down the pitch and getting into positions. Ricardo Diaz is another free transfer signing, again from Liverpool, where he also wasn't getting a look in. I mean, how good is this Liverpool team for players like that to not be getting into the 11 at all? Arne Slot is still the manager. They've got Buadi, Wharton. It feels like FM26 really values reputation maybe in terms of who's being picked, because surely some of these new gens are better than these guys. Like Wharton, is he that good? I mean, he is. He is that good, actually. And we know how good Buadi is. Have a look at that. This is the reason that these players weren't getting in this team. Johan Bakayoko on the right-hand side. Yeah, I see why these players weren't playing any games here. Yield is on the left wing. Wirtz in the number 10. They've got Cal Elias as the striker. He's developed really well. I don't know why we're doing a drop-in to see how good Liverpool are, but I guess it does give us a bit of context for the top teams around Europe that we need to go and try and begin to compete with. Back to our team. That is our new midfield, and the rest of the team is also new. Kiatos is our right back. John Perry is apparently Spanish with a name like John Perry and that moustache. I think that man was definitely born in Liverpool. In fact, he's actually half American, which kind of explains things a little bit. He will play alongside the 6'5" Roman Vesely, and at left back we have Razak Diallo. Our new goalie is Felix Lati, a Ghanaian, and maybe I'm a bit worried about this particular position. I think specifically for goalie, this might be a little bit of a downgrade. Marsiglia was brilliant. I'm kind of hoping that Lati, because he's so young, still only 20, that we'll get a bit of development out of him. He does seem to have really high potential ability, so maybe one day he can end up being better, but for now it might be a slight downgrade. Hopefully that is not the case though. And that is the story of our 11. A lot of the sub players are starters from last season. You'll recognise a lot of them. Lucetti, Spremo, Kufi, Kostic, Livic are all still here, but it's pretty much a brand new 11, which is exciting, but is it a risk? Is it going to ultimately fail? We do see this in football, don't we? Teams going out and spending loads of money, replacing their whole team and it not really working. I'm thinking of Liverpool this season, all that money spent, all those new players, and they've been rubbish. It should be said though that we haven't been rubbish so far. In fact, I think this is our record ever win. We won 25-0 against Treason's second team in the Liechtenstein Cup. Look at this. Look at the actual stats on this game. It is a joke. We had 64 shots with 41 on target. We did let them have a shot, but 25 goals in a 90-minute game is a goal every 3 minutes or something. It's outrageous. Look at the XG graph. That is hilarious. That alongside 4-0 wins, 9-0 wins, another 4-0 win here, that is hopefully evidence that we are not rubbish and these new players are indeed an upgrade, something we can hopefully go improve now by starting our Europa League journey. We are straight into the league phase this year, which is a nice little bonus. We don't have to go and do... There's an ice cream van. Ridiculous. But there will be some pretty stiff opposition in this group of teams here. Leon, I don't know why they've just jumped out to me there. We've got Valencia, Spurs, our old... Oh, God. Spurs are in it. I mean, we know how this is going to end, right? Please let Spurs go out before we have to play them. Feyenoord, we played them in the past before. There's no Viking. Viking are not in the competition with us. They must be back in the Conference League. Or maybe they're in the Champions League. They might be. However, I am very confident, as I was last season, and proven correct. Let's go and play the league phase and hopefully make our way through to the knockouts and find out who we're going to go and play then. And this was the result of the league phase then. We did indeed go through in second place. Our old rivals are right there with us though. Spurs did top the group. They only lost one game out of the 8, and guess who it was against? We did beat them. It was a 2-1 win for us, but they still pipped us to the top because we drew 2 games during our campaign. We drew to Celtic and to Partizan. 6 very solid wins though, against some big teams too. Monaco, Bologna, Astana, Red Star, Spurs, and then Valencia at the end 2-0. A 7-1 win against Astana was a particular highlight for me. And we made it through straight past the playoff round, straight into the round of 16, where I've already played it and we've beaten Copenhagen 11-2. Now I did actually start recording this to show you some of the action, and then we won the away leg 8-0. So I decided I was pretty confident that we were going to go through here, and indeed that was the case. It was a bit closer in the second leg, 3-2 at home, and it took us through 11-2 on aggregate. Setting us up then for the quarterfinal where we are about to play Brondby. I actually think this is a very kind draw, all things considered, and it could be an even better draw because some of the good teams are playing each other. Spurs are playing Valencia, so one of those two will be out. Bologna, Wolfsburg, Rangers, Feyenoord, and then we've got Brondby. I'm feeling pretty confident about the Europa League this year. I think we could beat any of these teams, and we have beaten Spurs and Valencia so far. And interestingly, the semi-finals have already been drawn. We will play the winner of Bologna or Wolfsburg. Now, potentially tricky, a little bit of a banana skin, maybe, but surely we can get past Brondby. And I back ourselves quite comfortably to get past Bologna or Wolfsburg as well. So I'm going to go and play now the quarterfinal and the semi-final. If we go out, I'll be back to tell you exactly how that's happened. But if we are through, I'll be back to start preparing for a final where it could be Spurs that we play. Looking at this, it really could be, couldn't it? And that is a terrifying prospect. I don't want another final against Spurs. It is Spurs. We are through, but we're playing Spurs in another final, and I don't know what to make of this. I've seen the script. I know what happens in finals against Spurs. They beat us and it's usually 3-2. I don't want to do this. We have made it through to another Europa League final. We are one step away from being back in the Champions League. We have beaten, in the quarter-final, we beat Brøndby 6-2 on aggregate. 3-0 win and a 3-2 win in those two legs, which took us through to the semi-final where we beat Wolfsburg 6-0. It was even more comfortable in this semi-final. I'll show you that result there actually, just to show you how dominant we've actually ended up being. 6-0, a 2-0 win at home here at the Rhine Park, but a 4-0 away win. It wasn't really ever a contest. Livic and Tavares scored the goals. You can see that I rested a few players here. Van Persie didn't play this game. Yakubu, who I don't think I showed you before, Vincent Yakubu, 19 years old, Nigerian international. Really like, I'd love it if he had a bit more pace, but I really like him. He's got 18 finishing, look. He could easily be one for the future, maybe replacing Van Persie eventually. He scored in this game here. I feel really downbeat even though we've just made a final again. This is what stands between us and the Champions League again in this save. If we lose here and we have to start again, what am I gonna do? It's just the same video. Are you enjoying this? I hope you are. I really hope you're enjoying this. I'll tell you what, if you are enjoying this right now, leave a like on the video because we might need it. We might need a miracle. Please do leave a like. Let's aim for 2,000 likes on today's video. You guys have smashed the like targets before. I don't think I've said it in this video, but if you are enjoying it, please like. Also, please subscribe to the channel. If you're a Vaduz warrior and you watch every Vaduz video and you've enjoyed the series, let me know in the comments down below as well. Let's pick a team and let's go and play the Europa League final. And actually, let's be positive. Let's go and make the Champions League a game. We're going to go Lati in goal, a keeper that is definitely developing. As I mentioned before, this potential ability should be quite high based on how quickly he seems to be growing and developing. Now 21 years old, it feels to me like he's coming on leaps and bounds. He's got 17 reflexes as well, which I love in a keeper. Reflexes to me is the most important attribute for a keeper. It seems to be the most impactful for a keeper anyway. We're going to go Akuto at right back coming in. It would usually be Kiatos, but he's injured at the moment. And then we'll have Perry, Vesely and Diallo, which are three members of the normal back four. In the midfield, Livic and Diaz are going to start. Diaz has been a dream this year. Probably maybe my favourite player in the team this season. He's got 22 assists and 18 goals from this midfield spot. I really, really like him. Signed on a free where he wasn't playing football for Liverpool. It's such a joke. Look how good he is. I love him. He's going to start as one of our eights alongside Livic. And we're going to bring in Aguiar, who's been at the club for absolutely ages. He's played a lot of games for us at centre-back. He's been here since we signed him for 1 million back in 2031, look. He's not been a regular this year, but he is going to play the Europa League final for us. This is just because Enrique, who usually plays there, isn't fully fit, and I've not been massively enamoured by the way that he's played. So I'm going to make a change, kind of using a centre-back in midfield, because we're going to get him to drop back as a centre-back out of possession in a flat back five to try and be even more solid for this final. I'm going to try and learn from some of the mistakes against Spurs in the past where it was way too open and this attacking midfield seemed to catch us out a little bit. Hopefully that's not the case this year with basically an extra centre-back playing in there. It either works or I've gone full Pep here and overthought things and ended up playing John Stones in a ridiculous position. That's kind of what's happening, isn't it? Hopefully not, and hopefully instead our brilliant attack is able to see us home. Gomez on the right, Cole on the left, Van Persie through the middle. Van Persie, less goals this year, 22 goals, 11 assists. Our main goal scorer has been Malik Cole on the left-hand side. He's got 31 goals, cutting in on his right foot from there. Loads of other goals, I should say as well, by the way, coming from Yakubu, who's only started 12 games but scored 23. Tavares, who can play on either side, he's got 25 goals and started 35, so he does play often. And Kostic, who has been at the club for ages, did play and score in that Conference League final last season. This, though, is the team. Let's go and play this final where I've also, again, not checked where the final is taking place. Why do I do this? We'll get to see at the end of the game. But let's go and see if we can win the Europa League and get back into this Champions League. There is that Spurs team. And oh my word, I've just noticed something. They've got Hossam Ashraf. Of course they have. Spurs were the team that triggered his release clause. And our ex-player is playing for them. They've also got that Ferreira that we looked at last time we played them. And Harvey Elliott scored what became the winner in that last final, didn't he? There is the Spurs team. Thomas Frank is still the manager. They've got Esteval on their bench. That's a fun one. There, though, look at the lads. Captained by Van Persie. FC Vaduz. In another Europa League final this time. Can we win it for the second time in our history? Can we get back to the Champions League? It all comes down to this. But It started dreadfully. A set piece undid us immediately, and Van Hecker headed home on the line to give Spurs the lead after just 6 minutes. It was a disastrous start. We did manage to go close straight after through Livic, but actually, things then got twice as bad. Our ex-player Ashraf toyed with us down the left, and it was his shot that bounced back out to Micheloni, who was on hand to double Spurs' lead. We'd played half an hour and we were 2-0 down, and 2-0 was how it stayed until half time. At the break, we needed a miracle. We needed a big team talk and a few cross words, and then the lads emerged for the second half with a bit more hope. This hope then turned to belief, as Gomez was on hand to make it 2-1, and then, just 6 minutes later, Diallo found Livic on the edge of our box, and our Croatian midfielder unleashed this absolute pile driver to level the game and complete our comeback. There was still over half an hour to play, and at a level game, could we go on to win it from here? The momentum was well and truly with us until it wasn't. Nothing happened for the next 30 minutes, and the timer crept into added time. And it was here, stoppage time on 90+2, that disaster struck again. 3-2. Spurs. It had happened again. Our keeper Lati came for a cross that he would get absolutely nowhere near to, and the Spurs winger Veron was there to apply the finish. And that's how it would finish. Another loss in the Europa League final. Another loss to Tottenham Hotspur. Yet again, I knew this was going to happen. Yet again, we're going to have to start all over again. 11 seasons into this journey, and we're right back to where we began. Right back in the Conference League all over again. And I feel like this save will never, ever end. I guess we go again next time, and hopefully you'll come and join me for that. We just need to not play Spurs, I think. There was an idea. Bring together a group of remarkable people to see if we could become something more. So when they needed us, we could win trophies. Trophies that Vaduz never could.
In time, you will know what it's like to lose. To feel so desperately that you're right, yet to fail all the same.
If you didn't know otherwise, that they were chasing a title.
Dread it. Run from it. Spurs still arrives.
Press high like Man City. Engage all defenses. And get this man some boots.
Fun isn't something one considers when winning Champions Leagues. But this puts a smile on my face.
And the world is left to wonder, how on earth did that happen?
What are you doing? I'm following you, John.
And we pick up then from here. Last time around, it was this crushing defeat that was all too familiar. And yeah, another defeat to Tottenham Hotspur as well. This time, it was even more heartbreaking because we lost it in added time. After fighting back from 2-0 down early, we got it back to 2-2, but Veron scored this header at the back post. It was 3-2, and Spurs won the Europa League, took that Champions League spot for next year. And once again, we're back in the Conference League again. This is our 11th season now in the save, and we are, sort of back to square one. We're competing in the competition that we played in way back in season 1 of this save. But now, obviously, we do have all of the benefits of all of the years of progress that we've made so far. The team, with players like Vincent Yakubu now in in R11 is in a place where we can definitely start to build quickly towards getting back into that Champions League. And maybe by the time we get there, hopefully in 2 seasons time, now is maybe the time that we can properly go and challenge. The problem we've had in this save so far is that we've been unable to get into the Champions League at all. We've only actually been in it once in our 11 seasons, and we got knocked out by Real Madrid, who are obviously really good. By the way, on Vincent Yakubu, somebody did mention it in a comment saying just how good he actually looked like he's going to be. He's now 20 and he has become our #1 striker. This is the man with his 18 finishing that is going to lead our line for definitely this season in the Conference League, and if we can hold on to him, hopefully for the next few seasons too. Now though, let me get you fully up to date as we start all over again. And here we are now on the 20th of September 2035. It is, as I say, season number 11, and these are our opponents in the Conference League this season. Some familiar names that we've come up against in the past. Lille are in here. Puskás Academia, we played them in a knockout game a few years ago. But the biggest shock, where are they? Where are our mates, Viking? They're not in the competition with us. I don't know if that's a good omen or a bad omen, to be honest, but it's going to be weird without them.
I love you.
And by the way, I did see all of you guys who were tagging me in posts about Viking beating Bodo Glimt 5-0 not so long ago in between these episodes, which, I mean, just goes to show maybe we should go and do a save with them in the future sometime, because I've definitely grown pretty fond of them over the course of this save. Looking at the list of teams, though, I'm feeling very confident that we can go and beat them. There doesn't appear to be anybody from England in the competition this year, and you may be looking at teams like Frankfurt as our biggest threat, so I think we can go and win this. Especially with some of our new signings this summer. Only 6 of them, but 55 million pounds spent. We've actually still got 78 million pounds left over. We talked about this last time. The last time we were doing this entire run, I was talking about maybe trying to hold the money until we get back into the Champions League, or at least retaining some of it so that we can have that big summer. And that's kind of what I'm doing again here, trying to bring in really good players, but also we do continue to keep selling players too. Now, I know lots of you were saying about this, saying you need to start holding on to the players, even if it's against their will. And I have taken that on board. Unfortunately, we are still the victim of release clauses. Basically any player, I don't know if this is because of the league or whatever the reason might be, but pretty much any time we do sign a player, they are almost always insistent in putting in some type of release clause, and the agent almost always locks this into negotiations. And instead of risking not being able to sign them, cancelling that, or trying to talk to the agent before and them not liking it, I think instead I'm backing myself to bring in better players. Now, some of these players I have let go because I think we can actually improve on them with the players we're bringing in. Players like João Aguiar, who's been here for ages, has now moved on for 14 million pounds. Ricardo Diaz, probably my favourite player of last season, has moved on for 25 million pounds. That one was a release clause. He's gone to Al Nassr, signed him on a free, sold him for 25 million. Shaquille Van Persie has also gone, and whilst he was brilliant for us, this is because I think Yakubu is now going to be our #1 striker, and I think he is actually better than Van Persie, even if he did score loads of goals for us over the course of the season, and also played off the right hand side, didn't he? And there are a few more big ones going. Livic has gone to Roma for 26 million. Razak Diallo, who is a fantastic left back, has gone for 26 million pounds. And we've also seen Falahi and Rajab also move on. That is 125 million pounds brought in. This is why we've got 78 million left over at this stage, and I've spent 55 of it on these guys. A couple of free transfer signings, one of which I think is really going to be important for us. First, though, Davide Bellotti is a winger with 20 agility and 18 dribbling. Can be so effective in this year's match engine, and actually in match engines of years gone by as well. Especially this year, though, I think with his dribbling. Also naturally left-footed, cutting in on that right-hand side. Could be a real asset for us. He's an Italian international on a free. But this man, Malik Diop, could be so important for us. Another free transfer signing. He's got 64 caps for Senegal. He's 25, so a little bit older than we usually sign, but he's got 1 in 2 goals, look, not even as a striker playing for Senegal. It's a really good goal scoring record internationally, and you can see why that is the case. He's got 20 flair. If we use him in a pseudo number 10 role, one of our midfielders does push up into a number 10 role, this I think could be his most effective position, and he's kind of going to be the replacement for Ricardo Diaz that we've sold. Really like the look of him though, and he has got 11 goals in 13 with 14 assists to start off his career here, which is not too bad. We've then signed Matteo Mosca, who is a striker option, not going to be the starter, but will be the backup to Yakubu. Likewise for Fernando, this is my break glass plan if things are really not going our way. He's 6'7" with 19 jumping reach and really good finishing. If we need a goal, I'm probably going to just be chucking Fernando on up front and hope that he can make something happen. And you'll know by my love of really tall players in Football Manager saves that I always like to have this trick up my sleeve. Two more then, first of which is a centre-back, Diego Kante from Portugal, 23 years old, under 20 international. He's big, he's tall, he's fast, he's a good defender. He actually cost us the most this year, just under £20 million for him. And then finally, Victor Matias, a Brazilian international, midfielder, 5'10". Again, he could be the replacement, really, on paper for Ricardo Diaz, but this is why I was happy to see players like Livic and Diaz go. I think we've brought in some real quality here. And it all means that we look like this heading into our Conference League campaign. What I'm really hoping now is that this becomes a bit of a cakewalk. Would be nice if we can go and just blitz our way to winning this competition. This can become a little bit of a montage, and that would be absolutely lovely. I even really do hope that the players we've now got this setup like this is good enough to not only win the Conference League, but go and win the Europa League. And then I'm really hoping we can fully focus in on a Champions League campaign. I'm going to go and play games now, and maybe, just maybe, that is going to be the case. And season 11 did end up becoming a bit of a cakewalk. It started with a flawless league phase in the Conference League as we won 6 from 6, beating Malmo, AIK, Slovacio, Shamrock Rovers, Celta Vigo and Riga. This then landed us a round of 16 tie with Steaua Bucharest. And, well, the Romanians were no match for us over 2 legs. 5-0 at the aggregate score, and this set the tone. Next was Legia Warsaw, and this time it was 6-0. In fact, the first goal that we would concede in the knockouts would be against Wolfsberger of Austria in the semi-final. And even then, this goal mattered little as we defeated them 3-1 on aggregate to book our place in the final again. The final that would take place in Metalist, Ukraine, and as I had predicted, before a ball had been kicked at the start of the competition, it was Eintracht Frankfurt who were our opponents. On that night in Ukraine, Davide Belotti, a new signing at the beginning of the season, I talked about him cutting inside on his left foot from the right wing, and it was him that put us in a commanding position, scoring the opener on 12 minutes after converting a mazy run down the wing, and it was that man that made it 2-0 13 minutes later. After being slipped in by Yakubu, Belotti finished into the roof of the net, and Frankfurt seemed already pretty beaten. We just needed to put them to bed. And we did. Yakubu added a third on 65 before it was 4-0 10 minutes from the end. This time it was Enrique on the score sheet, and that was how it finished. 4-0, Conference League champions for a 4th time, and we were back into the Europa League again. The board would reward us with a £100 million budget for that summer, and so I went into the summer optimistic until disaster. That summer, exactly what I was trying to avoid happened. We lost some players that I wanted to build the entire team around, not just through this Europa League campaign, but hopefully to go and win the Champions League next year. We lost, most importantly, Vincent Yakubu. Another release clause triggered. He has gone to PSG. I mean, it goes to show just how good of a player Vincent Yakubu ended up becoming. Only at 21 now. He was supposed to be the player to lead us to glory in the next couple of seasons, but £56 million. He's gone to PSG alongside Kostic as well as Belotti. Belotti, who was just starting to shine last season, has also moved on £22 million. There were other sales, as you can see on the screen here. But of course, as always, I do think I've replaced them pretty well. And I'm very much at this stage here. I've actually gone through. We are up to March in our 12th season at the club. I've completed the league phase already in the Europa League. I do think we've got this team purring to a pretty good level. To replace Yakubu, we've brought in Dennis Samuels, can play as a striker, can play as any of the other attacking positions behind this, but he scored goals, 17 in 26, and we've got about a third of the season to go here, as well as this new midfielder, D'Albert, who's an extremely well-rounded Spanish midfielder. And then there were a few other signings that have contributed a little bit, but the main ones to point you out is where I've gone and become the aggressor. I thought, actually, how are we going to stop Tottenham Hotspur from beating us in finals? Maybe if we take a couple of their players. I have brought from Tottenham Tottenham, Esteval, who at this stage here is 29 years old, maybe coming into the twilight of his career, but pretty talented, as you can see. And also a new right back by the name of Lucio Gonzalez, who isn't the first choice right back, but is a decent squad option for us there. You can see by the appearances that they've made. This summer transfer business is what I'm hoping wins us a Europa League and gets us back into the Champions League, where I am saving that money. I think it's good enough. Is this a bit of a risk? It might be, but we've got 148 million pounds left because we had 100 million to spend, because we sold players for 147 million. If we can win it this year, the budget we should have going into our Champions League campaign should be massive. And I've been scouting and I've got a couple of plans in place to hopefully make that our final and most successful season yet. At this stage though, of course, that is still if, buts and maybes, but we still need to go and complete the job in the Europa League here in season 12. And in that regard, we have made a good start. We did go straight into that league phase where we beat Ajax 6-1 on the opening day. We then backed that up with a 3-0 win against Sparta Prague. Then it was a 6-2 win against Nordsjælland and a 1-0 away win at Osasuna. 4 wins from 4 to begin. And it was very nearly perfect for the remainder as we beat Sporting 2-1 in the penultimate game, but drew the last one 3-3 to Stuttgart. A hat-trick in this game from Dennis Samuels, the Yakubu replacement. I don't know if he's going to be the striker long term, but he is very good and he has been scoring goals this year. Although he isn't our top goal scorer, that accolade goes to Malik Cole, playing off the left-hand side most of the time for us, cutting inside on that right foot. He's got 29 goals in 34 games and has been excellent cutting inside as an inside forward. Those 7 wins from 8 was enough to see us through top of the league phase, just above our Swiss compatriots Lausanne Sport and Young Boys in 3rd. These Swiss teams, I don't know if this is because we've boosted them. It probably is, because even though we're a Liechtenstein team, we are playing in the Swiss league, which is probably boosting them because we then go and compete in Europe. But that's quite telling. We've got in the top 6 teams in the Europa League, we've got 4 teams that play in Switzerland, all going straight through to the round of 16 in this competition. And this is where we will come up against Genk of Belgium. Here you can see the remaining teams in the competition. Interestingly, and probably significantly, there is no Tottenham Hotspur, although there is Chelsea. We did lose to Chelsea in that Club World Cup, if you remember. They tonked us 4-0. So I'm hoping that if we do come up against them, maybe we can get a bit of revenge on them. And you might imagine that it might be them that we would face in the final if we don't draw them before that. In fact, you can already see the quarterfinal draw. And if we beat Genk, we'd play Real Betis or Braga. And this run-in now is what I'm going to go and complete now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, another final. And hopefully this time we can go one step better than a couple of years ago and actually win the Europa League for a second time in our history. And I'm praying we get ourselves back into the Champions League and we've got that massive budget that we can go and spend to hopefully make the magic happen back in the Champions League. That's my aim. Let's go and do the business. Come on. The tie with Genk was easy enough. A 3-2 win away from home set us up for qualification, and we more than made sure with a resounding 3-0 win at home to win the tie 6-2 on aggregate. That then set us up for a quarter-final battle with Real Betis. This quarter-final followed a similar pattern, a closely contested away first leg, this time a 2-2 draw in Spain, and then a comprehensive victory back in Liechtenstein. Here we smashed the Spaniards 6-2, putting us just one round away from the final. Interestingly, it was our Swiss League compatriots Young Boys that would stand between us and that final. They'd beaten Chelsea in the round of 16, perhaps more evidence of the growing standards of the Swiss League, but as we had demonstrated year on year domestically, they were no real match for us. The first leg was at home and we edged it 1-0 thanks to a goal from Mario Encina, but we would produce a brilliant comeback performance in Bern with goals from Encina and Campos late on to give us a 2-1 win on the night and therefore a 3-1 win on aggregate. This put us back in the final to take place in Georgia where we would meet Osasuna. A win here and Vaduz will be back in the Champions League again, and we got off to the perfect start. Malik Cole, one of our real star players this season, broke the deadlock halfway through the first half. He caressed home Diop's pass with a lovely finish into the far corner, and we would then put together a really mature performance. With the lead established, we kept Osasuna at arm's length before capping a really great display with a lovely goal by Encina. He finished across the keeper from Diop's ball over the top, and that was job done. FC Vaduz Europa League champions once again, but most importantly, we were heading back to the big time. Season 13 would see us in the Champions League again, and with that money saved and UCL qualification secured, the board gave us £150 million to go and spend. And remember those transfer plans that I had? Well, it was time to go and put those into action. Welcome back to Vaduz. Angel Tostado. Was it ever really in doubt that one day we were going to bring back the main man? Angel Tostado, 26 years old now, is once again playing for FC Vaduz. We have brought him back for £50 million. He has spent the past, 6 seasons at Napoli, where he has been scoring an outrageous number of goals. Look at this goal scoring record, and we have pulled the trigger to bring him back to the Swiss League. 6 goals in 6 already at the start of this 13th season. And this man, on £140,000, I'm pretty sure he's our highest earner, is my ticket to winning this Champions League that we're about to enter now. I really hope that that's going to be the case. I did talk about my plan to go big in this window. Once we were back being a Champions League team, we need to make the most of that and bring in some high quality players to push us from getting to the knockouts last time to this time. All of these years later, can we actually go and win it? And I've spent £149 million. It's our biggest spending so far in the entire save, obviously, and it's hopefully going to be the little push that we need to get over the line this year. Let me introduce you then to these 6 new signings. First of all, Tostado is back, and as you see by this, he has made a brilliant start in some of the domestic league and cup games that we've played so far. But we have also brought in Mazinho from Flamengo. He is a right winger, and I mean, look at the quality that he's going to bring us on the right hand side. What I specifically like about Mazinho is that he's already left-footed, so he's already natural cutting inside as an inside forward, and we've seen with players like Malik Cole just how many goals we can score from these wide areas. It's almost our entire brand of football that we play. Mazinho is going to come in and go straight into the team because he is fantastic. Next up, David Fernandez Vinitsky has joined as a new left back. We were lacking here a little bit since we sold Diallo, and I think this guy is now going to be a real asset for us on that left hand side. Really good physicals and really nice mentals, actually really impressive mentals. He's cost us £30 million and has started every game so far. Next up though, a sub option, as you can see by his appearances, Maurizio Blanco is another attacking midfielder. He's from Argentina, not made his Argentina debut yet, but he's going to be a good option for us, usually coming off the bench. I really want to have not just a fantastic 11, which I think we had last time we're in the Champions League, but I want serious options in case we have injuries, which we did have injuries specifically to the keeper when we last got to the Champions League. I want to avoid that as much as possible this year, and that's why we've gone big here. And then finally, the last two, a new centre-back by the name of Marcos Vela. This guy is an Argentinian international. 3 caps for the national team at 22 and is fantastic. And then finally, a loan. I did actually really have a look at the loan market to see, could we bring that squad depth in just with a loan? Now that we're in the Champions League, we might as well try and have a really big squad. And then if we don't win it, they leave at the end of this season, we can go back into the Conference League without needing to have as many quality players. So it kind of made sense to me, although I could only really find one option, which was Roman Guba from Chelsea to be the backup left back. It wouldn't be a Vaduz summer though without some sales, and even though we have gone really big, we have had to concede that some players have left. The biggest one was Malik Cole. I just mentioned how effective he's been. I think we've replaced him nicely with Mazinho, but Malik Cole has been bought by Barcelona for £65 million. Now this one is a blow, and it kind of is counterintuitive to what we're trying to do here, but I can't avoid it. It's release clauses of ridiculous amounts that they insist on having in their contracts. So he's gone to Barcelona, as well as Ruben Campos, who's gone for £47 million. He was the replacement for Diallo at left back that we were playing last season. We also sold Esteval, although he wasn't really a starter last year anyway, and Rafael Glatz has gone to Al Duhail for £18 million. We again, even though we spent £147 million, we did turn a profit, which is a little bit outrageous. The big one though, the big thing is that Tostado is back, and it means that our squad is going to look a little bit like this. Now, I've had a think about where I want to use Tostado, and I actually think that Dennis Samuels should actually be our starting striker, and I think he'll be better as the striker, with Tostado having brilliant attributes to go and play from the left-hand side, cutting in on this right foot. That might change, of course, but I think that's how we're going to set up. Encina has been so important, scored a lot of goals in those runs in the Conference League and the Europa League. He's going to start on the right, and then Diop, Mateus, and Enrique is a really really strong midfield three. At the back, the new left back Vinitsky and the new centre back Vela, both from Argentina, are both going to make our defence stronger, with Kiatos continuing at right back and Vesely at left-sided centre back. And then the keeper Lati, have a look at this development still. He's really continuing to come on leaps and bounds. I don't think he's been great in some really important matches, but I am really hoping that he continues to keep getting better. Maybe this is the year where he really shows his quality, because his attributes now show that he's got loads of quality. 18 reflexes, 6'4", 16 aerial reach, 17 one-on-ones, and then really good mentals alongside that as well. I think it makes him a really strong keeper, and I think this squad, I'm actually really confident that we can go far in this Champions League. So much so that I've made a bit of a decision for the series. I've had to try and weigh up, as you guys know, I've tried to talk really openly about the whole process of making a series like this one. Doing multiple videos of the same save means that interest does wane over time, and I'm so lucky that so many of you have stayed with this and have watched this till the end. And you don't quite understand just how grateful I am for all of the comments that say, I will watch every video you put out of this series. I love that, and I really do appreciate you. So thank you so much for all of your support on this series. Obviously, though, the views do continue to go down the further you get into a series. So I've had to try and weigh up how long do we let this continue without wanting to disappoint you guys who have put your time and effort into watching this series. With all of that in mind, and we had a big chat about this on the stream that we did a couple of days ago, I've decided that if and when we ever make it to a Champions League final, that will become a one-shot chance to win it. And if we win, we've completed the series. But if we fail, that is where the series will end. That could mean with a good run in the Champions League that today is the last video. It could mean that we fail in the knockouts like we did last time and we go again next time. But I think this is how I want to play it. I want there to be loads of jeopardy on that final game. But I also want you to be aware that if we do fail, there is a chance that we end this series without ever completing it. And if that is the case, maybe we do one follow-up video where I just go and play basically until I win, and then give you a bit of a quick update on how I did manage to achieve it in however long it takes type of thing. But that's kind of the way that I want to play this. And I hope that you appreciate me talking about this. It's a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, but I feel like you've come on the journey with me. You deserve a bit of an explanation, and hopefully you appreciate that type of thing. That, though, is how we're going to play it. Maybe that's today, maybe that's in the future, but if we ever get to a final, that is going to be the one shot at completing this entire challenge. And I like a bit of jeopardy, me. So please do continue to support. Please do like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I really appreciate you guys. Let's now go and get started in the Champions League this year. Oh, and I should say as well that a lot of this confidence that I've got that we can go far in the Champions League this year does come from the fact that we did win the FIFA Club World Cup in the summer. I don't know why we're in it. I think you have to be in the Champions League to actually qualify for this, and we haven't been for so many years, but I'm not going to question it. We were in the Club World Cup again for a second time. Last time we got knocked out 4-0 by Rossinia's Chelsea. This time we made it to the final, and goals from Barbosa and D'Albert gave us a 2-0 win, and we lifted the trophy. And the run in that competition again shows why I'm really confident. We beat Man City in the semi-final 4-2. It was Inter in the quarter-final. We beat them 1-0. And then Porto before that in the second round. We are bona fide European giants at this stage. Even more rubber-stamped by the fact that we beat Barcelona in the UEFA Super Cup. We are able to beat teams like Inter, City, Chelsea, Barcelona in games that really matter for actual silverware. So why can't we go and win the Champions League this year? Why can't we go and make this the year that we complete the impossible dream? It's time to go and kick it off. We've won every game so far this season, and we've even won our very first Champions League game back in the competition with a 2-0 win against Manchester United. Next up, we play Milan, Bayern Munich, Olympiacos, PSG, Roma, Rennes, and Osasuna. On paper, I think that's pretty tricky. There's some very big teams we play in there. PSG, Bayern Munich, Milan, and we've already played United. If we can get through these games, if we can win these games, why can't we go into the knockouts full of confidence? And we have made that great start by beating Manchester United. My only worry is that because these games are so tough that we don't actually qualify for the knockouts, but that's what I'm going to go and have a go at doing now. I'm going to go and play our league phase games, be back with an update, and hopefully things get very, very serious at that stage. Well, welcome back to not only the end of the group phase, but now the end of the round of 16, as this goal from D'Albert made it 9-2. We've just knocked out Osasuna 9-2 on aggregate in the Champions League round of 16. It was an absolute cakewalk for us, as has been the entire Champions League campaign so far. If I was confident beforehand, I am now overflowing with confidence. We are an outrageous football team. This was the team that took to the field in this round of 16 tie against a team that we'd already beaten in the league phase. It was a pretty comfy draw, if we're honest. But this team here, with Tostado actually leading in the line and Samuels playing wide, I have swapped those two about quite a lot. And this game, Tostado led the line, although he didn't score or do anything. Goals from D'Albert, 2 of them. Diop in midfield, and Enrique, our number 6, made us more than comfortable against this Osasuna team, who we'd already beaten at 5-0 in the away leg. This was that result in Spain. Mateus, Diop, Samuels, Tostado, and Barbosa with the goals. We are very, very confident right now, as displayed by this league phase campaign. We won 8 of our 7 games, drawing 1 of them, and only finishing behind Real Madrid in the league table. Our 1 draw came against Rennes, which on paper actually was probably the easiest game, but by the point we played them, we'd already qualified, which is why we ended up drawing it. We did beat, though, and this might be the biggest marker yet. And I know I say this every time, but I think it's important to show the real context of actually how good are we as a team. We smashed through our league phase where we played United and Milan and Bayern Munich. We beat PSG 4-2. And in fact, I should show you this game here, because look at the stats of the game. It wasn't just that it was a bit of a shootout and we won it 4-2. We dominated in the stats. We had 3 XG compared to their 0.59. We created 2 clear-cut chances, 21 shots, 12 on target, and this PSG is no joke. Arne Slot, even if they do have Arne Slot as the manager, this is their striker, William Cosgrove, who's the new Harry Kane, it seems. He's got 27 goals in 46 games. He has got 19 finishing, leading the line for them. And the team still includes players like Musiala and Doué and Zaire Emery, who has now become very good in the year 2038. This is him at 32 now, still absolutely destroying that midfield. What a player. And all of this means that we now head in to a quarter-final tie, full of confidence, but also a small sense of trepidation that maybe this is our best ever chance of winning this Champions League. Who knows what the teams around us would look like? Who knows what our team would look like if we were to get knocked out in this one and have to go another 3 seasons before getting back to this point? It does mean, though, that it's all going to come down potentially to this, where we have drawn Liverpool. Now, this doesn't make it particularly easy, but these are the last 8 remaining teams in the Champions League this campaign. It is us and Liverpool who will play. PSG play City. Now, that could be important. One of those 2 teams is going to get knocked out. That's how these things work. And then it's Newcastle, Bayern Munich. Newcastle actually have a lead in that tie. They've played the first leg of these. And then it's Benfica, Arsenal, who drew the first leg. Back at Arsenal for the second leg. You'd probably back Arsenal to go through there. But there is a world here where Newcastle knock out Bayern Munich, PSG or City would be out. If we can get past Liverpool, it might just open up slightly for us. But of course, Liverpool will be a really tricky test that we're going to go and try and overcome together in live comms now. We do also know the semi-final draw, and it will be the winner of PSG and City. So it doesn't get much easier, but it could mean that if we do get to a final, that the team we come up against is a team that we should maybe be confident against. Just to show you as well, and this is maybe interesting, the current leaders in the Premier League are Newcastle. It's Newcastle, then Liverpool in second, who could still win the title. City also could still win the title. It's a really good title race in the Prem this year. But Arsenal are down in 5th, behind Manchester United, who we've already beaten in the league phase of the Champions League this year. And then again, we beat City in the Club World Cup in the summer, and we beat Chelsea in the final of that. So these teams that we're up against, I am definitely confident against. Let me show you as well just how good these players have been performing by showing you the tactics screen here. There are the goals and the assists, with the assist on the wrong side because I don't know why, and it really annoys me when it does this. But the return of Tostado has seen him score 28 goals in 42 with 19 assists. And Cena, probably the real star of the show this year, quietly on this right-hand side. What a player Mario Asina actually is. 20 balance, 16 first touch, great dribbling, brilliant off the ball and technique. He's got 34 goals and 20 assists. And then Samuels, who I have been swapping to play left wing with Tostado, Samuels has chipped in with 24 goals and 20 assists. I say Encina is the star of the show. That's actually probably not true. I'd probably have to give that crown instead to the man that scored 26 from central midfield. Malik Diop is probably that guy. 91 caps now for Senegal. He's going to get so many because he's still only 27. He scored 42 goals for them as well. And he's not even a striker. What a midfielder he is. What a player he is. And I think that really underlines the quality that we've got in this side now. We are a serious football team. And now it's time to go and press continue and go and play Liverpool in the quarterfinals. We play first of all at home, and we have to here really try and make sure that we put ourselves in a good position to try and qualify. We'll also as well have a really good look at this Liverpool team. I can't recall now whether we've actually played them in the save so far. I think we have. I'm not sure. You guys will probably know better than I do. Let's now pick a team and get ourselves into this first leg. And okay, we're going to go like this. I've made one small change, and I was debating a little change at centre-back. We're going to go with Kante, though, as the starter. That's because Vela isn't fully fit. He's coming back from an injury. He would usually be our starting centre-back, but he has been struggling more recently. So he's going to be on the bench here. He could play 75 minutes, but I'm going to go with Kante, who's also a brilliant centre-back. And I'm going to go the big call. I'm going to play Tostado as the striker. I think narrative-wise, who do we want to score the winner here? We want it to be Tostado, don't we? So let's lean into that, submit this team. This is the home tie. Liverpool come into Liechtenstein, and we have to try and make the very most of that. There are the two teams. Who's the Liverpool boss? Does it say it on here? I don't think it does. I'm not sure who it is at this stage now, because Slot's at PSG, isn't he? They've got Trubin in goal, Bitshiabu's gone there. Nico O'Reilly has ended up at Liverpool. Florian Wirtz is the captain, Wharton, Ungamoa, Cowalias. We definitely have looked at this team. I remember seeing Cowalias when we looked at Liverpool beforehand. I think we really randomly looked at Liverpool once, didn't we? There's our team, though. Let's address the team and tell them it's our home form. It is very important to us. Make the most of it. Get out there and try and get a result. I'm hoping, based on our other results, that we can get ourselves 1-0, 2-0. It's Luis Enrique, the Liverpool manager. 1-0 or 2-0 in front, and then we can hold on, hopefully, back at Anfield. Look at that lovely Champions League motif. Maybe the biggest game in our entire history thus far. A Champions League quarter-final game against Liverpool. Hopefully, we can go and get the job done. Okay, then, here we go. We are underway in what is a massive game. We also can keep an eye on this PSG City game that is going on too, the first leg of that tie, because the winner of that is going to hopefully be playing us if we can get through. 10 minutes gone by. No highlights as of yet. Oh, PSG have taken the lead against City. The first goal has gone in there. And here we go with our very first bit of action. Diop, our main man, Mateus, Tostado. Oh, it was almost the perfect start. I've put him through the middle for the narrative. He's put it wide. Here we go again. Ball over the top. Encina back into the middle, headed away. Encina is... Oh, he's off the bar. Diop's hit the bar, goes down. Penref, no. Chances. We're on the attack. Diop! Oof. We are putting Liverpool under very early pressure here. Can we make the most of this very early pressure inside the first 20 minutes? Encina to take it. The big men are up from the back. There's Enrique headed away. Comes back to Diop. There is. It's an own goal. I don't know how it's an own goal, but Diop took the shot and it's gone in. Off Zoma. It must have been a massive deflection and it was going wide. But it is 1-0 to FC Vaduz. We don't get a replay, apparently. 20 minutes in, though, we lead. Can we do something similar? No. Kwiatkowski goes alone. Good save, Trubin. Diop has it. Encina. He's looking for the run of Tostado. He's going to get on the end of it. Tostado 2-0. That is what we are talking about. Angel Tostado back in a Vaduz shirt. And we lead Liverpool 2-0 before half-time. Diop, so integral. Into Encina, who's been a real star this year. This pass is a beauty. They cannot catch him offside. Can Tostado finish it? Of course he can. Past Trubin, 2-0. We are leading, but we are also dominating. And that is half-time. We lead then 2-0. And I've just seen in the other tie, Man City at half-time are 3-2 up away at PSG. What an outrageous football game that is. I love these match stats back here, though. We've only had 32% of possession, but when we've got it, we are carving Liverpool open. Liverpool have had 0 shots. We are completely decimating Luis Enrique's Liverpool team. Can we go and complete the job in the second half? I'll tell you what, if we can get another couple of goals, it becomes a bit of a non-affair back at Anfield, and Tostado's got one already. First attack of the second half. 14 seconds it took in the second half. And Angel Tostado has made it 3-0. This ties over. Kwiatkowski with the ball over the top. A beauty of a pass. Tostado, those runs are so penetrative. Absolutely stupendous from Tostado. We are now heading into the last 15 and we're in again. He's hit the post. Tostado. It was almost 4 and a hat-trick for Tostado. It might still be. It's cleared away now. All right, we are into the last 5 minutes here. We are on the attack. Can we add a fourth? Mazzinho, who I've brought on. The left-back's in here. Vinitsky has been put in behind by Mazzinho, one of the subs, and we've made it 4. Fernandez Vinitsky with the finish. It's beautiful football. Look at this. Carving Liverpool open again. Barbosa. He's just come off the bench. Into Mazzinho, just off the bench. Lovely ball through. Vinitsky, left-footed from left-back. 4-0 Vaduz. And this tie I mean, it's all but over, isn't it? Leaving us on attacking. If they score now, it would be a bit of a shame. But Yarmulke into Yildiz, who's playing left wing. Back into Yarmulke. It's good football, actually. Gomez is in behind. They have got a goal back. I mean, 4-1's still not bad, is it? But it is what would have been an away goal back in the day. There's 3 minutes to go. I think PSG are 4-3 up now as well, which is just outrageous. Who would I prefer to play? I think I'd prefer to play City. PSG just always strikes so much fear into me in Football Manager. More so than any other team, I think. So maybe City. Especially as we've beaten Liverpool, who are above City in the league. We're into the 3 minutes added on, though. See this through. Take a 4-1 lead back to Anfield. And hopefully see us through to the semi-final. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm saying see it through. We've scored another. It's 5-1. Mazinho has got a goal off the bench. One of our summer signings. This is dreamland right now. This is why I think this is going to be our year. It's Barbosa who gets it across to Mazinho. Mazinho is facing the wrong way. Plays a little 1-2 with Gonzalez. That turns him around. And the finish is just brilliant, actually. 5-1. And that, my friends, I think this time is going to be that. I don't think we even need to go and play the second leg together. I'm going to go and play it myself. And hopefully it just means that we confirm our place in the Champions League semi-finals. And there we have it then. I have now played the second leg. We did actually lose this game 2-1 at Anfield, but we are through 6-3 on aggregate. Very safely, especially after Enrique gave us the lead on 17 minutes. But they did need to try and score 5 goals, which they weren't quite able to do. Ungamoa equalised on the night before. Kenan Yildiz made it 2-1. But 6-3, we are through in the Champions League. And we will play Manchester City in the semi-final. They have managed to get the job done in the quarters with a 2-0 win back at the Etihad after PSG won 4-3 in the first leg. So City turn it around, a 5-4 thriller in that quarter-final, and we will play City in the semi-final. And I think actually out of the two, I talked about it, this is the team that I would prefer to play. And we don't yet know who the other semi-finalists are going to be. We are waiting for those second legs to be played. But right now, it's time to go and get prepared and get ready to go and play Manchester City in a semi-final. This is so close that I feel like I can touch it, but there's also a really long way to go, isn't there? Let's go and get ready for City. Here we go then. I have now picked my team for Manchester City at home in the Champions League semi-finals. We once again get the home tie first, and we're going to try and establish that lead to take back to the Etihad. Now, I also want to show you, in the other semi-final, it's ended up being Newcastle and Arsenal. And have a look at this for a first leg result. This time that leg has gone first. 5-2 Newcastle, which now more than likely means that we'd play Newcastle in the final if we can get past Manchester City. It's Premier League teams and us. Newcastle knocked out Bayern Munich 3-2 on aggregate, and Arsenal pretty simply got past Benfica 2-0 with a 2-0 win back at home. Our finalist opponents is something to think about in the future, though. First, we need to go and do the decent thing here and knock out Manchester City. And there's our first sight then of the City team, still led by Erling Haaland. Even here in, 2038, he's now their captain. And they've got some other great players in there too. Lekeba, Karabashvili, what a left back he is. And also some names that you're not going to recognise, which probably means they're really, really good new gens. Players like David Ivard is probably just going to be outrageously good, their number 8. We'll find out maybe by how he plays against us. I've told my team to go and play their own game. There's our team. I've once again gone, I didn't even talk you through the team. I've gone with Vela at centre-back as we did before, and I've also gone with Tostado leading the line with Samuels playing left wing, just like that quarter-final game against Arsenal. Here come the two teams ready to kick off this all-important semi-final. This now becomes the most important game in our history, doesn't it? Let's go and get ourselves underway and kind of pray that we can make it through. Here, the first 10 minutes has seen City have 2 shots and none for us. That's different to the Liverpool game where I don't think we allowed them a shot until like the 70th minute or something. We have now got one ourselves, but after 15 minutes, it's a pretty cagey one. Banks, one of their centre-backs, Noah Kai Banks, is also a really good player. We've picked it up, though, and we've played in Mazinho, and Mazinho has put it in the back of the net. I didn't even say it, and Cena was struggling a little bit. I've gone with Mazinho as the right winger in this game, and he's made that decision look very, very good. It's a header won by Diop. He's so good in there, and Tostado turns provider. Mazinho has given us the lead, and we are stepping ever closer to a Champions League final. Inside 20 minutes, it's 1-0. Kiatos down the right-hand side. Can he find? There's loads of players waiting in the middle. It's going to come to Mateus and blocked. Here comes Kiotos again. Kiotos all the way through and in. Samuels, they managed to recycle it after the first chance was cleared. And Samuels on the left-hand side has given us a 2-goal lead. It's going in exactly the same pattern as that Liverpool tie last time around, where we are dominating at home. And I'm thinking again, can we give ourselves a lead that is insurmountable for the second leg for City here? Samuels could only tap it in. An easy finish, 2-0. And after a decent start by City, now we're dominating. Slow and patient, but City are now working their way through. Haaland into Mayula. Oh, good save from Felix Lati. It was a long-range effort and a good save from our keeper. I have just noticed our centre-back Vela, just back from that injury, is now struggling and carrying an orange injury, which is a worry. We might need to make that change at half-time. We are, though, on the attack here. Vinitsky past his man, into Samuels, back to Vinitsky, into the middle, blocks and away. Half-time in the Champions League semi-final first leg, and we have a really strong 2-0 lead. You can see by the momentum, it was a good start by City, but as soon as we got our goal, we've been on top ever since. Let's address the team. I always say this, even though it's a complete lie to them. I'm going to tell them that things have to improve because it really motivates them, even though we've had a great first half there and we've been brilliant. I'm going to lie to their faces and get us underway for the second half. I did just realise that I didn't make that sub at centre-back, did I? I'm going to wait until the 60th now. He seems to be okay. His condition isn't bad, even though he is carrying this injury. So I think I'm going to hold off taking off Vela at centre-back. And again, hope it doesn't come back to bite us. City on the attack here. Ledesma. Is that our Ledesma from the past? It might well be. Haaland, it's wide. He was offside anyway. It is indeed Fructuoso Ledesma, who was so integral to one of our... pretty sure he played the last time we were in the Champions. He's now just come off the bench for City in this game here. We will keep an eye on him. It would be kind of poetic if he scored against us. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. Now, though, I'm going to do that sub. I'm going to bring on Kante. We're just going to make it one sub for Vela, who's carrying that injury. We are approaching the hour mark. We're on the attack again here. Diop into Mateus. Gives it away. He is struggling. It's going to be picked up again there by Enrique. Back to Diop. We need some width here. Diop's going to do it himself into the box. Can he find anyone in the middle? Tostado's there! And it is 3-0. Tostado with a tap-in. 3-0. Diop is the man again to make the difference in these ties. And then you've got a finisher, a killer like Tostado up front. Diop does it himself, drives down the right, puts it into a place where Tostado cannot miss it. And the tap-in is there. That's 3-0. I would love a fourth goal here. It almost guarantees that we get through to the final, where we'll probably be playing Newcastle. Vesely drives forward. A good bit of play, but cleared. Haaland's going to pick this up. This could add a little bit of trouble. It's deflected and saved by Lati. I'm going to tell them to time waste, and I'm also going to drop us down to balanced rather than pushing it too much. So let's make another change to waste even more time. We'll do Kiotos off for Gonzalez. A minute and a half, we have the ball. Just take ages to kick this ball, Felix. That's it. Keep holding on. City now have players to go and break. We're supposed to be balanced. Good tackle back from Vinitsky. I don't know why I'm so stressed. We're 3-0 up. That's time. What a win. What a situation to have put ourselves in here. Another leg where we end up 3 goals up before going away to a Premier League team. This is the pattern that we've established, and this should be us with one foot in the Champions League final. I'm going to go and do the same thing. It might come back to bite me, but if it does, I'll show you everything. I'm going to go and play the second leg now, and I think we're going to go and book ourselves a Champions League final place. Season 13. Can't believe I'm saying this, but Vaduz might be about to get themselves to the Champions League final. Okay. And that is full time in our game away at the Etihad, where we've managed a 0-0 draw. We've done the exact lock it down Mikel Arteta way of playing. Even though we created very little and only had 36% possession, City created nothing either. 0 clear-cut chances. A 0-0 draw with Guardiola's City has indeed, and I cannot believe we're finally saying this, booked us a place in the Champions League final, where we will play one of Newcastle or Arsenal. In fact, I think we should click through at this stage and find out which of the 2 teams it is going to be. Newcastle do have this massive lead, but I guess we can go and find out which of the 2 teams we're going to play in a Champions League final. Which is more poetic? Is it better to go and play Newcastle and beat them because they're currently top of the Prem? Or actually, do we beat Arsenal, who are the rivals of Spurs, who have become our biggest rivals in this save? Is that something we can look out for? I don't know. I don't think it really matters. But either way, is going to be Newcastle United in the Champions League final. Newcastle United, who managed to hold on despite losing 3-2 in this second leg. It was 5-2 to Newcastle, then 3-2 to Arsenal in the second one. But we will play in the Champions League final, which is going to be held at the Stade de France, which will be played on the 29th of May. This is actually what this all comes down to. And remember what I said before. If we win, we've completed it. If we lose, then I'm going to say after 13 seasons of toiling that we've ultimately failed. There needs to be a cut-off point, and I'm making it this. We've made it to a Champions League final. Everything that we've built so far goes into this. Newcastle United, current leaders of the Premier League, are all that stands between us now and completing the impossible Vaduz challenge. And actually, I know I use the word impossible quite a lot. This one has actually almost felt impossible, and it might yet end up being impossible. Let's go and prove that not to be the case. I'm going to go and rest my team loads in these other games, and I will see you at the end of May for this most momentous, most historic of matches up the Vaduz. Come on. Well, it is Champions League final day, and this 11, these warriors of our Vaduz adventure, are going to take the field in France to try and bring home the Champions League trophy. I have gone for about as full strength as I possibly could here. We've gone with Lati in goal, with Kwiatos and Vinitsky as our fullbacks. Vesely and Vela back to full fitness now, with Enrique, Diop and Mateus as our midfield. That is our full strength midfield, and then the attack, Tostado will lead our line. He's now got 33 goals this year, and he'll be backed up by Encina on the right hand side and Samuels on the left. We did actually have one injury in between the games here. We did lose Mazzinho, who's had to go and see a specialist for fractured ribs. And also Big John Perry is going to miss this game too. He's moderately sprained his ankle ligaments and will miss this one. Other than that though, we are just about as full strength as we can be. Barbosa's struggling a little bit, but he's fit enough for the bench. But this is our team. This is our lineup. This is how we're going to approach this. This, I guess, is it. Oh, by the way, I did rest everybody in the last league game, and we lost 5-1 to the Toon Army, which is kind of a nice way to round things off for the save, because we've always had trouble playing them, haven't we? Weirdly. Up the Toon Army. Let's now, though, submit this team and find out what Newcastle team awaits us in the Champions League final. Again, I can't believe I'm actually saying it. It's the Champions League final, and this is what it all comes down to. There is the Newcastle team with lots of names that I don't recognise in there. They do have Livramento still. Dean Howson is here. Zeno de Bast will partner him at the back. That's a very strong Football Manager defensive partnership there. But then the rest of these names, I'm pretty sure all of them are new gens, which is maybe why Newcastle are as strong as they've ended up being. They did, by the way, win the Premier League. They are the new Premier League champions. Let's address our team. What should we say to them here? Do you know what? I don't usually go positive, but actually go out there and prove to everyone that you are winners feels very apt for this right now. For the context of the whole series, that feels right. There is the Vaduz team. Here comes the Newcastle team, managed by Ronnie Filali. Not a name that I'm particularly familiar with there. Is that a new gen manager, or is that somebody that is actually a manager that you guys know? Here, though, come the two teams. What a theatre to play football in. What a place to hold this Champions League final as well. It's the two teams are arriving from the tunnel. The referee has that Champions League ball. We are taking to the field for a Champions League final. I'm actually genuinely nervous. I'm worried that we're going to get to this point and not be able to convert it to a win. I really want to win. More so than I think I've wanted to win so many Football Manager games this year. It just feels momentous to be here. We're underway. The Champions League final has kicked off. Can we get the job done? A big performance, lads. Come on. First 10 minutes, by the way, has been quite cagey, and a little bit worryingly has probably been in Newcastle's favour. No highlights yet, but they have managed 5 shots compared to our, well, it was 0 before, but we are up to 3 now, maybe fighting our way back into this game a little bit. We're now on the attack with Mateus from midfield into Samuels. He's going to go back. He's going to get himself down the left-hand side. No, back inside now. Enrique into Diop. He's usually the man to make stuff happen. Come on, work it well. Encina through to Kwiatos, the right back. What a play! What a goal! What a start! Even though Newcastle were on top, Kwiatos, our right back, has given us a Champions League lead. It feels massive. Diop gives it to Encina. Encina back in the team. A little ball through. How many times do we score goals like that with our fullbacks getting in behind? Vinitsky scored one. Was it in the semi-final against City or was it back in that quarter-final against Liverpool? Either way, we score this goal often. Kiatos is the man. And we do have the lead. We've struck first in this Champions League final. I now just want the game to end. Can I make it end? Shall I waste time? Shall I go defensive? Very defensive. No, let's stick to what we know. Are we about to complete the Vaduz challenge or am I about to look very, very silly? Here come Newcastle. Maybe I'm about to look silly. It is Yankto goes wide into Watio. That Marvin Watio, I have signed a player called that before. It must be a face in the game name. And usually he's very good. Yankto into Reynoso, into Turan. This is good football from Newcastle. Skips past the challenge. Can he get a shot away? It's a good save from Lati. Just pads it down to himself. I don't know why I'm doing an impression of it. And it's hopefully safe. Half an hour on the clock. Slightly worrying. Good football from Newcastle. Newcastle are the better team at this stage right now. Reynoso into Howson. It's good football and I'm scared. Over the top to Watio. Back into the middle. What a cross that is. It's going to go in, is it? No! Lati saved it. What a cross that was by Watio on the volley. 35 on the clock. A second goal would settle everybody down, wouldn't it? Foul ref! He's dived ridiculously. We're on the attack anyway. Mateus. He's got space out wide for Vinitsky. Back into Mateus. In the middle. Tostado! Tostado scores! In the Champions League final, there is a check for offside. But Angel Tostado has come full circle in this save. He left all those years ago, and now he's a Champions League final goal scorer for us. It's a brilliant bit of play. He is onside, behind the ball. Mateus crosses, and Tostado has made it 2-0 to us. Even though we felt a bit of pressure there from Newcastle, we now actually have a very decent Champions League final lead here. Can we get through to half-time? Let's talk about milestones here. Get through to half-time, then it's 60, then it's changes, then it's the last 7, then get to 75, etc, etc. The half-time whistle has gone. We've had 27% possession compared to Newcastle's 73, but we are the team that has created the chances. We've had the shots on, I mean, that's not even true. We've got a slightly higher XG, but a lot of that would have come from that Tostado chance, wouldn't it? We've had the clear-cut chance, though. I'm going to address the team and do what I always do and tell them I'm far from pleased. A few of them didn't love that, but keep it up. We have to make sure that we don't let ourselves drop off at all here, because this Newcastle team, they feel dangerous. They play a very attacking 4-2-2. With the two strikers. Hopefully we can contain them though and do what I said. Get to each milestone. Get to 60, then we'll make some changes. Try and get through to 75, then it's more changes. Then it's try and waste some time, and then it's try and get through. Can we get ourselves a Champions League win here? Are we going to actually do it the first time we get to the final? We are at 60. It is now when I want to make our first changes, but Newcastle might score a goal. They might not, though. We might make it 3-0. Vinitsky into Mateus. He's been good today, hasn't he? Mateus down the left-hand side. He's got Vinitsky with him. He's gone alone. He's in the box. He's found Samuels. It's in. He's managed to put it away. It's 3-0 to Vaduz. Oh, my word. Newcastle looks so threatening, but every actual chance has been ours. Look at this run from Victor Mateus. He stands up the defender. He beats the defender. And then Samuels is there to put it in the back of the net. It slides under the goalkeeper. 3-0. And oh my word, this is actually happening. Anything from here would be an almighty bottle. Don't you dare even think about it, Football Manager gods. Let's now make some changes to see this through. It's a 9.2 from Mateus in our midfield. I think he's got 2 assists. How can we shore this up in there? I don't want to take him off, obviously. I think I'm going to do the left back and bring on Siv Rakaya. And I think I'm going to make a change. I want to do midfield, but I don't want to take Diop off. And Mateus is having the game of his life. It'd usually be Mateus that I take off here. Maybe Encina, but Barbosa's struggling a bit, so I don't want to do that either. Maybe Mosca is going to play on the right-hand side. It's not naturally his position. It's usually that way. Maybe I swap them. Let's play Samuels, who's playing well because he's got his goal now. Let's do that as our first 2 changes. They've done 4 changes there. The Newcastle side. I was going to say they've not really changed much. Now they've rang the changes. 15 to play. That's the next milestone. That's the next change. I don't, again, really know what I do here. Maybe Samuel's off for... Let's do Barbosa. I know he's carrying that injury, but He's such a quality player that I think he'll make a difference for us. It should be Tostado, but I'm not taking him off in a final. Let's do the right back as well. Let's do Gonzalez. That's 4 of our changes. I want to keep the legs fresh. There's 10 to play. I'm panicking even at 3-0 up here. 10 to play before we are crowned winners of the Champions League. I'm trying to put time wasting on, but there's something happening in the game here. There is a highlight. We've won it. Tostado's won it back and is off down the right-hand side on his own. Look at him go like a gazelle. It's Angel Tostado. He goes for goal. It was a very tight angle, but he's won a corner. What a run. 8 minutes to play. We are finally properly time wasting. Let's go down to balanced. I think it's happening. I think this is happening. Newcastle might score now. It feels like it's gone dark. It's because of the shade. But even if Newcastle scored now, surely there's no time for a comeback. Larty, he's developed so much. He's now such a good keeper. He's made a very important save. There's 3 minutes added on. I think time's up. I think we're about to complete the impossible Vaduz challenge. And we have. FC Vaduz are champions of Europe. A competition they can't even technically qualify for. Unless you do what we just did. Unless you win the Conference League to put you into the Europa League, which you then go and win that Europa League to put you into this Champions League, and then you win it. FC Vaduz, European champions. The impossible Vaduz challenge. Completed it, mate. What a team we put together this year. We absolutely, I mean, I know I was panicky, but we have dominated. All of those Premier League teams could not live with us. And we have completed the challenge. Thank you so much for coming along on this journey with me. That was an all-timer. That was a genuine pleasure. If you've enjoyed it, please leave a like on the video. Please let me know in the comments, because it honestly, it's so reaffirming as a creator to see people enjoying what you put out, and I feel like there was a connection with this series now. Let's go and start something new. Let's go and do something similar. Maybe a series, maybe a youth-only save. What do you reckon? Thank you so much for watching, though. This was glorious. Up the Vaduz. You Vaduz veterans out there, if you've made it to the end, let me know. I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe to the channel, and thank you. God bless Angel Tostado. I'll see you soon. Oh my word, we actually won it.